Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, The End of the World. Lanwen Star, Hanyu Empire. The old city of Sanjiang City is full of rental houses, where many migrant workers live. In a residential building in Xingfu community, Tang Zheng is perfecting one of his folders. It's finally done. Putting down the mouse in his hand, Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. He is a military fan, and he has been working on this folder for a long time. It contains almost all military weapons and equipment in the past 100 years. He has made detailed records and annotations for each weapon and each parameter. As small as a bullet, a helmet, and a can of food. As large as an aircraft carrier, a hydrogen bomb, and a submarine. Of course, these things are useless, and most of them can be found on the internet, but no one has ever sorted them out. This is his hobby and the only way for him to relax after working hard. In addition to these real-life ones, Tang Zheng also added several of his own. One is a combat soldier. Every weapon has a combat soldier to match it. From the lowest level mobilized soldiers to fighter race pilots, scientific researchers, captains, etc. There is everything. Moreover, Tang Zheng also set a price for all these units. Gold and platinum are used as currencies, with 1 gram as 1 unit, that is, 1 gold. Silver is cheaper than gold and platinum, with 1 gram equal to 0.1 gold. Natural gemstones and diamonds also have prices, which are more expensive than gold. The cheapest bullet is 0.1 gold, and the most expensive aircraft carrier is 100 million gold. The price of each combat soldier is also different. The lowest level mobilized soldier is sold for 100 gold. The price of senior race pilots, special forces, captains, scientific researchers, etc. is as high as thousands. If these things are real, it would be amazing. As long as there are gold, silver and jewelry, an invincible army can be established. Finally, Tang Zheng encrypted this folder and named it the war system. Only he knew the password. He also named himself a general and the supreme commander of the system. After entering the last data, Tang Zheng felt very accomplished. Rubbing his eyes, Tang Zheng casually browsed the news and prepared to change his mind. The weather has been bad for a while, with continuous rains all over the world. Tang Zheng hasn't gone out to work for several days. He has been staying in his rental house to work on documents, almost isolated from the world. Shocked, someone filmed someone in Yunjing Royal Hospital going crazy and biting people. The Royal Hospital has been closed. Real shots of the streets of Yuanzhou City. Many people fell to the ground, suspected of having epileptic seizures. This round of heavy rain carries acidic substances, and a large number of cars have been corroded and damaged. The insurance company said that it will not be responsible for property losses caused by acid rain corrosion. According to the satellite cloud map released by the Imperial Meteorological Bureau, the current global rainfall will ease tomorrow. Experts said that the crazy incidents that have occurred in many places in recent days may be related to abnormal weather, which has caused people to be depressed. Some of the pictures in the news even have pictures of those crazy people. In the pictures, the crazy people have hideous faces, blood oozing from their mouths, and they are like wild beasts trying to attack the people around them. Several security guards and medical staff can barely hold down a crazy person. Looking at these pictures, Tang Zheng felt a little uneasy. He looked back out the window. It was raining heavily outside, with thunder and lightning. It seemed as if the sky was leaking. This kind of weather had lasted for 3 days. Many places had begun to accumulate water, and the city's drainage system could no longer hold on. This weather is too abnormal. I don't know when I can go out to work. My wallet is almost broken. After calming down, he prepared to get up and get something to eat. Accidentally, he kicked the power cord of the computer. At this moment, a lightning bolt fell. Crack. The window shattered, and the storm rushed in. The block jumped in the air, and the computer case banged, and a puff of black smoke came out. The current came from Tang Zheng's feet, and swept through his body in an instant. Tang Zheng felt numb all over, his eyes went black, and he thought it was over. Before he lost consciousness, He seemed to vaguely see a folder slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. The war system has begun to bind. The estimated time is 72 hours. Tang Zheng was awakened by hunger. The strong feeling of hunger in his stomach woke him up from his coma. I remember I was electrocuted. It seems that I'm fine now, but why am I so hungry? Tang Zheng fumbled with his phone and found that it was out of power and turned off automatically. How long have I been unconscious? My phone is out of power. Tang Zheng plugged in his phone and was stunned after taking a look. July 6th. 10 o'clock in the morning. I remember the day I was unconscious. It was July 3rd. How could I be unconscious for 3 days? This time is too long. No wonder I'm so hungry. While charging, Tang Zheng hurried to the kitchen to boil water and cook noodles. When half of the pot of noodles was cooked, Tang Zheng started to eat voraciously. He had a big appetite to begin with, and he ate half of the pot of noodles after not eating for 3 days. After finally filling his stomach, he returned to the bedroom. After eating and changing his clothes, he planned to go out to work. He is currently working at Jiangkou Wharf in Sanjiang City. He used to be responsible for loading and unloading goods. Due to his outstanding work, he is now responsible for counting and inventorying the goods in the container. Although it was still cloudy, it was not raining anymore, so it was time to go out to work. He put on his clothes and went to the window to get some fresh air. When he opened the window, the scene in front of him completely shocked Tang Zheng. Under the gloomy sky, the concrete forest of the city had undergone tremendous changes. Thick black smoke was floating in the streets and alleys of the city, and there were more than a dozen fire points visible to the naked eye. There was a burnt smell in the air. Standing at the window on the 5th floor facing the street, you could clearly see that the street was full of abandoned vehicles. Many vehicles seemed to have exploded and were completely black. Some vehicles rushed into the flower bed and overturned, and some vehicles rushed into the shops on the street. The plaques of many shops fell down, and the glass shattered. A gust of wind blew over, and tattered newspapers and plastic bags flew in the air. The fire pipe was broken, and was still spraying water out. Looking into the distance, the abandoned traffic covered the end of his sight. And in the traffic, there were some figures moving unsteadily. Tang Zheng stared at everything in front of him in a daze. This scene was so unreal that he could not accept it for a while. Help. In front of a store, a man was running fast with a package on his back. Behind him, a group of people who were staggering, but not slow, were staggering after him. In extreme fear, the man rushed into the traffic in a panic. Some figures wandering in the traffic rushed towards the man like vultures smelling blood. The man was instantly thrown down, and the people around him rushed up immediately. Next, there was a bloody eating scene. Looking at the scene of blood and flesh flying downstairs, Tang Zheng felt that his hair was about to stand up. This is a biochemical crisis. The end of the world. Tang Zheng, who had watched many apocalyptic movies and novels, immediately understood everything. He sat back on the bed and turned on his mobile phone. There were several missed calls on the phone, all from his sister. Tang Zheng suddenly felt cold in his heart. His parents did not call him. My parents are old and usually only use old age mobile phones, but they should call me. Tang Zheng called his parents first, but the message said that the phone was turned off. He called his sister Tang Ena again. His sister was his pride and was studying at the Imperial Phoenix City Dance Academy. Tang Zheng would often transfer some of his salary to his sister every time he got paid. During the nervous wait, the call was connected. "Brother, is it really you?" Tang Enai's voice came with tears. "Nini, it's brother, how are you?" "Woo woo. Brother, I'm fine." Hearing Tang Zheng's voice, Tang Enai burst into tears, but did not dare to speak loudly. "Where are you now?" "Brother, I'm in the dormitory. When the crisis broke out, my roommates all went out shopping. I didn't go, because I was too tired. As a result, the school is now full of zombies and I don't dare to go out at all." "Nini, don't panic. Brother asks you, do you have water and food?" "Yes, there are a few barrels of water, and I filled a bathtub with water. My roommates and I have a lot of snacks. Now I'm the only one in the dormitory. If I save a little on food, it should be enough for about a month." Nini did a good job. "Remember to save more water, and don't make loud noises in the dormitory." If you don't see someone rescuing you, and there is a very good opportunity, don't leave the dormitory. Brother will try to rescue you within a month. Okay brother, I'll wait for you. You must be careful. At this point, Tang and I paused, and then suddenly said, by the way, brother, when the crisis broke out, Mom and Dad called me. They said they were in a park near the community, and are now looking for a place to hide. They should not have been infected in the first wave, but their mobile phones were running out of battery. They talked to me for a few words, and then the call was disconnected. Brother, I'm worried about them. Hearing this news, Tang Zheng felt a glimmer of hope. If he was not infected in the first wave, then there was hope of survival. Since Tang and I was still safe for the time being, should he go back to find his parents first? After hanging up the phone and reading some news, Tang Zheng felt a little depressed. This acid rain swept the world. The specific situation abroad was unclear, but there was no safe place in the entire Hanyu Empire. One of the news was even more shocking. Emperor Li Xinyu of the empire was infected with the virus and died. Even the emperor was infected with the virus and died. The entire empire is now in complete chaos. For ordinary people, in addition to waiting for the empire to rescue them, they can only consider how to survive first. Saving his sister and parents is currently just a delusion. The end of the world is really here. My power is too weak. What should I do? Just as Tang Zheng was stunned, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. The 72-hour binding time is up, and the binding is complete. Congratulations, you have completed the binding of the war system. From now on, you will be the supreme commander of this system. Tang Zheng was stunned. Who is talking? An elegant and crisp girl spoke. I'm your system housekeeper. Good morning, General. He2's new book. Please support me in every way. Chapter 2 System Startup. As the female voice began to speak, a virtual light screen slowly unfolded in front of Tang Zheng's eyes. Just like the game panel, on the left side was a full body picture of himself. The clothes on his body were the same as what he was wearing now. But there was one difference. That was an extra medal on his chest. Tang Zheng looked down at his chest and actually saw an extra medal. The sergeants of the Imperial Army also used medals to distinguish their ranks. The squad leader had a white medal with the word squad in the middle, just like his own. Is this the equipment I should be equipped with? Who are you? What's going on with this war system? The female voice immediately gave an answer. General, I'm your system manager. You can call me Meng Meng. As for this war system, it was created by you. It is the folder you created. Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean, the things in the folder I created have become real? Yes, all the files you created have become part of the system, and according to your settings, the system has completed the currency system. All items can be purchased with money. Is this money the gold I designed? Yes, silver, gold, platinum, natural diamonds, gems, pearls, jade, etc. can all be used as the currency of the system. As long as you get these precious metals and gems, you can exchange them for money in the system. The exchange rate is what you set before. 1 gram of gold and platinum is 1 gold, 1 gram of silver is 0.1 gold, and the price of gems varies according to quality. Hearing this news, Tang Zheng was extremely excited. If this is the case, he is lucky this time. Collecting precious metals and gems can build an invincible army. He checked the system page again. In addition to his own equipment, he also saw some other things. On the right side of the light curtain, there are several production options. Click to view. There are 4 types: supplies, weapons, arms, and vehicles. Check the first item of supplies. There are a lot of things in it. General bullets for pistols. Price 0.1 gold. General bullets for rifles. Price 0.2 gold. Military beef cans. Price 0.2 gold. Military backpack, sleeping bag, water bottle 3-piece set. Price 3 gold. Infantry Summerfield combat uniform. Price 3 gold. Police explosion proof shield. Price 5 gold. M1 bulletproof helmet. Price 8 gold. M12 infantry bulletproof vest. Price 15 gold. Military dog bulletproof vest, including clothes, anti-wolf collar. Goggles 3-piece set, waterproof, bulletproof and tearproof. Price 10 gold. Antiviral serum. Small. Can resist zombie virus. Effective within 30 minutes after infection. Continuous protection for 48 hours. Price 50 gold. Radar vision. Primary. Displays all units within a 50-meter radius in the system, ignoring building obstructions. Price 300 gold. Seeing these familiar things, Tang Zheng could even tell their performance immediately. These were all entered by himself, but he didn't expect them to all appear. Seeing the price, he secretly hated himself. He had set the price of consumables such as bullets and cans too high. He didn't know if he could get a discount in the future. But this antiviral serum and primary radar vision were not entered by Tang Zheng before. Could it be that they were built into the system? After asking Meng Meng, Tang Zheng got a positive answer. General, during the binding period, the system was upgraded. Because it is now the era of biochemical crisis, the serum was added as a supplement. The radar vision is to better avoid danger and find targets. All zombies, humans, and some special targets will be displayed on the radar in the form of light spots. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. These system supplements are good. Although the price of 50 gold for the antiviral serum seems a bit expensive, it can save a life, so it is understandable that it is a bit expensive. As for the radar field of view, isn't that just a moving map? He must save up money to get this thing. Click on the weapon page. There are more things here. Police dog breaking hammer, priced at 5 gold. Trench knife, priced at 5 gold. 98k rifle bayonet, priced at 6 gold. KS-98 non-commissioned officer saber, priced at 8 gold. 05 type police revolver. 6 rounds of bullets, priced at 15 gold. Colt duelist revolver. 6 rounds of bullets, priced at 25 gold. Morse military pistol. 20 rounds of bullets, priced at 35 gold. Morse 98k rifle. 5 rounds of bullets, priced at 50 gold. Seeing these, Tang Zheng wanted to scroll down, but found that there was nothing below. That's not right. I added far more weapons than these. What about machine guns? Flamethrowers? Grenade? General, to unlock more weapons, you need to upgrade your metals. I don't remember designing metals. That's right, General. The system upgrade not only adds serums, but also metals. Metals also represent your military rank. Only after completing the mission can you upgrade your metals. Upgrading metals will also unlock more weapons and equipment. Am I a squad leader now? Yes, you are initially set as a squad leader. You can currently have 8 combat soldiers under your command. When you have 8 soldiers under your command and kill 100 zombies, as long as you have enough funds, you can upgrade to a platoon leader medal, and then you will unlock more advanced equipment. Tang Zheng immediately asked a key question. How much money do I need to upgrade to a platoon leader? 1000 gold. 1000 gold. That is 1 kilogram, or 1 kilogram. Secretly savoring this number, Tang Zheng went to check the third branch of the army. There are 2 choices here. Mobilized soldiers, soldiers who have received basic military training, have certain fighting and shooting skills, and are priced at 100 gold. Military dogs, large dogs that have received strict training, you can choose any breed. Price 200 gold. Seeing this, Tang Zheng secretly complained that he had originally set the dogs to be more expensive than people, and then asked, soldiers also need to be unlocked? Yes, General, and I have to remind you that all soldiers in the system only have combat skills. They are not proficient in life skills and cannot learn them. Tang Zheng nodded to show that he understood and continued to check the next item. The last item was a vehicle. Tang Zheng originally thought that there would be no props in this item, but he didn't expect that one item would be lit up. BMW R75 military sidecar motorcycle. 3 passengers, 20 liters of gasoline, and a price of 100 gold. Tang Zheng knew this motorcycle very well. It was the first sidecar motorcycle during World War II and the ancestor of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. But in this situation, is this thing practical? Tang Zheng tentatively asked the system, what is the situation outside now? General, you can check it yourself. We can only confirm that this acid rain has brought a huge disaster. The air is full of acidic substances. Not only does it turn people into zombies, but it is also extremely corrosive to all metal products. I'm afraid that most metal products in the world are no longer usable. Tang Zheng also knew these two situations, but he had not experienced them personally. Then won't our vehicle weapons be corroded? The system upgrade is mainly to deal with this kind of danger. Our metal products have been specially treated with acid-resistant technology and will not be corroded. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Tang Zheng was relieved. He looked at the system's financial situation again. The system did not give him the initial funds, and his funds were still zero. After ending the conversation with Meng Meng, Tang Zheng analyzed the current situation. He needed to obtain some funds to purchase combat soldiers and equipment. But where would the funds come from? Or should he get them outside? Tang Zheng stood up and came to the door. He looked out through the cat's eye and saw nothing in front of the door. Tang Zheng thought for a while and gently opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, a pungent smell of blood hit the corridor. On the stairs, the blood splattered all over the stairwell, and the hole was a dark brown color. It was obvious that it had been there for some time. After all, it was the first time for Tang Zheng to experience such a scene. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he still coughed a few times. These coughs immediately attracted something. In the corridor, there was a low roar like a beast, and the sound of footsteps. There were upstairs and downstairs. Tang Zheng was on the 5th floor, with 2 floors above and 4 floors below. Footsteps were heard from upstairs and downstairs at the same time. Soon, the zombie upstairs appeared at the corner of the corridor. It was a middle-aged woman upstairs. At this moment, the woman who looked kind in the past had become a monster with blood on her face. After seeing Tang Zheng, the woman opened her mouth at a wide angle and let out a roar. Stumbling down the stairs, the speed was not as slow as the zombies in the biochemical crisis. At the same time, 2 zombies appeared downstairs. They were a young couple living on the 3rd floor. Tang Zheng read some messages on his phone. The biochemical crisis broke out 2 days ago. 3 days ago, because it rained all day, people didn't go out, and there were almost no people outside. But 2 days ago, the rain stopped, and people who had been cooped up for several days almost all chose to go out of their homes. This led to the streets and alleys being crowded when the crisis broke out, and the crisis was particularly serious. The first wave of infected people attacked the people around them, resulting in almost no survivors outside. They were either eaten or infected, and turned into zombies. There were actually 3 zombies in the corridor of his unit building at the same time, which was very telling. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him crazily, Tang Zheng took a breath of cold air. He didn't choose to fight hard, but closed the door directly. The 3 zombies came to the door and frantically beat on the door, but the quality of the security door was still very good. The 3 zombies banged on the door, but they didn't break it. Tang Zheng observed from the cat's eye. After about 10 minutes, the 3 zombies outside couldn't smell the human scent and finally stopped beating. The female zombie in the couple walked upstairs, while the middle-aged female zombie followed the male zombie and staggered downstairs. It seems that the intelligence of this thing is still very low, and their movements are random. Tang Zheng thought to himself. As a single man working, he did not have any precious metals at home. So if he wanted to get the initial startup capital, he could only get it from outside. The moment he came into contact with them, he saw something. The young female zombie downstairs was wearing diamond rings, jade earrings, gold bracelets and other accessories. The middle-aged female zombie upstairs was wearing a gold ring and a gold necklace. These are all funds. But how to get them is a bit of a test for Tang Zheng. There is still one chapter today. Please vote. Chapter 3 First Consumption. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng came up with a plan. He searched around the house for a while and found a dagger. This was a dagger from the grassland, used for cutting meat. It was brought back by Tang Zheng when he went out to play, and it was very sharp. When he got the dagger, he saw that the handle of the dagger had been corroded and rusted. However, there was a leather case outside the dagger. After opening it, the inside was still okay, and the corrosion was not that serious. He found the bamboo mop at home, removed the mop head, stuffed the handle of the dagger into the bamboo pole, and repeatedly tied it with tape to make sure it was firm. Whether you can get the first round of funds depends on you. Tang Zheng piled up the sofas, tables and other things in the living room to build two barriers. Then he took a deep breath, came to the door, and opened it again. There were no zombies in the corridor, but he listened carefully. The two zombies below were far away from his position, while the young woman zombie above was on the 6th floor. Listen to the footsteps. The two zombies downstairs are about the 2nd floor, and the one upstairs is upstairs. The one upstairs is closer to me, and the speed of going downstairs is faster than the speed of going upstairs. So when I make a sound, the female zombie upstairs should arrive here first. This is a time difference that can be used. Whether it will succeed depends on this time. Tang Zheng picked up the bamboo spear and knocked on the stairs a few times. Ding ding. Roar. The female zombie upstairs heard the sound first and immediately roared and came down from upstairs. The two zombies downstairs also roared and started to go upstairs. Tang Zheng was unmoved and waited until the female zombie upstairs arrived at the door of the house before quickly retreating into the room. The female zombie staggered up, but was blocked by the table that Tang Zheng had placed long ago. Although this kind of zombie is a little faster than the zombies in the Resident Evil, it is also limited. Facing a 1-meter high table, it is difficult for her to climb up. She can only push the table and make a difficult detour to catch Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng ran around the table and sofa and returned to the door again. Seeing that the zombie downstairs had just walked to the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, he immediately closed the security door again. The two zombies below were immediately locked outside the door and could only bang on the iron door in vain, unable to enter. Now, Tang Zheng only had to face one zombie. Looking at the hideous and terrifying face of the zombie in front of him, Tang Zheng couldn't help but sweat in his palms. He held the bamboo spear tightly with both hands, used the table to block it, and stabbed it out. Puff. The dagger cut the zombie's face, and the rotten flesh turned outward, and the blood inside was all black. This knife is very harmful to humans, but it doesn't hurt zombies at all. The female zombie roared more crazily, waving her black claws, trying to attack Tang Zheng. The nails had grown to a length of about 5 centimeters, and looked very sharp, but with the table blocking it, she was still a little short, scratching Tang Zheng's coat, but did not hurt his body. Feeling lucky, Tang Zheng quickly retreated as he saw the zombies rushing over. He used the sofa to block them again, and stabbed them with a gun. With the experience from the first time, he was much more accurate the second time. The dagger pierced through the female zombie's eyes, piercing one of her eyes. The female zombie was still roaring, and tried to continue attacking with blood all over her face. It seems that this kind of zombie is the same as in the movie. It will not be killed unless the vital part of the brain is attacked. Only by cutting off their central nervous system can we solve this thing. Tang Zheng, who had experience, was no longer so nervous. Anyway, the speed of the zombies made it difficult to catch him. He took advantage of the terrain and kept swinging the bamboo spear in his hand. Tang Zheng was a young and strong man after all. On the 7th shot, he finally hit the vital part. From the zombie's blind eye socket, a gun pierced directly into the back of the head. The zombie, which was originally extremely crazy, paused instantly. The body softened and lost all vital signs at once, and the zombie fell to the ground with a plop. Seeing the zombie fall, Tang Zheng tentatively poked it with his bamboo spear a few times, and only after confirming that it was dead did he breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down on the sofa, panting heavily. A small part of it was tired, and most of it was nervous. Finally succeeded. It was a close call. After calming down for a while, Tang Zheng stood up, put on plastic gloves, and began to collect his spoils. First, he took off the platinum ring of the female zombie. The moment the ring was in his hand, Meng Meng's voice rang out. General rare metals have been discovered, which can be converted into system funds. Do you want to convert them? Convert. Conversion is completed, and you have obtained 27.2 gold. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up slightly. Is this platinum ring that heavy? 27.2 gold. That's not more than 27 grams. Sensing Tang Zheng's doubts, Meng Meng gave an answer. This is a diamond-studded ring, of which platinum is only 4 grams, and the diamond is worth 23.2 gold. Tang Zheng realized that this should be an engagement ring. The two young lovers were supposed to get married, but unfortunately, the apocalypse broke out, and they no longer had such an opportunity. With a sigh in his heart, Tang Zheng continued to move and took off the jade earrings and the gold bracelet. The jade earrings were exchanged for 11.3 gold, and the gold bracelet was exchanged for 16 gold. Tang Zheng had high hopes for the jade earrings, but unfortunately the quality of the jade was not very high, and it was only exchanged for 11.3 gold. However, he thought about it again. Their community is full of rental houses, and the people living here are not very rich. It is not easy to get so much from one person. 3 pieces of jewelry. Tang Zheng got 50.5 gold. Great. Now I have the first startup capital. I can buy something. Tang Zheng opened the system page and checked the weapons and equipment. The first thing he had to buy was a bulletproof vest. When he was fighting with the female zombie just now, his outer clothes were torn. If he got closer and his skin was scratched, he would be infected. So when fighting zombies, the first thing to do is to protect yourself. Only when you are alive can you have a future. First, Tang Zheng spent 15 gold to buy an M12 infantry bulletproof vest. This type of bulletproof vest was created 100 years ago. It is a bulletproof vest made of aluminum alloy and high-strength nylon. It can effectively defend against pistol bullets and rifle bullets to a considerable extent. After the purchase was completed, a brand new bulletproof vest immediately appeared in front of Tang Zheng. This is a vest-like bulletproof vest that can protect the main parts such as the front and back of the chest. It can be bulletproof and of course it can also defend against the claws of zombies. After putting it on, I thought it was very heavy, but I didn't expect it to be not heavy, and it was very close-fitting. If you put on an outer coat, it is basically invisible. With this vest, my chance of survival has greatly increased. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Tang Zheng decided to buy another set of clothes. His clothes were too lame and had almost no protective ability. Those military clothes were made of thick fabrics and had some protective power. So he bought a set of field camouflage uniforms. This kind of clothes is relatively cheap. The whole set of clothes, plus leather boots, belts, and hats, cost a total of 5 gold. Tang Zheng is 1.82 meters tall, and these clothes seem to be tailor-made for him. The size is just right. Putting on the camouflage uniform and the hat, he looks like a soldier. After putting on the 4-finger wide belt, his waist is immediately revealed, and the whole person looks very tall and energetic. Finally, he put on the thick-soled military boots, which made him look a few centimeters taller. Clothes and other things are almost done. I still need weapons. The dagger in his hand is not very useful. He just killed a zombie and the blade is a little bent. Tang Zheng began to check the weapon page. First, he needs a gun. A gun is definitely one of the ultimate dreams of men, but the imperial law stipulates that private gun ownership must be strictly reviewed, and most people do not have the qualifications to own a gun. At present, Tang Zheng's weapon page has only refreshed 4 guns. 05 type police revolver, 6 bullets are given, and the price is 15 gold. Colt duelist revolver, 6 bullets are given, and the price is 25 gold. Mauser military pistol. 20 bullets are given, and the price is 40 gold. Mauser 98K rifle. 5 bullets for free, priced at 60 gold. I just spent 20 golds on the 50.5 gold in my hand, and I still have 30.5. The latter 2 Mauser pistols and rifles are good, but I don't have enough money, so I can only give up temporarily. The first 2 are revolvers. Among them, the 05 type police pistol is not very powerful. It once had the disgraceful experience of not killing a dog with 6 shots. It was eliminated after serving for a period of time. Tang Zheng didn't want to use it. Then there was only one choice, which was the Colt duelist, which was priced at 25 gold. Some people may not know this pistol, but if it is said that it is a cowboy's sidearm, many people will have an impression. That's right, in many movies, the pistol used by cowboys is this Colt duelist. Although it only has 6 rounds of bullets, this gun has high stability, fast firing rate, and will not jam, and it is also very powerful. Looking at the funds in his hand, Tang Zheng bought a Colt duelist. Then, a brand new pistol appeared in Tang Zheng's hand. The heavy gun body, wooden handle, and slightly rough grip are in line with Tang Zheng's aesthetic taste. He opened the revolver and saw that 6 golden bullets were already loaded. These 6 bullets are given as gifts when you buy the gun. If you want more bullets, you need to spend money to buy them. The gun has a holster, and Tang Zheng directly put it on his waist. Looking at the 5.5 gold in his hand, Tang Zheng wanted to buy another knife. Knives can not only be used for fighting, but also as tools in many cases. Sometimes knives can also come in handy when guns are not needed. There are two choices for 5 gold, namely trench knives and police door breaking hammers. The history of trench knives can be traced back to 100 years ago. They can be used for fighting, digging pits, clearing mines, etc. The knife is 36 centimeters long, of which the blade is 23 centimeters long. What Tang Zheng is most satisfied with is that this knife has a circle of metal guards on it. When facing zombies, if you use short weapons, hand protection is also very important. However, looking at the police door breaking hammer, Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed his mind, not touching the 5 gold for the time being. He just used the remaining 0.5 gold to buy 5 bullets. After the purchase, Tang Zheng's strength was greatly improved. With these things, Tang Zheng felt more confident. He looked in the mirror, adjusted his military cap, and blew into the muzzle of the gun. Zombies, face the wind. In the new week, I ask for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. This is a new book, and it has not been recommended yet. Please vote to help me to rank a little higher. Thank you. Chapter 4: The First Mobilized Soldier. Tang Zheng already had a plan in mind. He planned to go back to his hometown in western Sichuan to find his parents, and then go to Fengcheng, 700 kilometers away from his hometown, to rescue his sister. Before, without this arsenal, Tang Zheng's plan could only be a castle in the air, but now it is different. He wants to strive to have a certain amount of power in a short period of time, at least to be able to leave the city. Of course, it is definitely not an easy thing to leave the city. Hanyu Empire is a big country with a population of 12 billion, accounting for 1/9 of the total global population of Blue Bay Star. Sanjiang City, where Tang Zheng is located in the central and eastern part of the empire. It is a second-tier city with a population of 170 million. According to the situation in the news, plus the analysis of the situation he has seen, at present, at least 90% or even 95% of the people in the entire Sanjiang city have been infected and turned into zombies. In this case, there is no need to expect the empire to rescue him for the time being. He must leave by his own strength. Before leaving the city, he must first leave the community. Leaving the community is not easy either. He saw from upstairs that there are more than 20 zombies wandering in the yard of the community. Going out now is to die. The first thing he had to do was to collect some supplies in his unit. These supplies mainly consisted of food and money. Although he could eat a lot, he didn't need too much food by himself. After all, he didn't plan to live here for a long time. The main thing was money. He knew almost all the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Those with women in their families would have some jewelry, but not too much. The real large amounts of precious metals and gems were basically concentrated in silver shops or bank vaults. Standing upstairs and looking far away, they could basically be regarded as the slums of the city. There were no gold shops here at all. The nearest gold shop was also 17 or 18 kilometers away, all in the core area of the downtown area. It was unimaginable how many zombies there were in the downtown area of a city with a population of 170 million. At least Tang Zheng definitely didn't have the strength to reach there now. Even if there were a few banks nearby, they were all small savings offices or ATMs, and none of them offered gold purchase and exchange services. The big banks were all in the prime locations of the city, and like the gold shops, there were countless zombies around them. So these two places were places he couldn't reach for the time being. He could only think of ways around the community. First, let's deal with the zombies in the corridor, so that there is a safe environment for going up and down the stairs. At this time, there was no movement outside the door. Tang Zheng listened carefully, and felt that there were no zombies at the door. He gently pushed the door open again. The footsteps were still downstairs. Tang Zheng thought about it, dragged the body of the female zombie out of the room, and placed it in front of the stairs as an obstacle. Then he coughed. There was a roar from downstairs again, and two zombies came up. Standing on the stairwell, Tang Zheng held the gun with both hands and waited quietly. Two zombies appeared one after another. Tang Zheng held his breath and fired decisively at the male zombie. Bang! The dull gunshot was particularly loud in the corridor. The distance of 7 or 8 steps, even though Tang Zheng had not received any military training, still hit the zombie's jaw with one shot. One shot, the zombie's chin was pierced, and blood splattered. The zombie was pulled back by the inertia of the bullet, and fell in the corridor. But it didn't die, and it howled and climbed up again. No, my hands were a little shaky, and I didn't hit the brain with one shot, so I didn't kill it. Having killed a zombie once, Tang Zheng was no longer so scared. The second time, he closed one eye, aimed at the forehead of the male zombie, and fired again. Bang! A puff of green smoke came out, and the revolver turned. This shot just pierced the zombie's forehead. The scarlet light in the eyes of the male zombie who had just climbed up disappeared instantly, and he fell to the ground and died. The middle-aged female zombie behind it was blocked for a while, and its speed slowed down a bit. Tang Zheng took the initiative, and aimed and fired. At a distance of several meters, he hit it again. He aimed at the center of the eyebrows, but hit the eye socket, but the effect was the same, and the zombie was knocked down with one shot. My shooting skills are terrible. This is also because we are in such a short distance in the corridor. If it is more than 10 meters or 20 meters away, I'm afraid my accuracy will drop sharply. But bullets can be purchased. I should be able to improve it with more practice in the future. After killing 2 zombies, his ears were still buzzing. And as the gunshots rang, there were many sounds of residents slamming their doors in the corridor. Along with the slamming, there were also roars, which were the zombies roaring indoors. However, the zombies could not get out, and Tang Zheng did not care about their impotent rage. He first collected the middle-aged woman's rings and necklaces. The rings were 11 gold, the necklaces were 14 gold, and a total of 25 gold was obtained. There were 5 golds left before. Tang Zheng thought about it, and did not buy a saber, but bought a police door breaking hammer. Occasionally, there are such scenes in movies and TV dramas. That is, the police kick open the door with one foot to rescue hostages, but those are movies and TV dramas. It is not that simple to break a door. This door breaking hammer is like a small ancient siege hammer. With both hands holding the handle, the inertia generated by the powerful impact force can destroy the lock core of the security door and achieve the effect of opening the door. Tang Zheng's method is very simple. He will not touch the rooms where there are zombies howling. Those where there is no one and no movement are his targets. First of all, a couple in their 30s live opposite him. Now there is no movement at the opposite door. Probably the couple is not at home. When he came to the door, Tang Zheng muttered a few words. This behavior is not good, but now is the end of the world. Many things can't be too fussy. If you are still alive, gold and other things will be useless to you. I'm willing to give you material compensation. As he said, Tang Zheng swung the door breaking hammer weighing more than 40 kilograms and slammed it. With a bang, the security door shook, and the door lock was already damaged. Tang Zheng swung the door breaking hammer again, and hit it for the second time. It didn't open. The third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. With a click, the door lock fell off. Tang Zheng let out a long breath. This kind of collision that used all his strength was really tiring. When I collect 100 gold, I must buy a mobilized soldier. It's inconvenient for me to do anything alone. After opening the door, the room was indeed empty. Tang Zheng walked into the room and began to look for gold and silver jewelry. 15 minutes later, he got something. In a pocket of a piece of clothing in the closet, he found a gold bracelet and a gold necklace. The gold bracelet was 38 gold, and the necklace was 16 gold. A total of 54 gold was obtained, plus the previous 25 gold. Tang Zheng already had 79 gold in his hand. This harvest made Tang Zheng excited, and he was not far from the goal of 100 gold. But the next action was not so smooth. This unit building has no elevator, 7 floors, and a total of 14 households. Excluding Tang Zheng, there are 13 households, and there are only 7 households without zombies. This also includes the middle-aged woman's house upstairs and the young couple's house downstairs. In 5 households, Tang Zheng found jewelry 3 times, plus killing the middle-aged female zombie, and a total of 160 gold was obtained. Thanks to the diamond ring and gold bracelet he got in the last house, he exceeded 100. For the time being, I can only get this much. If I want to get jewelry, I have to open the doors of those houses with zombies. But I finally got 100 gold, and can finally buy a mobilized soldier. Sitting on the sofa of the last house, Tang Zheng opened the system page, and bought a mobilized soldier. Purchase successful. 1 minute later, the mobilized soldier will appear. The purchase of mobilized soldiers has a progress, and the 60-second countdown has begun. Tang Zheng has 60 funds left. Taking this opportunity, Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng. Meng Meng, will the mobilized soldiers listen to me completely? General, please rest assured. This system was created by you. All the soldiers and units are infinitely loyal to you. Your will is above everything else. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt relieved, and was full of infinite longing for the future. When the 60 seconds were up, the bedroom door of this family opened, and a young man walked out. Mobilize soldier Luo Fei, report to the general. This was a sturdy young man, who looked to be in his early 20s, nearly 1.8 meters tall, wearing a dark green vest and black trousers. He didn't look fat, but his muscles were bulging. He saluted Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at this young man who looked like a little leopard. His eyes lit up. He almost instinctively returned a military salute, and then said, "Tell me about your situation." General, although we mobilized soldiers cannot be considered formal soldiers, we have all received basic military training. We have trained in grappling, long distance running, and shooting. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, compared with ordinary people, we can probably beat 2 people at once. We are not proficient in shooting, but with continuous combat and shooting, our shooting skills will steadily improve. Tang Zheng asked again, what do you need? General, we mobilized soldiers only have combat skills. Our guns, equipment, etc. all need you to provide, and it is best for you to provide our food. Our appetite is proportional to combat effectiveness. The appetite of mobilized soldiers is roughly equivalent to that of 2 ordinary adult men. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly in his heart. He just thought that he couldn't eat much by himself, and now there is one more person who can eat. It seems that as the team expands in the future, the demand for food will also be a big problem. But the most important thing at the moment is to equip Luo Fei with weapons and equipment to form combat effectiveness immediately. There is another update today. Chapter 5, The Strength of the Mobilized Soldiers. After opening the system, Tang Zheng began to equip Luo Fei with weapons. First, he wanted to equip Luo Fei with a gun. Turning to Luo Fei, he asked, "Are you used to using a pistol or a rifle?" Report to the general, "I have always been using rifles in my military training." Tang Zheng nodded and looked at the system equipment. There was only one rifle, the Mosin 98K. This rifle is considered an antique, and its history can be traced back to 80 years ago. The obvious disadvantage is that it has a small amount of bullets, and can only be equipped with 5 bullets in the magazine. But this is also a groundbreaking product. The weapon performance is very superior, the shooting accuracy is guaranteed, and the effective range reaches 800 meters. The price is 50 gold, which is just affordable. Click to buy. Tang Zheng thought about giving it to Luo Fei, but he didn't expect the rifle to appear directly in Luo Fei's hand. This rifle comes with 5 bullets, and the bullets are already loaded at this moment. Tang Zheng looked up and down, and equipped Luo Fei with a set of camouflaged combat uniforms. A full set of camouflaged uniforms costs 3 gold, including clothes, pants, hats, leather boots, belts, and gloves. Click to buy, and these things will appear next to Luo Fei. Within a minute, he has put on the full set of equipment. There are still 7 gold in his hand. When Tang Zheng was considering buying all the rifle bullets, Luo Fei spoke. "General, I suggest that you equip me with a bayonet. In the military training I received, there is bayonet combat training. In this doomsday environment, many times it is required to try not to make too much noise. Sometimes, bayonets are more useful than guns." Tang Zheng nodded frequently when he heard this. In this Ganges River, 98K rifle bayonet, price 6 gold. This bayonet is about the same age as the 98K, and is a special bayonet. The surface of the knife is relatively rough, but it does not hinder its sharpness and practicality. The bayonet is made of carburized steel, with a blood groove at each end. The handle is made of wood, and the tail end is made of steel. There is also a retaining spring inside, which can be fixed on the rifle. When not hanging on the gun, it can also be put into a cowhide case and hung on the waist. Hearing Luo Fei's request, Tang Zheng immediately bought it. A black bayonet appeared in Luo Fei's hand. Luo Fei skillfully installed the bayonet, and the weapon in his hand completely became a killing weapon. After buying the bayonet, he only had 1 gold left, so Tang Zheng didn't keep it, and spent it all. He also equipped Luo Fei with 5 spare bullets. Use it first. When the funds are more, I will equip you with more bullets. Understood. Luo Fei quickly pressed the spare bullets into the spare magazine, and put it on his waist. In fact, Tang Zheng should also equip Luo Fei with a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet, but he really didn't have the money, so he could only do this for the time being. Luo Fei, what do you think we should do next? General, I'll go to the corridor to check. Tang Zheng nodded, and Luo Fei left the room. About 10 minutes later, Luo Fei came back. General, I've checked. When you were fighting and knocking on the door just now, the sound you made attracted about 15 zombies, who gathered at the door of the unit. I locked the door of the unit. We can't leave this unit building for the time being. I suggest that before noon tomorrow, all the rooms in this unit be opened, and funds be collected to try to buy another mobilized soldier. In this way, we can cooperate with each other, and hopefully slowly eliminate the zombies outside the unit building. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. All the empty rooms are opened, and the rest of the rooms have zombies. Then you have to temporarily wrong the general, and cooperate with me. One person is responsible for knocking on the door, and the other is responsible for vigilance. The moment the door is opened, you must cleanly kill the zombies that rush out, and then enter the house to collect funds. Then are you responsible for knocking on the door or vigilance? Tang Zheng asked. I can do either. I'll follow the general's arrangement. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment, and felt that he really couldn't do the vigilance job, so he could only choose to knock on the door. What a tragedy. I have subordinates, but I still have to knock on the door myself. Helplessly picking up the police door breaking hammer, Tang Zheng and Luo Fei came to the corridor. First, he listened carefully to the sounds in the remaining 7 rooms, and confirmed that there was only 1 zombie in 4 of them. So he started with these 4. When he arrived at the door of a house on the 2nd floor, Tang Zheng swung the door breaking hammer and hit it again and again. His skills were richer than before, and his strength was more thorough, but Tang Zheng was a little tired. This time, he knocked the door open 6 times. General, retreat. The moment the door was broken, Luo Fei rushed forward. An old man zombie rushed out of the room. Luo Fei was not panicked at all. He kicked out with a flying kick and hit the chest, making the old man zombie retreat a step. Then Luo Fei took a bow step with a gun and stabbed. The bayonet with a cold glow suddenly pierced the zombie's eye socket. Killed with 1 shot. The old man zombie fell softly, and Tang Zheng, who was taking out a revolver and ready to shoot, was stunned. Is it so fierce? There is no need to shoot, and the dangerous zombie was killed with 1 shot. Seeing Tang Zheng's stunned expression, Luo Fei explained, General, the scary thing about zombies is the virus they carry. Apart from the virus, the zombies' reaction and speed are not as good as those of normal people. As long as you overcome your fear, they are not very difficult to deal with. Tang Zheng asked, then you won't be afraid? We were created by the general. The general's safety is our only mission. We are not afraid of anything. Hearing the robot-like answer from his subordinates, Tang Zheng felt a little bit floating. Am I so important? I have to say, this feeling is really great. With this feeling of support, Tang Zheng didn't feel tired, even if he found nothing in this room. The next time he knocked on the door, he performed exceptionally well, and opened the security door in 4 attempts. Luo Fei successfully solved the only otaku zombie in the room, and still didn't shoot. But this room still had nothing. In fact, this is a normal phenomenon. There are almost no rich people living in such low rent housing areas. Tang Zheng was lucky to meet 2 new lights. Fortunately, when he arrived at the 3rd household, Tang Zheng's luck was not bad, and he collected 28 gold. In this apartment building, there was only 1 family with only 1 zombie. But at this time, the sky had gradually darkened. The frequent banging sounds in the apartment building had attracted more than 20 zombies. Those zombies kept banging on the apartment door. Even if the apartment door was relatively strong, it seemed to be unable to withstand it. We can't go on. The vision is not clear at night. Once the apartment door is opened and the zombies enter the corridor, the next action can't be carried out. We must wait until the zombies in front of the door disperse before we can continue. It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow. At this moment, Tang Zheng was also tired and hungry. After banging on more than 10 security doors in a row, his arms could not be lifted. He took Luo Fei back to his rental house, locked the door, and prepared to cook. There were still some vegetables and rice at home. Tang Zheng made a braised pork, a stir-fried cabbage, and steamed a pot of rice. He was starving. He ate 7 bowls of rice in a row before he recovered a little. I didn't expect that Luo Fei, who didn't do much hard work, actually ate 6 bowls. Luo Fei put down his chopsticks and looked at Tang Zheng, who had another bowl, with admiration on his face. I don't know about other types of soldiers, but all of us mobilized soldiers can eat. I didn't expect the general's appetite to be even more amazing. Tang Zheng's chopsticks paused slightly. He should be praising me, right? Well, it's not a bit like praising. After spending most of the day with Luo Fei, Tang Zheng confirmed one thing. This mobilized soldier has good combat effectiveness, but except for fighting, he is really useless in other aspects. He is not very good at speaking. I hope this is an exception. At night, Tang Zheng lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. Outside, Luo Fei took a 4-hour rest while Tang Zheng was still awake. He told Tang Zheng that their energy is also more vigorous than ordinary people, and sleeping for 4 hours can guarantee basic sleep. After Luo Fei woke up, he stood in front of Tang Zheng's bedroom door with a gun like a sentry, standing guard for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng persuaded him not to rest, so Tang Zheng stopped persuading him. Lying in bed, listening to the occasional howling of zombies outside the window. From time to time, there were also human screams. Someone was killed again. The bright neon lights of the past are no longer on. There are only a few lights in the city, flickering like ghost lights. The thick smoke in the air has not dissipated yet, and fires are still burning in many places. The network can still be used, but the messages for help have obviously become less. The imperial authorities have not issued any rescue messages. Sanjiang City was originally governed by an imperial duke, but the news at noon today said that the duke was also dead. This is a world that makes people despair. At least there is no hope for the moment. However, Tang Zheng has considerable expectations for the future in his heart. The acquisition of the system has given him hope for survival, and saving his family is no longer an unattainable dream. What next? What should he do? Tang Zheng thought about it and fell asleep. Yesterday, everyone's recommendation votes were very powerful, from the top 50 in the science fiction category to the top 20. Please continue to vote, and push it higher. Chapter 6 Team Expansion. The next morning, Tang Zheng woke up and started cooking again. He was used to eating alone, but now he had to cook for 2 people, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The pot was a little small, and the taste was not as good as before. When there are more people in the future, I really need some people to cook. I remember I entered the data of the cooks. I wonder when I can unlock the cooks. After a quick breakfast with Luo Fei, a new day of work began. When he got up in the morning, Tang Zheng remembered something. On the first floor of this apartment building, there is a landlord's family. Although this is a slum, the landlord's family is very rich. Most of the houses in this apartment building belong to one family, and they are the Navo rich who were demolished. This landlord's family is also stingy. Even if they have money, they will not move out. They live here all year round, collecting rent and taking care of their house. The landlady wears gold and silver every day, and it can be said that she is carrying a lot of money. It's just that there are more people in the landlady's family. Usually there are 3 or 4 people. But compared to the nearly 30 zombies outside the apartment building, this one is relatively easy to deal with. Now that we have cleared out the family with only 1 zombie, the landlord's family is the key target. Tang Zheng and Luo Fei came to the corner from the first floor to the second floor. Tang Zheng looked down and saw that the zombies below had dispersed in the yard. But we can't go out now. If there is any movement, these zombies will come back immediately. After going down to the first floor, he looked inside through the landlord's cat's eye and saw 3 zombies in the living room. The landlord and his wife, and an old lady zombie. What should we do here? General, after you break the door, you immediately run upstairs. I will cover you and use the height of the stairs to kill these zombies. Okay. With yesterday's experience, the two people's cooperation is very tacit. Tang Zheng swung the door-breaking hammer and started to knock on the door. After eating a full meal in the morning, the door lock was knocked down after 3 consecutive knocks. The moment the door opened, Tang Zheng ran away. Luo Fei followed closely behind Tang Zheng and also retreated to the second floor. The security door was knocked open and the first zombie rushed out. This time Luo Fei did not use a bayonet, but fired decisively. Bang! The landlord zombie was knocked down by 1 shot. The old lady zombie followed, and Luo Fei fired the second shot. The 98K was fully powerful at this moment. The second shot was fired, and the bullet penetrated the head, hitting the zombie like 1,000 peach blossoms, and the head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Then the landlord's zombie rushed out. Luo Fei stood still and fired the third shot. 3 shots, all 3 zombies were killed. After killing 3 zombies in a row, Tang Zheng felt that Luo Fei seemed to be a little different. Report to the general, I've been upgraded. Oh, upgraded? Yes, I have killed 10 zombies cumulatively, and now I'm a 1-star mobilization soldier. Is there any difference between strengthening to 1 star and before? There is a big difference. First of all, the physical fitness of strengthening to 1 star has been enhanced. Before, I could fight 2 ordinary people with bare hands, but now I can fight 3. The shooting accuracy has also been improved, and I have reached the excellent level of the reserve. If I can be upgraded to 2 stars, I will have the level of a normal field army. Tang Zheng was very satisfied. The strength of his subordinates was equal to his strength. His strength has been improved again. Anything else? There is another very important situation. That is, I can receive a free supply package every day. Free supplies? What are they? The free supplies include a box of compressed biscuits, a box of canned beef, a pot of warm water, and 10 training bullets. But the commander must first provide me with a military backpack, a sleeping bag, and a military water bottle. These are essential equipment for every soldier. Tang Zheng knew that this 3-piece set had been refreshed and sold for 3 gold. He now had 28 gold, so he immediately bought a set for Luo Fei. Luo Fei carried a backpack with a sleeping bag and a water bottle, and immediately there was an extra box of compressed biscuits, a box of canned beef, and 10 training bullets. These foods could supply Luo Fei with 1 meal, and Tang Zheng only needed to provide Luo Fei with 2 meals a day in the future. The 10 training bullets were said to be used for training, but they were actually live ammunition, which was equivalent to saving Tang Zheng 2 gold a day. And according to Luo Fei, if he upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, he could receive 2 rations a day, and the training bullets would also increase to 20 rounds. Tang Zheng did not set these in the system folder, and they should be automatically added when the system was updated. This made Tang Zheng look forward to it. When the system was updated, he didn't know what surprises were waiting for him. After solving the problem of the landlady's family, Tang Zheng could collect supplies again. After entering the landlady's house, Tang Zheng soon had a harvest. First, the landlady had a gold watch on her body, which was exchanged for 55 gold. A diamond ring, a jade bracelet, a pair of gold earrings, and a gold necklace were found on the landlady. The 4 items were exchanged for 198 gold in total, of which the jade bracelet was exchanged for 102 gold. What surprised Tang Zheng was that the old lady zombie also had a lot of goods. 1 gold bracelet was exchanged for 60 gold, and 2 old-fashioned gold rings were also exchanged for 34 gold. More than 20 silver dollars were found in the old lady's room. These pure silver dollars weighed about 27 grams each, which is 2.7 gold. There were 22 in total, and the total amount was 60 gold. Tang Zheng got 331 gold just from the landlady's family. It's Rick. The funds of all other residents in this building are probably not as much as this. With the money, Tang Zheng started to spend immediately. First, buy 2 more mobilized soldiers. After spending 200 funds, Tang Zheng immediately bought equipment. Tang Zheng had calculated that according to the current consumption, the equipment of a mobilized soldier includes a rifle, a bayonet, a set of clothes, and a backpack. These things totaled 62 gold. That is, one infantryman needs 62 gold. This does not include the cost of bulletproof vests and helmets. If these two items are added, an additional 23 gold will be required. However, Tang Zheng did not buy bulletproof vests and helmets for the time being. He had to increase the number of people first. If the three men cooperated with each other, they should be able to deal with the zombies in the yard. There were more than 20 zombies in the yard. If they were all killed, they would get some funds. Then they would fully arm the soldiers. The 2 minutes were up soon, and 2 new soldiers came out of the bedroom of the landlord's house. Mobilized soldier Wang Yu, report to the general. Mobilized soldier Li Ji, report to the general. Unlike Liu Fei, when he just came out, because Tang Zheng had bought equipment for them, these two people came out fully armed, holding rifles, with marching backpacks on their backs, but without spare bullets and food. The two men saluted Tang Zheng in unison, and Tang Zheng returned the salute. Although they were soldiers purchased by the system, they were also living people. Tang Zheng did not treat them as tools, but as subordinates and partners. You two, cooperate with Liu Fei and clear out the zombies in this apartment building first. Understood. Liu Fei took the door-breaking hammer from Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng felt relieved immediately. It was not easy, and he finally got rid of this big hammer. The two recruits met Liu Fei, who was a 1-star enhancement, and his level was higher than Th's, and he immediately made arrangements. When killing zombies, try to let you two upgrade to a 1-star enhancement first, so that you will have spare bullets, and then we will clean out the zombies in the yard together, and make this community a safe area. Understand? Understood. Action. The three of them went out with guns, and started the door breaking and clearing operation. This time, Tang Zheng became a hands-off boss, holding a Colt duelist revolver, following behind to see if there was a chance to pick up the leaks and kill the zombies. Although he had subordinates, he also wanted to practice his shooting skills more. But it was obvious that he miscalculated. The three mobilized soldiers cooperated to deal with the zombies in the apartment building, which was simply a crushing blow. Liu Fei broke the door, and the two recruits used bayonets. The zombies rushed out, and there was no need to shoot. The two blocked the door, stabbed back and forth with bayonets, and easily knocked the zombies to the ground. Of course, this was also related to the narrow door and the small number of zombies, but it also showed the strength of the mobilized soldiers. If ordinary people wanted to train to this level, they would not have to think about it without half a month of life-threatening experience. In 50 minutes, the apartment building had been cleared out. However, the material harvest this time was very small, and Tang Zheng only got 91 gold. He spent 69 gold to buy 3 bulletproof vests and 3 bulletproof helmets, and equipped the 3 mobilized soldiers. Today's 3 mobilized soldiers have changed a lot, and they look like 3 very tough army soldiers. After being armed, Tang Zheng also had considerable confidence. Next, there is another tough battle to fight, that is, to deal with the more than 20 zombies in the yard. Chapter 7 Survivors Found. After cleaning up the apartment building, Tang Zheng and his men came to the window on the second floor of the corridor. Looking down from here, the zombies below have crowded to the door of the apartment, constantly roaring and howling, trying to rush into the corridor. The roar of a group of zombies is still very loud. There are even zombies wandering here outside the yard, attracted to the yard, and joined this group. There were more than 20 zombies yesterday, but now there are almost 30. General, we should act as soon as possible to clear out the zombies here, otherwise there will be more and more zombies and we won't be able to get out of the apartment building. What's your plan? Liu Fei said. General, the zombies are crowded here now. Going out rashly will only lead to death. We need to lead some of the zombies here away. Then he said to Wang Yu and Li Ji, you two get ready at the apartment building. I'll go around from the top floor and make some noise to attract the zombies' attention. When the zombies go away, you two go out and kill the zombies with bayonets. Make a quick decision. Don't fight and don't shoot. Do you understand? Understood. The two recruits said that they understood, and Liu Fei left. Soon, Tang Zheng knew Liu Fei's plan. He climbed up to the top floor along the drain pipe from the corridor outside the 7th floor. The process was quite thrilling. Thanks to Luo Fei's upgrade to the enhanced 1-star, his arm strength was strong enough to prevent him from falling. This also made Tang Zheng realize that mobilized soldiers were not special forces after all, and they were not proficient in some special skills. Fortunately, Luo Fei climbed to the top floor without any danger. After reaching the top floor, Luo Fei ran a few steps to another unit, and then began to throw tiles from the roof at the zombies below. This old-style residential building has asbestos tiles on it, which are already rotten. They were thrown directly after being removed. Some of the tiles fell to the ground and shattered, while others hit the zombies. This kind of attack was not painful for the zombies, but it really attracted their attention. "Hey, come here, you beasts," Luo Fei shouted on the roof. The zombies looked up and saw Luo Fei and immediately roared. They only had the instinct to eat and no intelligence. They were immediately attracted by Luo Fei and began to stagger towards Luo Fei. Luo Fei kept making noise over there, and gradually, there were no zombies at the unit door. Now, Wang Yu and Li Ji opened the unit door. The two rushed out like little leopards and quickly caught up with the two lagging zombies. Before the zombies turned around, the two attacked with bayonets. Puff. 2 zombies were killed on the spot. After killing 2 zombies, the 2 men did not stop at all. They accelerated and caught up with the 2 zombies again and attacked again. 2 more zombies were killed. After killing 4 zombies in a row, they finally attracted the attention of the zombies. But their speed was still too slow for Wang Yu and the others. In such a short time, 2 more zombies were killed. After killing 6 zombies in a row, the 2 men returned immediately. They quickly returned to the corridor door, locked the door and hid. Although the zombies came back, they could only roar at the door and could not enter the corridor. After losing the trace of Wang Yu and the others, Luo Fei was still trying to attract the attention of the zombies, but they did not turn back. This group of zombies actually began to devour the bodies of their companions on the spot. After a horrible scene, the bodies of the 6 zombies were eaten up by the zombies. Standing on the 2nd floor, Tang Zheng even saw a gold ring being swallowed by the zombies. Damn it, these guys even ate the corpses of their companions, and ate my funds. Thinking in his mind, he instructed Wang Yu and the others. Next, try to kill the male zombies first, and leave those with jewelry behind, to prevent those jewelry from being eaten. Okay, General, I will complete the task. After eating the corpses of their companions, the zombies' attention was attracted by Luo Fei again. They began to move towards Luo Fei. He didn't know if it was Tang Zheng's illusion, but he always felt that the pace of 2 zombies was a little faster. Luo Fei continued to attract the attention of the zombies, and Wang Yu and the others rushed out again. This time, they picked the male zombies, killed 5 zombies in total, and then retreated. The remaining zombies staged the eating scene again, devouring the corpses of the 5 zombies. When Luo Fei attracted the attention of the zombies again, Tang Zheng felt that one of the 2 zombies that had just been a little faster was walking at a speed similar to that of a normal person. No, this zombie ate the most during this process. After 2 feedings, it seems that its ability has been strengthened. Although it is not a big deal, if it walks like a normal person, this is a bad sign. Tang Zheng was secretly alert and worried about the future. If zombies can evolve, it will definitely not be a good thing for human survivors. However, the current situation should be rare. Under normal circumstances, 11 zombies will not die in succession and let their companions eat. After the 2nd feeding of the zombies, Luo Fei and the other 2 started the 3rd round of cleaning. This time, 4 zombies were cleaned up without firing a gun. Half of the zombies downstairs had been killed. After this time, Wang Yu and Li Ji were both upgraded to the enhanced 1-star. Each of them had an extra portion of food and 10 rounds of training bullets. With the upgrade of the 2, the strength of Tang Zheng's team was once again improved. Seeing that it was already noon, Tang Zheng asked Luo Fei to come back. It was time for lunch. Tang Zheng cooked 2 pots of noodles and the 4 of them had a meal. This time Tang Zheng performed poorly and did not eat as much as the mobilized soldiers. The mobilized soldiers were not picky eaters, but Tang Zheng was. He missed all kinds of snacks and was a little sick of noodles. After dinner, the mobilized soldiers continued to clean up the zombies at the door. There were still more than a dozen zombies at the door. Most of them were female zombies. Tang Zheng stood at the window on the second floor and watched. For some reason, he felt that the female zombies looked pretty now. Especially those wearing jewelry. They looked cute. I may have a little psychological problem. Tang Zheng rubbed his eyes. Now Wang Yu was responsible for attracting zombies, Luo Fei was mainly responsible for killing them, and Li Ji was responsible for restraining them. Luo Fei wanted to upgrade to the second star as soon as possible. The upgrade required killing 50 zombies, and the task was still quite arduous. There was no suspense in the battle downstairs. The zombies without wisdom could slowly eliminate 3 fully armed soldiers even without shooting. But just as Tang Zheng was watching, he suddenly saw that someone opened the window on the second floor of another street-facing shop opposite the community. Hey, soldiers, there are survivors here. Are you from the Royal Army? Or the Noble Guards? Come over here to save people. Lord Zhao Bakshan's father is here. Looking at the opposite side, Tang Zheng frowned slightly. There is a group of survivors on the opposite side. Tang Zheng originally planned to find a few survivors to help him cook, but the few people at the moment didn't seem to be suitable. The empire pursues the aristocratic system, and the lord is barely considered a member of the nobility. However, the lord does not have any actual rights. It needs to be recommended by a formal noble, and then it can be bought with huge amounts of money. Many wealthy people would rather spend a lot of money to buy a lord's title in order to show that they are different from others. Therefore, the quality of the lord is also mixed. In the past, many of those who made trouble on the hot search were lords or their relatives. Hearing the person on the opposite side calling for help with a condescending tone, Tang Zheng instinctively disliked it. He let several soldiers continue to fight the zombies, and he pretended not to see it. Seeing that Tang Zheng had no reaction, a grey-haired old man over there couldn't help but curse a few words. But their shouting would only attract zombies, so after cursing a few words, he dared not speak and could only draw the curtains of the window in a sullen manner. During this time, Luo Fei and the other 2 finally cleared all the zombies. But when they were clearing the last zombie, there was a little accident. The female zombie who had moved faster before pounced fiercely at the last moment and was pierced through the brain by Wang Yu and actually scratched Wang Yu's hand. Tang Zheng immediately went downstairs and checked Wang Yu's injuries. It was just a superficial injury, but the wound had begun to turn black, which was a sign of infection with the zombie virus. Collect funds immediately, and with the funds, you can exchange for antiviral serum. Several mobilized soldiers immediately started to act and collected all the jewelry on the zombie bodies. There were more than a dozen female zombies here, and they all had some jewelry. After collecting them all, Tang Zheng exchanged them for 341 gold. Tang Zheng immediately opened the system and spent 50 gold to buy an antiviral serum. It was a light blue medicine in a glass bottle with a disposable syringe. Wang Yu took the serum and injected it on his arm. With the injection of the serum, Wang Yu's wound returned to normal, no longer black, but still bleeding. It seems that I still need some medicine, at least some gauze, iodine and so on. I should reserve some. Just when Tang Zheng was thinking about this problem, Meng Meng's reminder sounded suddenly. General, please pay attention. There is a supply box. You can purchase the primary radar field of view to check the location of the supply box. I'm holding a knife to my neck. Please recommend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Fierce. After clearing the zombies in the yard, Tang Zheng got 341 gold. He had 28 gold in stock before. After buying the antiviral serum, he still had 319 gold. Tang Zheng originally planned to buy 2 more soldiers, but he stopped buying after hearing Meng Meng's reminder. Meng Meng, what did you say? Supply box? Yes, General. In order to help the General grow better, the system has added a supply box function. When it is upgraded, the items in the supply box also appear randomly. The principle is that the weapons and equipment within the middle level are not more than one level. Tang Zheng thought this was a good thing and asked hurriedly, is there a time limit? Yes, if a supply box cannot be obtained within 24 hours, it will automatically disappear. Knowing the situation of the supply box, Tang Zheng immediately changed his mind and stopped buying soldiers. Instead, he spent 300 gold to buy the primary radar field of view. Purchase completed. You have obtained the radar field of view within a radius of 50 meters. Please check on the system page. Tang Zheng turned on the radar and found that the screen had changed. His portrait was shrunk and squeezed into a corner. What replaced his portrait was a picture similar to high altitude surveillance. The radius is 50 meters, which is a circle within a range of 100 meters. Within this range, all streets, buildings, vehicles, etc. are displayed on the screen. These are all basic, and the key point is that there are many more light spots on the screen. Red, green, orange, black, etc. What do these light spots mean? General red light spots represent danger, that is, zombies. The redder, the more dangerous. There is also a mutant beast that is also red, which represents danger. Green light spots represent survivors, and orange light spots are our units, and black light spots are you. Tang Zheng looked carefully and saw 3 orange light spots surrounding a black light spot. Why am I black? Tang Zheng complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. The most in the picture are red light spots, but within the range of 30 meters around them, there are only red light spots in other unit buildings, and there are no more in the courtyard of the community 30 meters away. On the street outside the building, there are many red light spots. There are also many green light spots. There are 5 or 6 light spots in this building, but these people did not appear. They should be hiding at home and observing secretly. Tang Zheng followed the radar's instructions and looked at the location of the green light spot. Sure enough, there were figures flashing in some windows. It was estimated that they were still afraid of them. Tang Zheng looked at the location of those people who had just asked for help. It was a restaurant. He found that there were more than a dozen green light spots there. Where is the supply box you mentioned? General, please observe carefully. The supply box is a white light spot. It is located at the location of the restaurant. Tang Zheng checked the restaurant again. Sure enough, there was a not very conspicuous white light spot inside the restaurant. It was just unclear whether it was on the first or second floor. The radar screen is 3-dimensional. General, you can control it with your mind and adjust the angle. Tang Zheng immediately made the radar screen 3-dimensional. This time, he quickly saw the specific location of the supply box. It was in a corner of the second floor, in the middle of a pile of debris. Will this supply box not be discovered and taken away by others? No, the supply box is a system item. Only our personnel can open it. Others will instinctively ignore it when they see it. Tang Zheng nodded and felt relieved. Since that was the case, there was no need to worry for the time being. However, if you want to go to that restaurant, you have to leave the community and enter the street. The streets are now blocked by abandoned traffic, especially the person on the second floor of the hotel just now calling him, which attracted a group of zombies to the door of the hotel. There are nearly 100 of them. So if you want to enter the hotel, fighting on the street is essential. In this case, it is impossible to enter the hotel without shooting, so this task is not easy. There is no way. No matter what, we must deal with the group of zombies at the door of the hotel. I hope to complete this task within 24 hours and get supplies. Looking at the 3 soldiers around him, Tang Zheng felt that the number was still a little small. At least 5 or 6 people can try to cross the street. Start now. Continue to clean up the other 2 units of this building and collect more than 300 gold as soon as possible. A mobilized soldier equipped with a rifle, bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet and other equipment requires 185 gold. Even if you don't equip bulletproof vests and helmets for the time being, you need to buy 2 soldiers. It will cost nearly 300 gold. Tang Zheng also needs to keep some funds for backup. If nothing else, the money for buying antiviral serum must be set aside. Luo Fei and the other 2 accepted the order and continued to clean up the other 2 units. This time, with the cooperation of radar, the situation in each room can be clearly seen. Those rooms without zombies are the key targets, and the search for funds can be completed quickly. They chose not to enter the rooms with survivors, since those people were hiding in the room and did not come out. Tang Zheng did not want to cause trouble for himself. After all, his current situation was not suitable for taking the survivors with him. Apart from other things, there was no good way to explain the frequent extra soldiers. Tang Zheng followed the 3 mobilized soldiers to help find funds and exchange them immediately after finding them. The actions of several people did not avoid people. In this building area, many eyes were quietly looking at them. Chunksy Hotel, 2nd floor. An old man with grey hair, about 60 years old, sat on a chair in a single room, cursing constantly. The old man was dressed unusually. He was still wearing luxury brands at his age. His hair was waxed, and he had a Rolex gold watch on his hand, which was dazzling. These soldiers dared to ignore me. Don't let me know whose guards they are, or I will find their masters and take them out and shoot them. Next to the old man sat a chef with a face full of flesh. He was about 1.80 meters tall and weighed more than 220 kilograms. He had a beard and a chef's hat on his head. He was holding a boning knife in his hand. Hearing the old man scolding, the chef spoke. "Mr. Zhao, don't bother with those soldiers. I just looked carefully. There is a leader among them. The badge on his chest is white. He is a squad leader. This should be a combat squad that got separated from the main force. There are only 4 people left. These low-level soldiers probably don't know the name of your son, Lord Zhao Baksheng, otherwise they would not dare to watch you die." Humph. I'm afraid it's not that they don't know, but they know and deliberately don't come. There are too many deaths in this world. They may think Baksheng is dead, so they don't take an old man like me seriously. The fat chef chuckled and said, "They are wrong. I guess these soldiers don't know that Lord Zhao Baksheng is still alive and in Baron Song Yinghao's mansion. It's just that the transportation is inconvenient now and they can't come at all. If they knew this, they would definitely come to rescue you." Old man Zhao snorted coldly. "I hope they will know what's good for them and come to save me now. When Baksheng comes, I can give them wealth and honor. You know, too many nobles died this time. There are not many lords like Baksheng. Baksheng will definitely become a formal noble in the future. If they come too late, they will be of no value." As he said, the old man looked at the fat chef. "You are a good kid. When Baksheng becomes a formal noble in the future, I will talk to him and get you a lord status." When the fat chef heard this, he smiled and his facial features were squeezed together. "Mr. Zhao, then I'm waiting to take advantage of you. You must be hungry. My mutton will be stewed soon. Please try my cooking." As he said, he turned and looked at the 2 apprentices behind him. "Go, bring the mutton to Mr. Zhao, and bring a bottle of Sanliangai. Mr. Zhao and I will have a drink." The 2 apprentices were about to leave, but he suddenly stopped them. "Wait, let the female clerk in the next room come over and drink with Mr. Zhao." The 2 apprentices looked embarrassed. "Master, the female clerk has a boyfriend. That guy is very arrogant. He refused to let his girlfriend come over to chat with him before. He said that, if we do anything wrong, he will sue us in court when rescue arrives. It seems that he also knows a lord. I'm afraid he won't give us this face." The fat chef suddenly showed a fierce look. "You are rebelling against him. Don't you see what time it is? It's the end of the world. Do you know the end of the world? Most people are finished. The emperor of the empire is dead, and the Grand Duke of Sanjiang City is also dead. There has been no rescue until now. The Lord he knows is probably dead too. Here, what I say is the truth. He has to listen to it, whether he wants to or not." As he said, he came to the back window and whistled. Quack. A black shadow suddenly jumped out from the backyard of the restaurant on the 1st floor. It was a huge mastiff. The body length is more than 1.5 meters, with fluffy black hair, a long tongue sticking out, a mouth full of fangs, and saliva constantly falling. The mastiff jumped onto a man high iron boron, and then jumped again, and actually jumped onto the 2nd floor. Guagua, good job. The fat chef touched the head of the fierce dog, and then turned around. "These survivors are just customers. When the crisis broke out, they hid here, eating and drinking my food. When I asked them to do something, they refused and talked to me about laws and human rights. I have long disliked them. Today, I will let these people know that in the end times, Whoever has the bigger fist is the law. With my guagua here, let alone those customers, even if those soldiers come, I'm not afraid. Mr. Zhao, please sit down first. I'm going to deal with these disobedient people now. If anyone is still stubborn, then sorry, I will let guagua taste the taste of human flesh again. After saying that, the fat chef took the huge mastiff and 2 apprentices, holding a boning knife, and turned away. Even old man Zhao shuddered. It was obvious that after several days of no rescue, this doomsday environment had already aroused the ferocity in some people's hearts. This fat chef and that abnormal giant mastiff were now in extreme danger. Chapter 9 Walking out of the community. Just as old man Zhao guessed, the fat chef was indeed very confident. His confidence came not only from his strong physique and the boning knife in his hand, but more from the mastiff he raised. The fat chef's surname was Ma, and he almost forgot his name. Others called him Ma Leo-san, the owner and chef of Chunxi Hotel. When the apocalypse broke out, it was noon, and there were many people eating at his Chunxi Hotel, as many as 40 or 50 people. Ma Leo-san was not infected in the first wave. When the crisis broke out, he took 2 surviving apprentices and several survivors to retreat to the 2nd floor. Then he kept dealing with the zombies on the narrow stairs and could hold on for a short time. But that was also temporary. If it went on for a long time, all of them would be dead. But at this moment, a miracle happened. The mastiff he raised with leftovers in the backyard suddenly rushed in. This mastiff was obviously 2 circles bigger than before and became extremely ferocious. It came in from the 2nd floor window and bit more than a dozen zombies to death in a short time. With a bite and a twist of its bloody mouth, the zombie's neck can be broken. At first, Ma Leo-san was afraid, but when he tried to call the mastiff's name, the mastiff still came over with its tail wagging. Ma Leo-san confirmed one thing, that his mastiff had also undergone an unknown mutation, and was much stronger than before. After that, he relied on the power of this mastiff, and killed more than 30 zombies in the hotel several times. Ma Leo-san took this opportunity to block the door of the hotel and survived in the hotel with the customers and several other survivors who ran in. Among them was an old man whom Ma Leo-san knew. A celebrity emerged in this slum area, Lord Zhao Bakshan. Zhao Bakshan was originally a gangster and later worked for Baron Song Yinghao, who was engaged in real estate development here, doing some shady jobs such as fighting, killing, and forced demolition. Later, Baron Song Yinghao became rich, and Zhao Bakshan did a lot for him. He did not treat Zhao Bakshan badly, and spent money to donate a lord status to Zhao Bakshan. Old Zhao's son became a quasi-noble, and the old man started to shake up. He went to restaurants to drink every day, and liked to tease young women at an old age. He was a typical example of disrespect for the elderly. When the crisis broke out, old Zhao was also in the hotel, and he called his son Zhao Bakshan. What he didn't expect was that Zhao Bakshan was still alive and was currently in Baron Song Yinghao's villa, but the situation was too dangerous and he couldn't take care of old Zhao for the time being. Zhao Bakshan asked old Zhao to stay in the hotel and wait for him to stabilize and then come to rescue old Zhao. The content of this call was heard by Ma Leo-san. Old Zhao also used the tiger skin as a banner and promised Ma Leo-san a lot of benefits. Ma Leo-san was greedy, thinking about the good things in the future, so he was doubly respectful to old Zhao. In the first few days, Ma Leo-san was still well behaved, because the end of the world had just begun, and everyone was looking forward to rescue. If he did something bad at this time, he might be punished in the future. But now 5 days have passed, and there is no sign of rescuers. There are also frequent reports of the death of the Emperor and the Duke, and people in the hotel are in a panic. Ma Leo-san's behavior has become more and more outrageous. Although he is still respectful to old man Zhao, he no longer treats other people as human beings. On the 3rd and 4th days, a disobedient worker was quietly dealt with by Ma Leo-san. In the middle of the night, he was dragged out, killed with a knife, and fed to his mastiff. Some survivors knew about this, but they didn't dare to speak out because of the power of the mastiff. Ma Leo-san killed someone for the first time, and he was also uneasy. He wanted to keep calm for a few days, but after seeing Tang Zheng and others today, he was scared. He didn't expect that there were really troops there, and judging from the appearance of those soldiers, they seemed to be regular troops. If it was a regular army, they would not even give face to the nobles. If he killed someone, and was reported by the survivors, he might be shot. So he planned to make trouble today. He must first eliminate the unstable factors among the survivors, and then completely control these people. At least when those soldiers come over, these people should not cause trouble for him. If those soldiers really want to make trouble for him, with the help of these people and his mastiff Guagua, he might be able to kill those soldiers. It seems that there is no hope in this world. If he gets a gun, he might have great luck waiting for him. The door-breaking operation of Luofei and his 3 people lasted for a whole day. Although they did not find a wealthy family like the landlord's family, they still gained something. By the evening, Tang Zheng had 350 funds in his hands. Many of the zombies they killed in the yard were actually residents in the building, so there were not many people indoors, and the gains were not much. Tang Zheng thought about the money, and bought another mobilized soldier. The price of mobilized soldier plus a full set of equipment reached 185, so he still had 165 money left. He wanted to keep some for backup, and if he got more tomorrow, he would continue to buy. It was getting late now, and it was too dangerous to cross the road. He decided to try to cross the road again after dawn tomorrow. When he went to bed last night, there was only one mobilized soldier Luofei by his side, but today there were 4. The 4 soldiers worked into shifts, taking turns to protect him while he slept and rested. This gave Tang Zheng the illusion that, if he fought with the giant panda might be caught and sentenced. The 6th day of the apocalypse. Tang Zheng's team came downstairs again. Walking in the yard, Tang Zheng carefully checked the vehicles parked in the yard. In the city, most vehicles do not have garages, and are parked in the open air. The condition of these open-air parked vehicles is miserable at this time. Tang Zheng came to the front of a Hanyu domestic car, and pulled hard, and the door actually fell off. The body of the car was already rusty, and corroded beyond recognition. Opening the hood, the situation inside was the same, and the engine was rusted. Tang Zheng has a driver's license. He sat in the cab, and tried to start the car, but found that the car could not start. He got off the domestic car, and came to the front of a foreign car, and the result was the same. He found a toolbox, and found that the pliers and wrenches inside also showed signs of rust. It was just that the toolbox protected them, and the corrosion was not that serious. Only then did he understand what Meng Meng said about how serious the acid rain corrosion was. This wave of acid rain not only brought viruses, but also destroyed the achievements of human civilization for hundreds of years. If even guns are corroded, what can the living people use to resist zombies? After seeing the miserable situation in the yard, Tang Zheng decided to leave the community. Today is the 6th day. He must hurry up to improve his strength, and then leave Sanjiang City and go home. There are still tens of thousands of kilometers from here to his hometown. This section of the road is definitely not easy to walk. Time is running out, and he has to act faster. After turning on the system screen, the situation within a range of 50 meters was all captured, and several people came to the gate of the community. Opposite the gate of the community, more than 30 meters away, is the entrance of Chunxi Hotel. Luofei walked in front of the team, looked for a while, and then said, "The road is blocked by traffic, and there are many zombies wandering nearby. We can't go around, so we can only take a strong attack." "Okay, check the bullets." Tang Zheng now has 3 enhanced 1-star soldiers, and 1 no-star soldier. The 1-star soldiers each have 15 bullets. The training bullets are issued at 12 noon every day. The no-star soldiers only have 5 bullets, but Tang Zheng has increased the number of bullets for each of them to 50. Since you have decided to attack by force, don't be stingy with ammunition. I still have more than 100 golds here, which can buy nearly 1000 bullets. As long as your shooting skills are not too bad, you should be able to eliminate all the zombies here. Don't worry, we will definitely take it down. Luofei waved his hand, and the remaining 3 soldiers followed. New soldier Yang Mu, you are responsible for the front. Kill 10 zombies as soon as possible to level up. I will cover you. Wang Yu and Li Ji, you are responsible for the left and right directions. Understood. After arranging the tasks, Luo Fei looked back at Tang Zheng. General, you are the rear guard. If the situation is not right, you run back immediately. Tang Zheng, who was checking the bullets of his revolver, heard it and rubbed his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He felt that his fighting ability was also quite strong, so why was he always despised by his subordinates? After Luo Fei and others finished their careful instructions, they immediately started to act. Luo Fei raised the 98K in his hand and shot at a zombie not far away. Bang! The fierce gunshots echoed between the building areas. The zombie was killed on the spot, and the surrounding zombies were also attracted and began to roar and rush over. Several people began to fire continuously in an orderly manner, killing zombies one by one. The gunshots were loud. In the surrounding buildings, people kept opening their eyes in surprise and came to the windows where they were hiding, looking for the source of the gunshots. To the survivors, the gunshots at this moment were the most beautiful sounds in the world. Could it be that the Royal Army finally had time to start the rescue? If so, they would have hope. Especially when the people nearby saw several figures in green military uniforms. They jumped up excitedly. Hey, I'm here. Soldiers, come and save me. Oh my god. You are the cutest people. I'm saved. I'm willing to pay. Come and take me away from here. Brother squad leader, my son likes you very much. If you are willing to save me, I will arrange for you to meet in 10 months. Okay. I can do it in 6 months. There were also people waving things like bed sheets at the windows to attract the attention of Tang Zheng and others. The end of the world has not been long, and people's hearts are not dead and desperate. They still want to tease Tang Zheng. The entrance of the community is now the performance venue for Tang Zheng and others. This made Tang Zheng, who was holding the revolver in both hands and learning to run in a snakeskin manner, feel the urge to charge. Some book friends like to read quietly, but they will quietly vote for me. Such people are the cutest. Chapter 10 Street Fight. Having the desire to charge doesn't mean that Tang Zheng will really charge. He is an ordinary person who has just fired a few shots, and he still has some idea of his own strength. When he can hide, he will never take risks. The idea of charging only exists in his imagination. But he will not be idle. Once a zombie that escapes the net appears, the revolver in his hand will not be a vegetarian. He also prepared 20 bullets of 0.1 gold per round. The battle became more and more intense. As Luo Fei and others shot, the number of zombies around suddenly increased. Yesterday, there were only people shouting in the restaurant, which attracted nearly 100 zombies. Today's gunshots are much more attractive than shouting. As the battle progressed, some zombies hiding in the dark appeared one after another. In some cars, zombies broke the car windows and struggled to climb out of the car. Zombies continued to pour out of nearby shops. Even in some nearby buildings, zombies directly broke the windows and jumped down from the upper floors. The zombies on the upper floors broke their legs and arms when they landed on the ground, and some even had their brains smashed and died directly. However, those zombies that did not die directly from the fall, even if their legs were broken or their internal organs were ruptured, would still crawl towards Luo Fei and his men, roaring with hideous faces, trying to bite off a piece of meat from them. In just 10 minutes, the number of zombies not only did not decrease, but increased. Seeing the number of zombies increasing, Luo Fei immediately shouted, "Get on the roof of the car and fight from the height of the car." Several people climbed onto the roof of the car and began to shoot from a high position. Tang Zheng was not idle either and climbed onto the roof of the security room at the entrance of the community. This height was safer and he could shoot with confidence. The firing of the 5 people formed a firepower network. The bullets made a whistling sound in the air, and zombies were constantly having their heads smashed and black blood sprayed in the air. Some bullets missed and fell on the car, making a clanging sound. Other bullets were bounced out and broke the nearby glass windows. No matter how tragically their companions died, the zombies still rushed forward fearlessly. The scary thing about zombies, besides their horrible appearance and viruses, is that they rush to people and pounce forward. This is very fast and fierce, and you must be careful to avoid it, otherwise you may be infected. Once caught by the zombies, you may be eaten immediately. Several soldiers jumped back and forth on the roof of the car, cooperating with each other and covering each other. but the number of zombies is still too large. Even if the 4 people killed 70 or 80 zombies in total, there are still nearly 100 zombies on this street, and they have surrounded them. The 4 people finally came to the roof of a van. The height of the zombies was barely the same as the van. When waving their claws, they were very close to the toes of several people. The new recruit Yang Mu was upgraded in the battle and became a 1-star enhanced warrior. But at this moment, a tall male zombie jumped suddenly and grabbed Yang Mu's feet with his claws. The zombie pulled hard, and Yang Mu accidentally fell. He didn't shout, but swung the bayonet in his hand vigorously, stabbing the male zombie's eye socket. The bayonet penetrated, black blood splattered, and Yang Mu's body was covered with smelly blood. Although he killed the male zombie, another zombie grabbed Yang Mu's other foot and was about to pull him off the car. The surrounding zombies rushed forward, waving their black claws. As long as Yang Mu was pulled off, he would definitely die. Puff. Luo Fei, who was in charge of another direction, suddenly turned his head and killed the zombie with a bayonet. At the same time, he grabbed the back of Yang Mu's clothes and pulled him back to the car. Luo Fei's reaction speed was extremely fast and his strength was also very great. His agility shocked Tang Zheng. After a closer look, he found that Luo Fei was a little different. This kid has actually upgraded to the enhanced 2-star in the continuous battle. No wonder he is so agile and can save Yang Mu in a crisis. Wang Yu and Li Ji took care of Luo Fei at the same time. They didn't pay attention to the situation behind them and didn't look back. Their combat skills were also very good. Yang Mu was rescued by Luo Fei, but he didn't look back to express his gratitude. He just quickly gave a thumbs up to the back. This is a thank you between comrades, and also a way of expressing gratitude. The soldiers purchased by Tang Zheng have unconditional trust in each other. There is no intrigue here, and everyone can trust each other with confidence. After experiencing this thrilling scene, Tang Zheng also had a new understanding of his men. Yang Mu was not infected. The thick cowhide military boots gave him enough protection for his feet. Fortunately, the zombies didn't scratch his boots and touch his skin. The zombie corpses next to the van piled up more and more. Several people had little ammunition. Except for Luo Fei, who had just upgraded and had plenty of bullets, the others had already started to use bayonets continuously. General, the bullets are running out. The mobilized soldiers who are strengthened by 1-star can only use firearms skillfully, but they can't be considered sharpshooters, and they can't guarantee that every shot will hit the head. Tang Zheng was a little anxious, so he wanted to jump off the security booth and deliver bullets to the soldiers. Meng stopped Tang Zheng's action in time. General, you can give the soldiers the purchasing authority to let them buy some basic supplies on their own. The funds will be automatically deducted. As long as you ensure that you have enough funds on you, it will be fine. That's fine. Okay, open the authority immediately. Meng opened the authority immediately, and Luo Fei and the other 4 were qualified to buy some bullets and equipment. Each person will have an additional 100 rounds of bullets, and we must win. A universal bullet for a rifle is sold for 0.2 gold, and 100 rounds is 20 gold. Adding the 50 rounds for each person before, Tang Zheng only had a little over 40 gold left. Fight you, these disgusting clowns. Tang Zheng repeatedly pulled the trigger in the security booth, and the revolver in his hand kept firing, and he actually killed 7 or 8 zombies one after another. Tang Zheng knew that as his team continued to expand, he might have fewer opportunities to go to the front line in the future, so he still cherished such moments and had a lot of fun. Hundreds of zombies were lying dead on the street, with black blood flowing everywhere. The pungent smell of fishy smell rose to the sky, mixed with the faint sour smell in the air, making people want to vomit. After getting the bullets, the firepower of several people suddenly increased to a high level. The quality of 98k is really good. There has been no jamming in such a long battle. The bullets of the system are of guaranteed quality, and there is not a single dud. Bang bang bang. The fierce gunshots kept echoing, and the results were significant. The number of zombies around was no longer increasing. As the battle progressed, the number of zombies became fewer and fewer. It can be predicted that in another 10 minutes, this annihilation battle will definitely end. By then, the corpses of 200 zombies will definitely be able to find a lot of funds. With the supply boxes in the hotel, Tang Zheng had a hunch that he was about to take off. Many people were paying attention to this battle. In addition to the survivors watching in the distant building, the most intuitive feeling was Ma Laozhan and others in Changxi Hotel. Ma Lao-san, his two apprentices, and old man Zhao all gathered at the window on the second floor, watching the situation below with fear. Ma Laozhan had already finished intimidating the survivors yesterday. The boyfriend of the female clerk next door was simply a coward. Although when Ma Laozhan just went over, he kept talking about how he knew a certain lord and how powerful his company boss was, but after Ma Laozhan took out the knife and released the mastiff, the boy immediately became a coward. He never dared to talk about his relationship again, and even when Ma Laozhan dragged his girlfriend over, he was still smiling. The era of peace has wiped out the blood of some people. The rest of the survivors dared to be angry, but dared not speak. The fact that Ma Laozhan had killed someone and fed that person to the mastiff had spread among the survivors. Facing the butcher knife and the vicious dog, almost everyone chose to remain silent. Ma Laozhan and his two apprentices, as well as old man Zhao and several others, had sex with the woman one after another. In this way, these people were tied to his chariot and dared not have any other thoughts. Everyone has done bad things. If the sky falls, everyone will die. No one can escape. This is the true portrayal of the end of the world. If it goes on like this, many places will be like this. It's just that Ma Laozhan and his men, stimulated by the appearance of Tang Zheng and his men, brought this process forward. Originally, Ma Laozhan thought that with these people, plus the mastiff Guagua, it would be easy to deal with Tang Zheng and his men. But the current battle scene has overturned his cognition. The calmness and cooperation of these soldiers, and their fearless firing when facing zombies, are clearly an elite force. Beside him, an apprentice's hands were shaking a little. "Master, these guys are pretty fierce. Can we do it?" A disciple next to him was trembling all over. "I guess they don't even need to use guns to deal with me. I'll be GG with one punch." Although Ma Laozhan is fierce, he is essentially just a chef, and he was at a loss for a while. The only person who was a little calm was old Zhao Tao. Old people are cunning, and Ma is slippery. He is more experienced. After observing carefully for a while, he raised the Rolex gold watch on his wrist to check the time and slowly said, "Don't be afraid. They may not be able to cause trouble to us. I noticed the time. It has only been 16 hours since they saw me yesterday and started to act. I guess they are still concerned about my identity. This time they came to rescue me. To put it another way, even if they really cause trouble to us, we are not vegetarians. Did you notice that among this group of people, the squad leader is the weakest? If we can hold the squad leader hostage, I guess those soldiers will not dare to act rashly. Yes, yes, yes. By then, the squad leader will definitely come in first. We will kidnap him and be safe. Yes, we can also use Mr. Zhao's identity to suppress him." Several people talked one after another, constantly encouraging themselves. Ma Laozhan did not take up this topic, but secretly disdained Mr. Zhao and his men. Mr. Zhao and his men are really brainless. How can the squad leader be weak? Can a weak person be a squad leader? It must be a show, probably to paralyze this group of people. He would not fall for this evil trick. Although he didn't know why the squad leader wanted to paralyze him, he could be sure of one thing: the soldiers were definitely not here to rescue people. Even if they were to rescue people, at most they would only save old Zhao. It was more likely that they were here to rob supplies. After all, this was a restaurant, and there was still a lot of food and drink. By then, what he had done would definitely be exposed, and even his life would be in danger. In this case, he could only go all out and fight the soldiers. He kept stroking the dog's head with his hand. With this mutant mastiff around, he felt a little braver. Soldiers were also human beings, and they should not be the opponents of this mastiff. Chapter 11 Mutant Beasts. The battle on the street was finally coming to an end. After Luo Fei shot down a child zombie with his last shot, the place was temporarily quiet, thanks to the fact that this was a secluded street. When the crisis broke out, too many zombies were attracted to the main road, which gave Tang Zheng and his group the opportunity to walk out of the community. 5 people killed nearly 200 zombies, of which Luo Fei killed the most, more than 80, and even Tang Zheng killed nearly 10. The ground was full of zombie corpses, and the stench was overwhelming. It was estimated that it would not be long before more zombies would come here. After smelling the smell, Tang Zheng did not want to waste time, so he decided to enter the hotel immediately, get the supply box, and then come back to collect the supplies and leave immediately. After all, the supply box has a time limit. Several people came to the door of the hotel, and Luo Fei went up to knock on the door. After knocking a few times, no one came. Luo Fei looked into the room through the gap and said, "General, there is no one on the first floor, and the stairs on the second floor are blocked." Tang Zheng nodded. This was also very normal. With zombies everywhere outside, living on the first floor was indeed unsafe. But Tang Zheng didn't want to waste time here, so he said to Luo Fei directly, "Force the door to go in." Luo Fei took out a battering ram and knocked the door of the restaurant open in 2 hits. An unpleasant sour smell came out from the room, which was not much stronger than the street full of zombies. Several people entered the room and came to the staircase on the second floor. "Listen, people upstairs, we are here for something. Move the things blocking the stairs." As Luo Fei shouted, there was a noise from upstairs, and then there was the sound of people moving things. After a while, there was light, and the stairs were cleared. At the end of the stairs, a fat chef showed his face. "Dear ones, I finally waited for you to come. We have been waiting for you for almost a day." Tang Zheng was downstairs and could vaguely see that there were still people inside, but none of them came out. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng's heart moved slightly. This situation is not normal. Normal survivors would probably rush up excitedly when they see rescue, saying all kinds of things and begging to be taken away, but no one came out. There must be something wrong. After scanning with the radar, Tang Zheng indeed saw a red light spot on the second floor. Could it be that these guys have hidden a zombie on the second floor? Tang Zheng felt a little strange, but he was not afraid. Even if there was an ambush, he still had to go up, and he had to get the supply box. He quietly explained a few words to the mobilized soldiers, and they understood. The supply box was on the second floor. Tang Zheng took the initiative to ask, "How many people are there? Are they all here?" The fat chef smiled and said, "Squad leader, we have 15 people here. All of them are here, and one of them is Lord Zhao Bakshan's father. You are here to see him, right? Come on, he is also here." Tang Zheng nodded. "Okay, let's go upstairs and take a look." Seeing Tang Zheng's friendly face, Ma Laozhen was delighted. This squad leader was not very old and seemed to be inexperienced. His 2 apprentices and the mastiff were ambushed on the second floor. As long as he went up with him, he would have a great chance of winning. "Okay, squad leader, come here." Ma Laozhen wanted to invite Tang Zheng to come up first, but Tang Zheng did not go first. Luo Fei walked in front. Ma Laozhen turned around with a fierce look in his eyes. Sure enough, he was on guard against him. In this case, he had no choice but to take action. Tang Zheng and his men came upstairs. Luo Fei, Wan Yu, and Li Ji surrounded Tang Zheng from front to back and left to protect his safety. Yang Mu was on guard at the staircase downstairs to ensure Tang Zheng's safe retreat. The air quality on the second floor was worse than that on the first floor. The smell in the air was mixed with the smell of food and stench. There were many single rooms inside. At this moment, someone in each single room stuck his head out to check. But there was no one in the 2 closest single rooms and the single room facing each other. Tang Zheng's eyes swept across the faces of the survivors and found that people's expressions were very complicated. There was panic, fear, and numbness. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there was a problem. Suddenly, something strange happened. A black shadow pounced out from the single room in front. In the 2 single rooms on the left and right, 2 people also rushed out, aiming at Wang Yu and Li Ji beside Tang Zheng. The battle started almost instantly. Luo Fei, who had been prepared, fired at a very fast speed the moment the black shadow rushed out. In the previous wave of battle, Luo Fei had been upgraded to an enhanced 2-star warrior, and his reaction speed had been improved by a level. He fired decisively with the 98K in his hand. Bang! The fierce gunshots echoed in the room, and the black shadow screamed. Tang Zheng also saw clearly at this time that the black shadow was actually a huge mastiff. The mastiff's reaction speed was also surprisingly fast. Facing Luo Fei's shooting, it lowered its head suddenly. The bullet almost didn't hit its head, but hit its tail that was raised behind it. This shot was not fatal, but it interrupted the Mastiff's surprise attack. Neither Marleosan nor the Mastiff expected that this soldier would act so quickly and directly interrupt the most important first surprise attack. Luo Fei continued to shoot without stopping, but the Mastiff's next reaction was somewhat unexpected. It reacted very quickly, jumping up and down on the narrow second floor. Luo Fei's next shot did not hit it again. During this process, the two people who rushed towards Tang Zheng also came in front of Wang Yu and Li Ji. The two people held boning knives, with fierce and ferocious faces, and looked desperate. However, their plan was a little deviated. According to Marleosan's plan, Mastiff would kill one person first, and then immediately support his two apprentices. After killing these soldiers, the squad leader was only one person, no matter how strong he was, and he was powerless to save the situation. But unexpectedly, the squad leader did not seem to be strong, but the soldier walking in front was very strong. Mastiff did not succeed in the first time, and his two apprentices were in danger. Sure enough, Wang Yu and Li Ji saw the two knife-wielding gangsters, and were not polite. Although they were too close to shoot, their bayonets were not vegetarian. Two standard knife-wielding thrusts, with swift movements. Puff! The two knives hit the throat almost at the same time. Marleosan's two apprentices screamed, and fell to the ground, blood gushing out of their necks. It was obvious that they were going to die. They wanted to kill Marleosan, but Luo Fei shouted, "Retreat! This Mastiff has mutated, and is not easy to deal with." The two hurried to pull Tang Zheng to retreat, but they didn't expect that Tang Zheng had almost run downstairs. It's not that he was cowardly, but he knew his importance. In such a dangerous situation, he must not be a burden. Wang Yu and Li Ji also retreated immediately. At this time, Luo Fei's bullets were also used up. Facing the Mastiff, he retreated from the rear. Without the threat of bullets, the Mastiff pounced on him. Luo Fei swung his bayonet and temporarily forced the Mastiff back, and then retreated. But he didn't expect the Mastiff to be faster, and rushed up again like a spring. Even though Luo Fei was strengthened to 2 stars, he was accidentally hit by a claw on the chest. Rip. The combat uniform was torn open. Luo Fei did not want to fight, and jumped back with the force, jumping down 7 or 8 steps directly. The Mastiff wanted to chase him down, but Wang Yu and Li Ji, who went downstairs first, had already raised their guns and opened fire. Bangs of gunfire rang out, and the Mastiff was forced to retreat. Luo Fei was able to escape, and several people rushed out of the hotel. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, several guns were guarding the doors and windows. If the Mastiff dared to come out, it would definitely be shot to death. Marleosan also stopped the Mastiff in time, and at the same time shouted loudly, asking the survivors to block the stairs again. With the stairs blocked, this sudden encounter ended. Tang Zheng stood at the entrance of the hotel, looking at Luo Fei's torn clothes, and hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Luo Fei smiled, "General, I'm fine. Thanks to the bulletproof vest you added to me, it blocked the fatal blow of the mutant Mastiff. Otherwise I might have been disemboweled." As he said that, he showed his bulletproof vest. Sure enough, there were a few scratches on the outside of the bulletproof vest, but there was no major damage. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat relieved. This time the situation was somewhat dangerous, but thanks to the advanced preparation, otherwise there would have been a high probability of casualties. He also did not expect that the person hiding on the second floor was not a zombie, but a mutant beast. Meng Meng had told him about mutant beasts, but after all, he had never encountered one before, so he was a little surprised. This chef is definitely a big problem. He must be killed. Tang Zheng's face was frost, and he was determined to get rid of this person. Collect supplies. I want to increase the force. No matter what, this person and the dog cannot be kept. Luo Fei and Yang Mu were responsible for guarding the door, and Wang Yu and Li Ji immediately began to collect supplies. There were zombie corpses all over the ground, and the supplies here would not be too few. Wang Yu and the others collected them with a purpose, and the focus was on those female zombies. If there was anything on the hands, neck, and ears, take it off immediately, and hand it over to Tang Zheng. The gold bracelet was exchanged successfully, and I got 17 gold. The gold earrings were exchanged successfully, and I got 9 gold. The natural pearl necklace was exchanged successfully, and I got 22 gold. The funds in his hand continued to increase, and it reached more than 400 gold in 10 minutes. Tang Zheng opened the system page. The money was in place, and he was ready to increase the troops. But when he opened the page, he suddenly noticed another type of soldier. Military dog, a large dog that has received strict training. Any breed is optional. The price is 200 gold. During the new book period, there will be 2 updates every day, and the update time is between 9 and 12 o'clock, and it will explode after it is put on the shelves. I heard from a zombie that a series of behaviors such as collecting, recommending, monthly tickets, and rewards can make the author add more chapters. Chapter 12, Big Smart and Little Pretty. Seeing this, Tang Zheng immediately asked Meng Meng. Meng Meng, what breeds are included in this military dog selection? Are they any kind of dog in the world? General, when you set up the military dogs, you didn't make too detailed a classification. The system helped you improve it. Now the dog breeds here have all undergone very strict military training. They are all the best genes among all the dog breeds, and they are brave and fearless, but not every kind of dog is qualified to serve as a military dog. Tang Zheng listened and nodded. He could understand this. If a teddy could serve as a military dog, it would be a bit funny. Meng Meng continued, there are 6 main types of military dogs here. They are Collie, Rottweiler, Doberman, Labrador, Malinois and Wolfhound. Tang Zheng asked again, are there any differences in their functions? Which one has stronger combat effectiveness? Different dog breeds have different functions. Collie is the most popular dog breed. They are smart and brave, and have a keen sense of smell. They can be used for drug detection and search and rescue operations. Rottweiler is an excellent guard dog that can attack intruders. This dog obeys orders very well, and is good at protecting its owner. It is recommended that the general keep a Rottweiler by his side in the future. Doberman, like Collie, has strong working ability and high intelligence. Labrador is gentle, patient, has a high IQ, and has a good sense of smell. It is suitable as a companion dog for girls. Malinois is brave, fearless, has better obedience, and has super jumping ability. Wolfhound is the tallest dog with well-developed muscles and the strongest combat effectiveness. People used it to hunt wolves in the past. The best of them is the only dog that can fight the Wolf King alone. These are our 6 types of military dogs. General, please rest assured that each one is very good and obedient. When in danger, they will not bark and expose their position, nor will they poop and pee randomly. Tang Zheng thought for a while. Can they deal with mutant dogs? The fierceness of the mutant mastiff just now left a deep impression on Tang Zheng. He wondered if the military dogs had the ability to fight it. Military dogs can evolve just like soldiers. One evolution of a military dog is equivalent to 1 mutation of mutant beast. Although the military dogs we have purchased have not evolved yet, our dog breeds are the best among their species. With the protection of military dog bulletproof vests, they are enough to deal with mutant beasts. After hearing Meng Meng's introduction, Tang Zheng made up his mind. In order to be on the safe side, he wanted to buy 2 military dogs at once. According to Meng Meng's introduction, he decided to buy a wolfhound and a horse dog first. When he was about to buy, Wang Yu and Li Ji came over again. They had collected all the funds on the street, which was more than 500 gold. This wave of zombies has accumulated 1000 gold. Although this battle is dangerous, the rewards are also rich. If Tang Zheng wants to upgrade to platoon leader, 3 conditions are required. One is to kill 100 zombies, which has been completed long ago. One is to have a full squad of subordinates, that is, 8 people, which has not been completed. There is also 1000 upgrade funds, which is enough now, but unfortunately there are not enough people. Tang Zheng did not consider upgrading for the time being. He clicked to buy 2 military dogs. He spent 400 gold and bought 2 sets of military dog bulletproof suits. A total of 420 gold was spent. He thought about it and added 2 more mobilized soldiers and added a full set of protective equipment to them. Another 370 gold was spent, leaving 260 gold in his hand as a backup. After waiting for 6 minutes, a new force appeared. 2 fully armed soldiers, leading 2 huge military dogs wearing bulletproof vests, walked out of the community where Tang Zheng lived. The two mobilized soldiers were new recruits. They appeared with military dogs, which would not be abrupt. Compared with them, the two military dogs were more eye-catching. A horse dog, slender and strong, with tight fur, no fat on the body, extremely beautiful lines. There is also an even taller fierce dog, a wolfhound. The wolfhound stood nearly 1 meter tall and weighed more than 130 kilograms, like a pony. Both fierce dogs were wearing bulletproof vests, with barbed anti-wolf collars on their necks and goggles on their eyes to protect their vital parts from venom, flames, smoke and other things. Being led by two mobilized soldiers, they walked quietly, with a kingly aura. But when they saw Tang Zheng, they immediately came over with their heads and tails wagging, instantly turning into cute pets. Tang Zheng had a special feeling for the system personnel he bought, including the military dogs, as if they were family members. Seeing the two big dogs, he was also very happy, and rubbed their heads vigorously. Meng Meng, do they have names? General military dogs don't have names. You need to name them. Are they male or female? If you don't actively choose, they will be randomly classified as one male and one female. The horse dog is a female dog and the wolfhound is a male dog. Tang Zheng thought for a while. Okay, this male dog will be called Dakengming, and the female dog will be called Xiaopiaoying. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the two military dogs wagged their tails happily, showing that they were very satisfied with their names. Tang Zheng squatted down and touched the heads of the two big dogs. Dakengming, Xiaopiaoying, there is a bad dog upstairs. I need you to clean it up for me. Do you think there is anything you can do? The military dogs tilted their huge dog heads, thinking for a few seconds, and then acted almost at the same time. On the second floor, Ma Laozhen was staring at the scene downstairs in amazement. This squad leader is really treacherous. Ma Laozhen felt that he had been tricked several times without being seen. When he saw this squad leader yesterday, there were only 4 people on his side. But today, there are 5 people. Today he pretended to be a wimp, making himself misunderstand that he was just pretending. Who knew that this guy was really a wimp, causing his tactical assault to go astray, and the plan failed, and he also lost the lives of 2 apprentices. I didn't expect that at this time. He actually had a backup plan. There were 2 more soldiers and 2 big military dogs. Why did so many of you stay in that broken community? Ma Laozhen was puzzled and felt a little confused. There were already 7 people and 2 dogs on the opposite side. If he attacked by force, he would definitely not be able to hold on. After all, he was the only one here, and those survivors were fence sitters, and now there were some signs that they could not be suppressed. When he thought of the consequences of being caught by the army and the miserable deaths of his 2 apprentices, he couldn't hold on. He didn't dare to show his head at the window, so he could only open a gap inside and shout, "Soldiers, I don't want to be your enemy. I was wrong about what happened just now, but you didn't suffer any losses, right? 2 people died on my side, so just let me go." Bang! Tang Zheng fired a shot, smashing the glass window into pieces. Ma Laozhen screamed and stepped back, his face showing a ferocious look again. "Don't force me. I still have a lot of hostages here. If you dare to mess around, I will kill people. Aren't you afraid that I will kill Zhao Baoxing's father? When Lord Zhao finds out, you will all be in trouble." Tang Zheng sneered. "You can do whatever you want, but don't just talk and don't practice." Ma Laozhen was dumbfounded. This little squad leader didn't play by the rules. According to the rules, shouldn't he be less impulsive? It seems that the end of the world has come, and soldiers don't have so many scruples. This is not easy to deal with. It seems that the only reliable one is Guagua's protection. He touched Guagua's dog head and whispered, "You are the best. You must not leave the 2nd floor and protect me here." Guagua squatted with his tongue out. It was fine, but suddenly a shadow flashed outside the broken window and a figure appeared. It was a military dog, and it actually jumped onto the 2nd floor. Xiaopiaoying stood at the window, not looking at Ma Laozhen at all, but glanced at the mastiff with the arrogant attitude of a dog. Turning around, facing the mastiff with its butt, it lifted its tail. Then it jumped down. The mastiff had lived in the backyard of the hotel for a long time, and had never seen such a white, rich and beautiful woman. Its eyes instantly became red and bloodshot, and it was about to jump down. Ma Laozhen desperately held Guagua, and with his weight of more than 200 kilograms, he barely stopped Guagua. Guagua was sad to be pulled by his owner, and suddenly there was a dog barking again from below. Guagua's hair exploded instantly. This dog was not the white, rich and beautiful woman just now. He jumped suddenly and saw a large military dog downstairs raising one leg and peeing outside the window. The beauty just now was still rubbing against it. Guagua's eyes immediately turned red. How could this be? Animals all have a sense of territory, and dogs are no exception. They will mark the scope of their territory by peeing. After becoming a mutant beast, this sense is even stronger. The area around the hotel is what it considers to be its territory. But the big dog not only provoked him, but the beautiful bitch also hooked up with it. How could he bear this? He wanted to fight for love. Ma Laozhen's comfort was no longer effective at this moment. The mastiff roared angrily and jumped down from the building. Dakung Ming saw the mutant mastiff coming down, and he was not at all weak. He roared and went to meet it. The two dogs bit each other in an instant. The ground was suddenly filled with smoke and dust, and dog hair flew everywhere. Of course, the flying ones were all quack dog hair. Dakung Ming was protected by a bulletproof vest, and the mastiff's bite was basically ineffective against it. Through a brief contact, Tang Zheng also analyzed the combat effectiveness of the two dogs. If the mastiff had not mutated, it would definitely be killed by Dakung Ming. But after mutation, it was almost equal to Dakung Ming's combat effectiveness. But Dakung Ming had a full set of protection, and was already invincible. And Dakung Ming could be upgraded. After the upgrade, this mutant mastiff would definitely not be an opponent. Even now, Dakung Ming has the advantage. The mutant mastiff found an opportunity and bit Dakung Ming's neck. Dakung Ming did not dodge and bit back. The mouths of both dogs were filled with blood. Dakung Ming's mouth was filled with the mastiff's blood, and the mastiff's mouth was also filled with the mastiff's blood. It was caused by the anti-wolf collar. In a close fight, the mastiff was completely defeated. This was not the end. The bitch Xiaopiaoliang, who had been flirting over there, went over and gave the mastiff an anal groping. Go straight for the litchi. The mastiff screamed. If you fight for love, you must be careful not to be hurt by love. Chapter 13, Execution. With the joining of Xiaopiaoliang, the battle situation instantly became one-sided. The two dogs cooperated with each other and bit fiercely, and the counterattack of the mastiff could not break the protection of the bulletproof vest. There was no suspense in the battle. Ma Laozhen's eyes were red from watching from the second floor, and he did not dare to show his head too much, so he could only shout continuously into the window. Unfortunately, his mastiff could not come back. Seeing that the two dogs had suppressed the mastiff tightly, Dakung Ming seized the opportunity and bit the mastiff's throat. After a while of biting, the mastiff finally died of exhaustion. The two victorious dogs came to Tang Zheng to ask for credit, shaking their heads and tails. Tang Zheng was not stingy either. He directly bought 2 boxes of canned beef and gave them to the dogs. But unexpectedly, the dog did not eat the canned food immediately, but dragged the mastiff's body to Tang Zheng's side. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. He felt that the dog took the mastiff's body as food, and wanted to give it to him. His heart moved slightly, and he asked the new soldiers to drag the body of the mastiff over. Without the threat of the mastiff, Ma Laozhen inside was no longer a threat. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and several soldiers rushed forward to clean up the debris in the corridor. They didn't do much cleaning, and the survivors inside had almost cleaned up the debris with their hands and feet. These people were not stupid, and they had already seen the situation at the moment. Ma Laozhen looked fierce, but in fact he relied on a dog. Without the dog, he was just a fat man. While cleaning up the debris, these people continued to accuse. Why are you soldiers here so late? That's right, you were asked to protect the people, but where were you when it mattered the most? Look at what the world has become now. Don't let that fat chef go. He played with my girlfriend. Not only did he play with women, he also killed people. He killed a worker before. Let him pay with his life. And that old man, he's not a good guy at his age. He also plays with women, but he's the Lord's father. Do you soldiers dare to touch him? Tang Zheng was downstairs, looking at these people coldly, without saying a word. When he came up before, if any of these people had spoken up to remind him, he would have been prepared, and he wouldn't have been so embarrassed by the attack of the mastiff. but he could understand the choices of these ordinary people. When facing evil people, you can't ask them to do anything heroic. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, this is human nature. If it was so easy to be a hero, heroes would be worthless. Although he could understand, it didn't mean that Tang Zheng could accept these people. He knew what these people meant. It was nothing more than seeking shelter. But they were wrong. He was not a real military officer and had no obligation to save them. Without answering the survivors, Tang Zheng led his men upstairs. The fat chef had been forced into a corner. Dakeng and Xiao Piaoliang jumped directly from the van to the second floor. Xiao Piaoliang, in particular, easily jumped onto the windowsill and forced the fat chef into a corner, not daring to move. The fat chef was holding a boning knife in his hand, hiding in the corner and trembling. He knew he was finished. Murder and raping women were enough to kill him. Especially since he had attacked the soldiers, he had no chance of survival. But no one wanted to die, and he was no exception. After seeing Tang Zheng coming up, he planned to struggle. "Sir, I was wrong, sir." Ma Laozhen knelt down, crying bitterly and kowtowing like pounding garlic. "I'm possessed by evil spirits. I deserve death. Please spare my life for the sake of not causing any harm to you and your subordinates. Mr. Zhao, please help me say something. Your son is a lord. Your words will work." Tang Zheng ignored Ma Laozhen's crying and begging for mercy. He went straight to the location of the supply box. "This is time limited and will disappear in 24 hours. Following the prompts of the radar, he came to the stove. Opening the cabinet below, Tang Zheng found the supply box. It was a square cardboard box, piled next to the rice bag, and looked inconspicuous. After taking out the cardboard box, the system immediately showed that the supply box was in place, and the countdown for disappearance was gone. Tang Zheng did not rush to open it immediately. There were many people and eyes here, and it was inconvenient. It would not be too late to open it when he left here. He turned to face Ma Laozhen. "What's your name?" "Sir, my name is Ma Zhengxing, and everyone else calls me Ma Laozhen. Do you know you deserve to die?" I know, but I still hope you can spare my life, even if I'm your slave. I'm good at cooking." Tang Zheng snorted. Even if he needed someone to cook, he wouldn't spare such a ruthless person. "How about this? I'll hit you with something. If you can handle it, I'll turn around and leave, and the matter will be over. If you can't handle it, you deserve it. What do you think?" Ma Laozhen's despair immediately took a 180-degree turn, and he saw hope of life again. Hesitantly, he said, "Sir, then can you not use the gun?" Tang Zheng nodded. "Okay." Ma Laozhen gritted his teeth. "Okay, then come on. Even if you stab me, I'll take it." He had thick skin and flesh, and he might not die if he was stabbed. He was willing to take this chance. Tang Zheng smiled. Okay, you are very brave. Come on, hold him up." Two new soldiers with dogs came over, one on the left and one on the right, holding Ma Laozhen's arms. Ma Laozhen's legs were weak, but he still stood firm with courage, watching Tang Zheng prepare to hit him with something. Tang Zheng took down the backpack he bought for himself today from behind. Several soldiers had backpacks, and he also needed one to put some things. The backpack was bulging. He opened it in front of Ma Laozhen, and then took out a door-breaking hammer from it. The police door-breaking hammer weighed 50 pounds, which is about more than 22 kilograms. After Luo Fei used the door-breaking hammer today, he had to continue fighting, and the other soldiers also had to fight, so Tang Zheng had to carry this thing, which almost broke his waist. He was attacked again, and he had resentment in his heart, so he had to find a way to vent. Ma Laozhen was just right at the moment. "Kneel down." Tang Zheng held the door-breaking hammer with both hands and shouted. Ma Laozhen's soul almost flew away. "Hit him with this thing. It would be better to use a gun." He still wanted to struggle, but the two new recruits didn't tolerate him. They kicked him hard from behind, causing Ma Laozhen to kneel down with his head at the same height as the door-breaking hammer. Tang Zheng didn't give him the chance to talk nonsense anymore. He swung the door-breaking hammer and smashed it directly into Ma Laozhen's fat face like hitting a city gate. "You deserve this." Puff. Snap. With a fierce blow, blood splattered, his eyeballs almost flew out, and his face collapsed. With a snap, his neck broke. Leosin fell to the ground limply, his breathing was fast and weak, and he was definitely not going to survive. Tang Zheng finally vented his resentment. He put away the door-breaking hammer, and didn't feel it was heavy to carry on his back. The mission was completed, the supply box was in hand, the evildoer was punished, and it was time to leave. Holding the supply box, Tang Zheng turned and went downstairs. The survivors around him wanted to come over and pull Tang Zheng to take them away, but they were immediately driven aside by Liu Fei and others with guns. Get out of the way. Anyone who dares to make a move will be shot immediately. Several soldiers, who were almost emotionless except for their infinite loyalty to Tang Zheng, immediately intimidated the survivors who were ready to make a move. The survivors did not dare to say anything at this moment. They gradually realized that this group of soldiers was different from the troops before the end of the world. However, they were not too disappointed. Under the current situation, it was difficult to leave this area of the community, and those who followed the soldiers might not have a good life. It would be better to stay in the hotel, where there is food and drink. Leosin and his group are all dead, so their future life will not be too difficult. Old Man Zhao hid in a single room, watching Tang Zheng and his group leave, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the squad leader did not take him away, he did not ask for punishment, so this result was acceptable. As for the survivors, although they hated him, he had a son who was a lord after all, so they would not dare to act rashly. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Tang Zheng came back. This time, he walked through the crowd and came directly to Old Man Zhao. Are you Lord Zhao Baoxiang's father? The nervous Old Man Zhao immediately became alert after hearing this. Look, he said that this soldier dared not abandon him, but he was still concerned about his son's identity. The score that had just been put down was immediately put up again. Yes, it's me. Are you sent by my son? Tang Zheng did not answer, but stretched out his hand and took the initiative to shake hands with Old Man Zhao. Old Man Zhao stretched out his hand reservedly, shook hands with Tang Zheng, and wanted to take it back, but found that Tang Zheng was holding his hand tightly. What are you doing? Let go. Tang Zheng ignored his struggle and quickly took off the Rolex gold watch on his hand. He casually put the gold watch in his pocket and turned to the survivors around him and said, I, Tang Zheng, don't have the habit of hitting old men. You can deal with this old thing. Don't worry, there will be no rescue here for at least a month. After speaking, Tang Zheng turned and went downstairs. Behind him, a man roared angrily, you old thing, you played with my woman, I'll beat you to death. Ah. Help. Many book lovers like to read quietly, but they will quietly vote for me. Such people are the cutest. Chapter 14 Leaving. Listening to the voices coming from the hotel, Tang Zheng smiled. A lord's father dared to put on airs with him. If he was afraid of him, he would be ashamed of the arrival of this system. After leaving the hotel, Tang Zheng led his people back to the rental house in the community. The environment here is safe, and you can open the box. This is the first time Tang Zheng has received a supply box, and he doesn't know what it will give. Putting the box on the bed in the bedroom, taking a deep breath, Tang Zheng opened the box. A flash of light, the box disappeared, and some things appeared on the bed. Congratulations, General, you have opened a platoon leader level supply box. You have obtained a DP light machine gun. Give away 101 double layer magazines, and 101 bullets. You have unlocked the purchase rights of General Light Machine Gun bullets, priced at 0.2 gold. You have obtained 3 M57 grenades. You have obtained a 5 kg TNT explosive pack. Looking at the light machine gun, 3 grenades and an explosive pack that appeared in front of him, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. The supply box actually gave a light machine gun. He currently only has the authority of a squad leader, and the supplies he can purchase are very limited. The 98K rifle is also an outdated equipment, and the only pistols he can use are revolvers and Mausers. The Colt Duelist revolver is used by Western cowboys, and the Mauser is quite powerful, but it also has an alias, called a box gun. It is the kind that makes you feel like you are falling apart when you hold it. They are all antique level equipment, and in a real encounter, the lack of firepower is very obvious. If there was a machine gun today, the mutant mastiff would definitely be shot into a sieve as soon as it came out. I didn't expect that. Just when I was thinking about the problem of insufficient firepower, this light machine gun came. Tang Zheng picked up the light machine gun happily, and some data also appeared on his system screen. DP light machine gun, caliber, 7.62mm, effective range, 800 meters, combat rate of fire, 90 rounds/minute, firing mode, single shot, continuous fire, feeding method, magazine tray, total length 1280mm. Total weight 7 kilograms. There is a double layer magazine tray on the gun, which is used for feeding ammunition. There is also a two-legged stand below, which can be placed on the vehicle or on the ground. This gun is actually an antique, and its history can be traced back 100 years. But this does not hinder its practicality. At least for now, it is a magical weapon, whether it is used to fight zombies or people. Putting down the gun, Tang Zheng looked at the grenade in the explosive pack again. Looking at the 3 small grenades, Tang Zheng was very glad that the system did not give him 3 grenades. This M57 grenade is also a high explosive and powerful grenade, which once shined in the war. As for the explosive pack, it goes without saying that it weighs 5 kilograms, and this power can be used to blow up bunkers. Although I don't know when these can be used, they are definitely treasures. Tang Zheng called a few soldiers over and asked them who needed this gun. But including Luofei, everyone refused. Their rifles were quite easy to use, and Tang Zheng, as a general, did not have a good weapon, so this gun was given to Tang Zheng. The same goes for the grenades, all of which were given to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was not a stingy person. Seeing that everyone was so modest, especially the 2 recruits, who were not greedy at all, he decisively gave them the door-breaking hammer and explosive packs to carry. Carrying the big backpacks, the 2 recruits were moved to tears. Tang Zheng himself put the pistol on his waist, hung the grenade on his waist, and held the light machine gun in his hand. It was still so heavy. After showing off for a while, he chose to put the machine gun down and take it again when he left. It was already afternoon, and Tang Zheng started cooking again. This time, he found a few rice cookers from next door and cooked 3 rice cookers of rice. As for the dish, it was the dog meat of the mutant mastiff. Looking at the appearance of Dakengming and Xiaopiaoliang, Tang Zheng knew that the meat of this mutant animal might not be toxin-free, otherwise the dog would not give it to him. After the 2 large pots of meat were stewed, only 2 dog legs were left of the mastiff meat. There was no other way. The 6 soldiers under his command could eat. The 2 military dogs, Dakengming and Xiaopiaoliang, were drooling before they even started eating. They could be described as gluttons. If they didn't cook more, it wouldn't be enough. Who did these soldiers and military dogs inherit the glutton attribute from? This meal was the most delicious meal Tang Zheng had eaten since the end of the world. After eating, Tang Zheng felt that he was full of strength. Somewhat unbelievable, Tang Zheng tried to pick up the door-breaking hammer and was surprised to find that the weight of the door-breaking hammer seemed to be lighter. Looking at the soldiers and military dogs under his command, their eyes were shining, and they looked energetic. The meat of this mutant animal can actually strengthen the body. Is it so magical? Tang Zheng was secretly excited. If so, would this mutant animal meat become a strategic material in the future? It seems that there will be a chance in the future, and we need to store more. After eating, the soldiers and military dogs took turns to work and rest, while Tang Zheng stood at the window, staring outside in a daze. He was thinking about how to leave the city. At this moment, he was somewhat thankful that his Xingfu community was not in the core area of the city, but on the edge. Although it was on the edge, it was still more than 20 kilometers away from the city. These 20 kilometers were definitely not something that could be easily passed. Tang Zheng stood at the window, thinking hard about the safest route to leave. At this time, the sky was gloomy, the light was dim, and the city was shrouded in a layer of grey smoke. It seemed that it would rain in this weather. Rain? Water? Oh, Beilang River. Sanjiang City was called Sanjiang City because it was located on the edge of Heojiang River, and here the Beilang River and Qingjiang River merged into Heojiang River. Sanjiang City was built on this impact plain. Sanjiang City has developed shipping and many waterways, and water transportation is also a way for people to travel. But after the end of the world, acid rain came, and those unsheltered ships were corroded in large quantities. Tang Zheng saw a lot of it when he watched the news, so he instinctively ignored the problem of water transportation. Now that he saw the Beilang River, he suddenly had some enlightenment. Zombies shouldn't be able to enter the big river. If he can run to the edge of the Beilang River, he can get a few barely usable boats or even bamboo rafts, and he should be able to leave Sanjiang City. He can even walk thousands of kilometers west along the Heojiang River and then abandon the boat and land. This will shorten the journey and be absolutely safe. As soon as this idea came out, his mind couldn't stop. Tang Zheng immediately began to think about the map around his home and kept drawing on a piece of paper. About 30 minutes later, a simple map was drawn by Tang Zheng. If I want to leave the city and go to Beilang River, I have to choose a route with fewer people, so that I will encounter fewer zombies. My hometown is in western Sichuan. I want to go to Binjiang Park in the northwest, because there are usually some large and small tourist ships docked on the shore. It's more than 20 kilometers to Binjiang Park. There are 3 roads to choose from, 1 big road and 2 small roads. I won't consider the big road, because it's impossible to get through. As for the safe small roads, one passes through Fukang Park and the other passes through Yida City. These 2 places are relatively safe, but if you want to go to Beilang River, you will definitely have to go through some battles, and it's impossible to go too fast. Whether it's Fukang Park or Yida City, I will need some means of transportation after I get out. How to get a car is also a problem. After all, the cars on the road are not usable now. And if you take the small road, there are also many dangerous areas that must be avoided one by one. Tang Zheng kept sketching safe routes with a pen, and his mind was constantly thinking about feasible plans. Time passed quickly and night fell. Tang Zheng finally finished his work and stretched lazily. Almost done. Basically, everything that can be considered has been considered. There will definitely be dangers in the process, but it is impossible to leave without taking risks. If he hadn't gone home to save people, he could have grown up slowly here, but time waits for no one, and he had to leave. He made up his mind to set off early tomorrow morning. After deciding to set off, Tang Zheng began to check the supplies. First of all, he had to have some spare funds. After the previous battle in front of Chungxi Hotel, he still had 260 funds left, which was a bit insufficient. At this time, he suddenly thought of the big gold watch he took off from old man Zhao. Take it out and exchange it. Exchange successful. You have obtained 110 funds. Tang Zheng was stunned. Is this big gold watch so valuable? It seems that the diamonds inlaid on it are all real. An old man wears such an expensive thing, which shows that Zhao Bakshan is not a good person. However, with this 110 funds, the money in his hand has reached 370, which can support for a while. In addition to funds, there is also food. Tang Zheng had already given orders. Several soldiers' backpacks were stuffed with some easy to store food, and the military canteens were filled with water. There were still some medicines missing. After leaving, they could go to the pharmacy to search for them. Everything was almost ready, and Tang Zheng was ready to rest. He would lead the team to leave early tomorrow morning. There was no conversation overnight. Tang Zheng got up early the next morning. He cooked a simple and quick meal. When everyone was full, it was only after 5 in the morning. Everyone is ready. This trip is tens of thousands of kilometers. We must ensure that we can get to my hometown within 20 days. If it is later, it will be easy to have problems. Several soldiers stood in line at this moment, with their heads held high and their eyes firm. Without Tang Zheng's orders, they would also perform the mission unconditionally without the slightest discount. Okay. Wish us a smooth trip, let's go. Tang Zheng waved his hand and walked out first. All the soldiers followed him, and the 2 military dogs, Dakeng Ming and Zhao Piaoling, also followed Tang Zheng step by step, without anyone leading them. The group walked out of the community. Tang Zheng turned around and took a look at the neighborhood where he had lived for 2 years. He still liked the city of Sanjiang very much. He went to college here for 4 years and worked for 2 years. He spent a quarter of his life here. This place has outstanding people, developed shipping, and is a strategic point. But at this moment, for the sake of his family, he had to leave. Once he left, he didn't know when he would be able to come back. Let's go. Let's leave here and go home. Facing the smoke in the city and the faint morning light in the sky, Tang Zheng and his group set out on the road home. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Zombie Feeling. Sanjiang City was dim in the early morning. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the sky has never been clear, but today it was particularly cold. After Tang Zheng and his group walked out of the community and onto the street, he felt abnormally cold. He couldn't help but tighten his clothes and shivered. Is this still July? It feels like September at least. The temperature is much lower than in previous years. Could it be that, since the apocalypse began, human activities have stopped? There are no factories emitting exhaust gas, no cars emitting exhaust gas, and the greenhouse effect of the atmosphere has disappeared, so the temperature has dropped. After leaving the community, he took a look at the Chunxi Hotel opposite. The door here was still closed, but when Tang Zheng and his group came out, he saw someone on the second floor opposite waving to them. There was no sign of the people here coming out, as if they were satisfied with their current lives. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. He instinctively felt that this was wrong. At the beginning of the apocalypse, people must save themselves. Apart from other things, when cleaning up the zombies in the yard the day before yesterday, Tang Zheng saw with his own eyes that a zombie had evolved because it devoured a large number of its own corpses. This was not a good sign. Humans who have been hiding at home can't hide for too long. The food at home will be eaten up, and if there is no one to maintain the power supply, there will probably be a power outage soon. The same is true for water conservancy. The water plant must have fallen. When the water and power are cut off, these people have no experience in fighting zombies, and it will definitely be difficult to maintain. When they muster up the courage to go out of the house and look for food, water, and medicine, I'm afraid that the zombies at that time will not be so easy to deal with. What awaits them must be the price of blood. However, Tang Zheng has no obligation to remind them that this world is now a big jungle, following the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and no one is anyone else's parent or nanny. Ignoring the survivors' greetings, after turning the corner from the alley, Tang Zheng and his team walked onto a relatively secluded street. This street was in a similar situation to the main roads, and was completely blocked by abandoned cars. At the end of the world, people wanted to escape, but there were too many vehicles. In a panic, car accidents occurred one after another, and soon the traffic was paralyzed. The panicked people abandoned their cars and fled, and countless vehicles were abandoned on the road. In a vicious cycle, the street was soon completely blocked. Even the sidewalks on the roadside were often blocked by vehicles, making it very inconvenient to walk. Looking ahead, there was smoke and dust rolling on the road ahead, and some zombies were wandering in it unconsciously. Tang Zheng was also mentally prepared for this. If he wanted to leave the city, the early stage would be the most difficult. Looking back at the soldiers, 6 soldiers were waiting for his orders. Now, divide into groups of 3, bring a military dog, take turns to go in front, kill zombies when you encounter them, but don't shoot, try to use bayonets to fight. Can you do it? Don't worry, General, as long as we don't attract a large number of zombies, we can advance steadily, but the speed will not be too fast. Okay, now we don't need to be fast, we try to be steady. Rush out of this street. Ahead is Xinglan Road. Continue to go forward along Xinglan Road for 5 kilometers. We will reach Yida City. Out of Yida City, we can go up the elevated road, and then go straight to Binjiang Park. Several soldiers nodded, and the team began to advance slowly. Tang Zheng turned on the radar, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Once encountering a large number of zombies, he could make preparations in advance. The group crouched forward, trying not to attract the attention of the zombies on the street. But the actual situation is not that simple. After all, it was a group of people walking on the street, and the zombies were not blind. How could they not see? Soon, a zombie first discovered Tang Zheng and his group. Roar. The zombie roared, and staggered towards Tang Zheng and the others. Its cry attracted another 5 or 6 zombies within a range of about 30 meters, and they all walked towards this direction. Luo Fei, with Yang Mu, a new recruit, and the military dog Xiao Piaoling, as the first group, immediately went to meet them. Facing the first zombie, Luo Fei trotted a few steps and stabbed with his bayonet. Killed with one blow, easy and happy. The second zombie approached quickly, and before Yang Mu and the new recruits could meet it, Xiao Piaoling pounced forward and bit the zombie's neck directly in the air. Xiao Piaoling's body weighed nearly 40 kilograms, and with the equipment on her body, it weighed 45 kilograms. She twisted in the air and broke the zombie's neck directly with the strength of her body. During this process, the zombie also scratched it with its claws, but facing Xiao Piaoling, who was fully protected, it did not have the desired effect at all. One person and one dog both solved the zombies silently. Yang Mu and the new recruits were no less impressive. Facing the approach of the zombies, they waved their bayonets and easily killed the zombies one by one. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng felt a little relieved. It was okay to deal with them without shooting. Although the movement was a little slow, they could still move forward. After killing the zombies, Luo Fei and his team continued to move forward, while the several mobilized soldiers around Tang Zheng quickly collected supplies. The male zombies could now be passed by, and the focus was on the female zombies. However, not every female zombie had a harvest. Some housewives did not wear any jewelry when they went out on the street. At least Tang Zheng did not get any harvest this time. It doesn't matter. There are still thousands of kilometers on this road. It's still a long way to go. When I get home, I will definitely have sufficient funds and strong soldiers. The team slowly advanced. The two groups took turns to fight. After advancing 30 to 50 meters, they would stop and fight once, and then continue to move forward. After walking at this speed for more than 2 hours, Tang Zheng and his team walked out of the street. There was a crossroads in front of them. There was a road sign on the road, Xinglin Road. Tang Zheng stood at the intersection, leaning against the wall and looking into the distance, and couldn't help but gasp. Compared with the small street he had walked out of before, there were too many zombies on this medium-sized road. Xinglin Road was called Xinglin Road because there were 2 elementary schools, a middle school and a high school on this road. When the crisis broke out, it was just after school at noon. The students and their parents drove cars that almost blocked the road. Looking around, countless zombies were wandering on this street, including some student zombies in school uniforms. In addition to some small vendors on the roadside and many people in the shops, this road became very congested. The dense crowds of people surged between the abandoned traffic, and one look at it would make people have signs of intensive phobia. Hiss. This is a bit difficult. Tang Zheng felt a little uneasy. If they were not careful and were surrounded by the zombies, the 7 of them plus 2 dogs would definitely end up with nothing left. But it was not possible not to take Xinglin Road. Going to Yida City, this was the fastest way to go. If we take a detour, we will have to walk more than 10 kilometers, and other roads are equally difficult to walk. Let's go step by step. Even if we move forward at a snail's pace, we have to move through these 5 kilometers. Tang Zheng and his companions began to step onto the sidewalk on the side of the road, trying to cross Xinglin Road. At this time, the wind started to blow in the sky. A gust of cool wind blew over, which relieved Tang Zheng's slightly nervous mood to a certain extent. This wind is not bad. It blows from the direction behind us, so it won't blind us, Tang Zheng said. But Dakengming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Tang Zheng also stopped and looked at the military dog in confusion. Dakengming looked forward, and his hair began to stand up, and he couldn't help but let out a slight growl. At this time, Xiao Piaoling seemed to feel something, and stared at the front. Is this feeling dangerous? Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Along the way, Dakengming and Xiao Piaoling performed very well, and they didn't bark when they encountered zombies. Why are they acting abnormally now? Tang Zheng followed the line of sight of the 2 dogs, and looked forward in confusion. Tang Zheng was also a little dazed after seeing this. He saw that the zombies within 100 meters ahead had stopped wandering around randomly, and turned their eyes to their direction. Tang Zheng immediately crawled down, and said to Luo Fei, and others beside him, be careful and keep hidden. According to Tang Zheng's observations in the past few days, the zombies' vision seemed to have deteriorated a little, otherwise they would not have been able to move so smoothly. Their hearing was not as good as that of normal people, otherwise there would have been more than 200 zombies in yesterday's battle. So Tang Zheng felt that, as long as they were careful enough to hide, and did not make loud noises, it would be difficult for the zombies to find them. But then, the situation of the zombies overturned his cognition. The zombies on the street staggered, and began to move in this direction. Although they seemed to be a little confused, and did not find the target, they were indeed coming. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer, and were about to be unable to hide, Tang Zheng suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not good. It's the wind. The wind blew past us, and the smell reached the zombies. Now they are like hunting beasts, sensing our smell. The zombies have a very keen sense of smell. Run. Knowing the problem, Tang Zheng and his group ran back. Roar, 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 roar. As Tang Zheng and his group ran, almost all the zombies within 100 meters saw them, and roared loudly at the same time. The roar of hundreds of zombies was like a torrent, almost waking up the zombies in other directions. At the crossroads, countless zombies began to gather here. Behind Tang Zheng and his group, a large army of zombies also rushed over. The situation that was safe just now suddenly became extremely dangerous. Chapter 16. Survival in Desperate Situation. Even Tang Zheng himself did not expect that, after walking carefully all the way, he would be exposed by a gust of wind. Now they are at a crossroads. The roar of the zombies just now almost attracted zombies from all directions. At this time, he couldn't even retreat to the alley and return to Xingfu community. This was Tang Zheng's first time to experience such a big scene. When the zombies rushed towards you, those hideous zombies were covered in blood, waving their black claws, with big mouths and bloody mouths that seemed to be ready to swallow you at any time. The feeling of terror, a timid person would probably be frightened to the point of weakness and fainting. Even though Tang Zheng was considered brave, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate at this moment. What should I do? The mobilized soldiers around him were fearless. They surrounded Tang Zheng with guns and started shooting. The only thing they cared about was Tang Zheng's safety. Apart from this, they were not afraid of death. Now they had to shoot. If they didn't shoot, they might be torn to pieces by the incoming zombie tide. They were brave enough, but they obviously had no experience in dealing with this kind of apocalypse, and could not provide Tang Zheng with a feasible plan. Everything depended on him. Tang Zheng forced himself to calm down, his mind spinning rapidly. We can't stay on the street. The only way is to retreat into the building for defense. Tang Zheng glanced behind him. At this moment, they were on the sidewalk beside the road, and behind them was a row of shops. At the corner of the street, there was an independent 3-story building. This was a restaurant that was being renovated and tiled. No one knew what it was for, and it was a mess inside. Tang Zheng didn't have many choices now, and immediately ordered, "Go in and defend this restaurant." The rolling door of the restaurant was closed, and there was a sign on it saying "Closed for renovation." Tang Zheng grabbed the recruit's backpack, took out a door-breaking hammer, and knocked off the door lock of the rolling door with one hammer. He opened the door, and rushed in first. The soldiers followed quickly, and then quickly arranged defenses in the hall. The first floor of the hotel was under renovation. They tried to pile up some sand, cement and other things at the door to block it, but it was too late. Tang Zheng had already run to the second floor, and called the soldiers to come up. Come up to the second floor, and rely on the stairs for defense. The soldiers fought and retreated, constantly firing and knocking down zombies one by one. As the battle progressed, Tang Zheng saw that Wang Yu and Li Ji were also upgraded to enhanced 2 stars one after another. The 2 new recruits had also been upgraded to enhanced 1 star. After the star upgrade, everyone had more training bullets, their shooting skills were also improved, and they were more efficient in killing zombies. Soon, the zombie corpses at the door piled up nearly 1 meter high, which slowed down the speed of the zombies coming in from behind. But this was not a long-term solution. There were too many zombies outside. These things that had become wild beasts were howling, crawling, and rolling over the corpses to rush in. The crazy energy made people's scalps numb. Don't just focus on killing zombies. See if there are any gas cans or something here. If there are, bring them over, and throw them to the first floor. Tang Zheng was also ruthless. He picked up the DP light machine gun in his hand and started firing. Da da da. Puff puff puff. The light machine gun opened fire. This was Tang Zheng's first time using a machine gun in battle. He saw golden spots whizzing towards the door, hitting the zombies pouring in, and making them bloody and flying. Some bullets missed, shattering the glass, and flying glass shards all over the sky. The hit rate was not good, but it felt really good. Even if the zombies didn't hit the vital parts, they were pushed back by the impact of the bullets. The blood on their bodies surged like a fountain, and the ceiling was splashed with pieces of black and brown. The 6 mobilized soldiers obeyed the order and quickly searched indoors. However, this place was under renovation and there were not many things. Only Luo Fei found a gas can for their own use. General, there is only one gas tank, but we can't throw it down like this. Shooting will cause an explosion and we will also be affected. Tang Zheng stopped shooting and said to Luo Fei, "Don't worry, just throw it." Luo Fei didn't say much and threw the gas tank downstairs. In just 10 seconds, a large group of zombies had already rushed in. "Run to the 3rd floor," Tang Zheng ordered, and then took out a grenade. Following the buttocks of the 2 military dogs, he ran half a flight of stairs, and then threw the grenade down the stairs. "Lie down." After running a few steps to the 3rd floor, everyone lay down collectively. Da Kangming and Xiao Piaoying also got on all fours, and lay flat there, with their tails straight. Boom. The grenade exploded. Boom. The gas tank exploded violently. The huge shockwave made the building shake, and a fierce fireball gushed out from the building, covering the entire 1st floor, including a large group of zombies outside, in flames. The glass of a large area of the surrounding buildings was shattered in the explosion. Tang Zheng was lying on the 3rd floor, and the glass shards fell all over him. He didn't care about so much. This explosion was enough to stop the zombies, but it would definitely attract more zombies. He wanted to take this opportunity to go to a safe place. With everyone, he ran straight to the window on the 3rd floor in the pungent smoke. The glass was broken. Looking out of the window, there was indeed an iron ladder for climbing up to the roof and repairing the roof. "Climb up." Luo Fei didn't say a word, carrying Da Kangming on his back, went out of the window directly and climbed to the roof. Wang Yu carried Xiao Piaoying on his back and followed him up. Then Tang Zheng and several soldiers also filed up. When several people sat on the roof, Tang Zheng realized that his clothes were already wet with sweat. Why am I still carrying this door-breaking hammer? I'm a general. Tang Zheng threw the door-breaking hammer away with some disgust. The feeling of surviving a disaster made him feel like he was exhausted, and he lay on the roof with his legs spread out. Outside, the air was filled with gunpowder smoke, and the air was pungent. Below, there was a tide of zombies. At this moment, there were already thousands of zombies rushing in this direction. But they were destined to lose their target. The thick gunpowder smoke affected their sense of smell, and their clumsy movements prevented them from climbing to the roof. Although how to leave here next was also a problem, it was safe for the time being. The zombies that lost their target would eventually disperse, and at most they would stay here for a while longer. Now the renovation was in the initial stage, changing the water and electricity, and the interior was filled with sand, cement and other non-combustible things, which did not cause the fire in this building. After relaxing, Tang Zheng lay on the roof and looked up at the sky, not wanting to move at all. How difficult it was to go home. He had only walked less than a kilometer and encountered such a big trouble. If it weren't for the grenade, he wouldn't know how to detonate the gas tank, and there might be sacrifices. Seeing that the general seemed to be in a bad mood, the mobilized soldier Yang Mu walked to Tang Zheng's side. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "General, this is what I found in Changxi Hotel. Want one?" Tang Zheng took a look. It was a mid-range cigarette, Black Double Happiness. He didn't expect Yang Mu to be so thoughtful. Tang Zheng would smoke to refresh himself when he felt sleepy. He took one. Luo Fei saw it and wanted to light a cigarette for Tang Zheng. He felt his pocket, but didn't have a lighter. Yang Mu took out a lighter and lit it for Tang Zheng. He took a deep breath and smoke came out of his nostrils. His depressed mood was relieved a little. The surging tide of zombies below didn't seem so scary. Luo Fei glared at Yang Mu and then took the initiative to say, "General, although we are safe for the time being, there are too many zombies below. It may take several days for them to disperse by themselves, unless there is a big movement nearby. Can we wait that long?" Tang Zheng was also upset about this matter and didn't know how to answer for a while. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. A flash of lightning split the sky. Tang Zheng looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and suddenly realized that it was going to rain. No wonder the wind just started blowing. It turned out to be a factor for rain. Yes, in July, the rain comes when it is said, and judging from the thickness of the clouds, it seems that the rain will not be too small. Boom. Thunder came from the sky, and a few seconds later, raindrops fell. Crackling, the rain quickly became heavier. Tang Zheng's cigarette was extinguished by the rain without taking a few puffs. Several people on the roof, without any place to hide from the rain, soon became drowned chickens and dogs. This was a heavy rainstorm. After just a few minutes, there was a white expanse between the sky and the earth. The heavy rain seemed to be leaking from the sky, making it difficult to see clearly. Luo Fei and others were a little worried. It was raining so hard that they couldn't stay on the roof all the time. They didn't care, but could the general bear it? Looking at Tang Zheng, they saw that Tang Zheng had already walked to the edge of the top floor. Luo Fei and others were startled and followed him immediately. The group all stood on the edge of the roof. Tang Zheng pointed at the zombies downstairs and said to Luo Fei and the others, "Look." The zombies suddenly stopped moving. Luo Fei and the others looked down, and sure enough, the zombies stood in the rain like wooden stakes. What is this? Tang Zheng wiped the rain off his face. The heavy rain blocked the zombies' vision, hearing, and sense of smell. They have lost their senses at this moment, so they naturally won't move around. So, let's go now. Tang Zheng had unknowingly become a very decisive person. He made a decision and left immediately. Picking up the door-breaking hammer, Tang Zheng quickly went downstairs. 3 updates today. Chapter 17: The prototype of a survival base. Things were just as Tang Zheng guessed. The heavy rain blocked the zombies' perception, making them lose all channels to obtain information from the outside world and motionless. Even if Tang Zheng walked 3 meters away from them, they were indifferent. But when they got within 3 meters, the zombies seemed to feel it. After detecting the movement range of the zombies, the next step was to avoid them and then hurry on. This kind of rainstorm usually doesn't last too long. If you want to hurry, you have to hurry as soon as possible. Several people quickened their pace. Even if a zombie occasionally sensed them, they would be quickly left behind. Facing the white rainstorm, everyone almost trotted along Zinglan Road. This 5-kilometer long road of death was passed just like that. By the time they walked out of Zinglan Road, it was already afternoon. After turning another corner, Yida City was already in sight. General, the rain seems to be a little lighter. Tang Zheng looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the rain was a little lighter, and now it was just moderate rain. The zombies on the street seemed to have some signs of coming back to life. Sure enough, the decision to hurry on was the right one. Otherwise they would not know how many days they would be trapped on the roof of the building. Let's go into Yida City. The terrain there is wide, and there is no danger of being surrounded, even if there are zombies. As long as we leave Yida City and cross an intersection, we can get on the viaduct. There are no shops facing the street on the viaduct, so there won't be many zombies. After getting off the viaduct, we will reach Binjiang Road, which is not far from Binjiang Park. Tang Zheng had already planned the route forward. This Zinglan Road is the most difficult step. Another difficult point is the section from Binjiang Road to Binjiang Park. As for Yida City, it cannot be said to be not dangerous, but it is less difficult than the other 2 places. Yida City is a large-scale comprehensive supermarket integrating shopping, leisure, and amusement parks. There are 4 in the entire Sanjiang city. Tang Zheng will not enter the mall, that would be courting death. He just wants to pass through the wide area of Yida Plaza, which should not be dangerous. While the rain was still falling, and the zombies were slow to move, Tang Zheng and his party quickly passed the intersection in the street, and came to the gate of Yida Amusement Park. The gate of the amusement park was tall, and there were many classic domestic and foreign animation characters on the gate. There were some flower baskets in front of the gate, but now the branches and leaves were withered and leaning. Some red silk was hanging on the door, hanging down wetly. Tang Zheng wiped the rain off his face. The wet clothes on his body were very uncomfortable to wear. Let's go in first. Everyone followed Tang Zheng's steps and walked into the amusement park. There were many buildings here, tall Ferris wheels, crazy roller coasters, and floating pirate ships, bungee jumping, carousels, everything you can think of. Of course, there were also some zombies, wandering in the rain at an extremely slow speed. This was a very safe moment. Tang Zheng looked up at the sky, and the dark clouds still hadn't dispersed. Although it seemed that there would be no heavy rain, it was estimated that this light to moderate rain would continue for a while. It's past 2 in the afternoon now. We can't get out of Yida City today, and we can't get out of the viaduct. It seems that we have to rest here tonight and set off tomorrow. Tang Zheng thought about taking a rest, or at least finding a place to warm up by the fire. He had a radar, which could avoid risks at a relatively close distance. He led everyone to walk past those houses and buildings to see which building had fewer zombies. After walking for a while, when they came to an indoor bumper car experience hall, Tang Zheng suddenly stopped. Something was wrong with the surrounding environment. A lot of debris was piled up around the experience hall, forming a barrier. You know, when zombies are wandering, they will not take the initiative to climb over those difficult obstacles, so the person who can do this must be a human. The debris was almost piled up around the experience hall, so the survivors must be in the experience hall. Tang Zheng hesitated. He didn't really want to stay with other survivors at this moment. After all, this military uniform would easily cause the survivors to misunderstand and beg to take them away. But now there is no suitable place to stay in the whole amusement park. After all, it is still raining, and he can't sleep outside. Before he made a decision, he didn't expect that the door of the experience hall was opened. The soldiers immediately became alert, but Tang Zheng didn't care too much. The other party could take the initiative to open the door, so there should be no bad intentions. Sure enough, a young man inside the door waved to Tang Zheng and his men. "Brothers, come here to hide from the rain." Tang Zheng didn't hesitate anymore and walked towards the experience hall. After entering the room, the young man was very enthusiastic. "Hello, are you here to rescue?" Tang Zheng shook his head. "No, we are not here to rescue. We are just passing by." The young man looked a little disappointed, but he didn't say much and still greeted him enthusiastically. "See, you are all wet. Come in quickly, we can still make a fire here." Following the young man through a lobby, there is a huge space inside. The venue of the bumper car experience hall is naturally not too small, about 2,000 square meters. But at this moment, the ground around was full of beds. Many people were lying or sitting in the corners, and when they saw Tang Zheng and his men coming in, their eyes burst into strange looks, and many people stood up. There were about 50 people, both men and women, and more than a dozen children. But no one talked much, and they looked quite orderly. The young man brought Tang Zheng to a tall man. "Squad leader, this is Brother Meng Ziliang, the one who led us to survive. If you have a rescue plan or find an organization, remember to give Brother Meng a credit. If it weren't for him, there might not be 10 of the 50 people here left." Tang Zheng looked at Brother Meng with a little surprise. This man looked about 30 years old, with a strong body and a height slightly taller than himself, about 1.85 meters. He carried a fire axe on his back, and a police 64 type pistol on his waist. Tang Zheng recognized this kind of gun, which was used by the security guards of the Public Security Bureau, and was quite powerful. The appearance of the gun was shiny, but the careful Tang Zheng soon found something wrong. The traces of wiping were too obvious, and rust could be seen in some of the gaps. The interior of this gun was probably rusted. It was probably mostly for show, that it was so glaringly hung on the waist. This thing was useless against zombies, but for people, guns were always the most intimidating thing. This was not used to fight zombies, but to scare people. It was hung here like this, probably for his own people to see, to prove that they were not powerless to fight back. Of course, it might also be to test his attitude and show that he had nothing to hide. Tang Zheng felt a little funny in his heart, but he also knew that this was the normal mentality of the survivors. Tang Zheng also knew that if he proposed to confiscate the gun at this moment, this person would obediently hand it over, but Tang Zheng certainly would not do that. They stretched out their hands to Meng Ziliang. "My name is Tang Zheng." Meng Ziliang seemed calm, but in fact he was a little nervous. After all, the group of people in front of him were soldiers, and they had enough strength to crush all of them here. But out of trust in the soldiers, he still let the young man take the group in. Taking the initiative to put the gun on his waist is also a frank attitude. After all, the gun is not his. He found it in the security booth of Yida City. If the young officer asked him to hand it in, he would hand it in. Seeing Tang Zheng take the initiative to extend his hand, to shake hands with him, he was a little flattered. He immediately stretched out his hands and shook hands with Tang Zheng. "Hello, squad leader, I'm Meng Ziliang, a coach in the gym." Tang Zheng nodded and glanced at the axe behind him. "There are dark brown marks on your axe. You must have killed a lot of zombies." Yes. After years of fitness, I still have some strength. This axe is heavy and not easy to be damaged. It is just right for fighting zombies. Did you save all these people? Yes, on the day of the apocalypse, I brought my children to the playground to play. At this point, a woman in her 50s behind him spoke up. "Xiao Meng, let these soldiers come over and sit down. They are all wet. Let's talk while warming ourselves by the fire." Tang Zheng looked back and saw that the survivors had already lit a fire. There was a big iron pot on the fire, and water was boiling in the pot. "Oh, look at me, I'm ignorant. Squad leader Tang, come and sit down." Someone brought stools and gathered around the fire. Tang Zheng led the soldiers over and sat around the fire. Dakang Meng and Xiao Piaoliang lay obediently at Tang Zheng's feet, closed their eyes, and seemed to be asleep because of the firelight. But if someone was bad for Tang Zheng, they would definitely attack and hurt people at the first time. Meng Ziliang sat with Tang Zheng, and the other survivors sat in the outer circle, revealing their trust in Tang Zheng and his friends. The young man even poured a cup of hot water for Tang Zheng and his friends. After drinking a sip of water, his stomach warmed up. Enveloped by the warm firelight, the coldness on his body gradually disappeared, and Tang Zheng felt comfortable. In the end times, there are evil people like the chef of Chunxi Hotel, but there are more kind ordinary people. This group of survivors who hold each other for warmth is a relatively normal state. Tang Zheng has observed them since he came in. There are combatants in this group, such as Meng Ziliang, young men, and several other men, who also hold some crude weapons. There are also people living here, and you can see that there are many signs of labor in the room. There are all kinds of cooking utensils, and some supplies and food are piled up in the corners. There are also bows and arrows made by humans, although they are very crude. More importantly, there are children here. With children, there is a future and hope. If such a group is given strong armed support, the future is very promising. Yet the city has a large area, and not too many zombies. If it is done well, this is a prototype of a survival base. Chapter 18. Decisions about the future. Tang Zheng was thinking about the possibility of this place becoming a survival base when Meng Ziliang spoke up. "Squad leader Tang, where are you going?" "I'm going to Western Sichuan. My family is there." Perhaps because Tang Zheng's words sounded more like a casual conversation, the survivors beside him all felt a sense of familiarity. The auntie who spoke earlier took the initiative to answer. "Oh my god, Western Sichuan is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. Young man, you are so brave." Yes, I really can't imagine that someone can walk out of this city. You know, even if we can stand firm in this house, many of us have died. If those people were alive, our number would be over 100 now. It's too difficult. Now the traffic is paralyzed. Young man, you must think about it carefully. To put it bluntly, when you go back, most of your family will be gone. This is a bit too risky, but I think it's a bit romantic. Going home thousands of miles to save your relatives sounds very manly, right? If my child's father had come to save us, I would have been willing to work for him all my life. The survivors spoke one after another, and the chatterbox opened. Tang Zheng smiled and looked around. There were more female survivors around him, and there were more young women between 25 and 35. There were also some women around 50 years old, and there were fewer men. The other ones were children. Many women had children around them. This was an amusement park. It was noon when the incident happened. Many young mothers or old grandmothers brought their babies here to play. After all, there were not as many fathers taking care of their children as mothers, which created such a scene of more yin than yang. However, such a scene still looked quite warm, and it felt like a kindergarten parent-teacher meeting before the end of the world. Perhaps seeing Tang Zheng's thoughts, Meng Zillion couldn't help but speak. Tang squad leader, to be honest, most of the mother-child combinations you see are not biological. Ah. Tang Zheng was stunned, and turned his head to look at Meng Zillion. These children snuggled up to the women, and the women instinctively hugged their children. How could they not be biological mothers and children, when they looked so dependent on each other? Meng Zillion smiled bitterly. I have a very deep impression. When the apocalypse broke out, I was taking my child to ride a roller coaster in the amusement park. I still clearly remember that my child mutated right next to me. Sergeant Tang, can you imagine that the child you raised yourself turned into a beast right under your nose, pounced on you, and tore your flesh and blood? Just in the seat in front of me, a mother was bitten to death by her daughter, and the blood sprayed all over me. Behind me, a mother mutated and bit her son to death with her own mouth, and tore him to pieces. As Meng Zillion spoke, his eyes seemed to be filled with sad memories. And I may be a selfish person. At the beginning, I tried to subdue my daughter, but after seeing the scene later, I broke my daughter's neck with my own hands. Woohoo. She was so small and cute. She was still acting coquettishly in my arms in the morning, calling me daddy sweetly, kissing me and waking me up, but I killed her with my own hands. Woohoo. As he spoke, a tall man burst into tears. Tang Zheng was also sad, and could only pat Meng Zillion on the back. No, you didn't kill your daughter. Before you did it, your daughter was gone. Meng Zillion was stunned for a moment. His eyes were a little touched, but the sad mood was not so easy to relieve. Seeing that Meng Zillion could not continue, the young man next to him interrupted. Team leader Tang, brother Meng is a very strong man. He is also very rational, and made the most correct choice. Later, he suppressed the sadness of losing his child, and brought us who survived to find this survival base. Mothers here have basically lost their children. And the children here have also lost their parents. Maternal love needs a place to rely on, and children also need to be raised, so the mother-child combination here is a temporary match, which can be regarded as true dependence on each other. We persuaded brother Meng to adopt a child, but he refused. He said that, if he had a child, there would be no one to fight zombies. We all admire him, and are willing to listen to his command. Hearing the words of Meng Zillion and the young man, and looking at the pairs of tearful eyes around him, Tang Zheng felt very uncomfortable. With the arrival of the end of the world, countless families have been broken. Many families have no one left, and some families will have 1 or 2 people left. I don't know which one is more painful. But these people chose to survive strongly, which is right, so that there is hope and a future. At this time, a little girl with a round apple face and 2 pigtails asked Tang Zheng, "Uncle, you all have guns. People with guns on TV are very powerful. Will you save many people like Uncle Meng?" Faced with the child's innocent question, Tang Zheng felt a little ashamed. He had never thought about how many people he would save before. Now he just wanted to find his family as soon as possible and save them. At this moment, he firmly believed that, if his family was still alive, he would be able to save them. But what about later? Will he save many survivors? The scene he experienced in Chunxi Hotel made him not want to do this. But seeing this scene in front of him, seeing these children who lost their parents and relatives, looking at those pairs of eyes full of hope, Tang Zheng felt that he should do something. At this moment, the direction of the future is no longer confused. Tang Zheng gently stroked the top of the little girl's head with his hand. "Uncle promises you, I will. Uncle is so nice." The little girl smiled sweetly and nestled in the arms of her new mother. It can be seen that she has walked out of the shadow of losing her relatives. The children here are very well behaved. The scene of the apocalypse before also made them grow up. Tang Zheng let out a long breath and stopped talking about this sad topic. The survivors here warmly entertained Tang Zheng and his group, even though Tang Zheng had no intention of taking them away. Perhaps in their hearts, they were also afraid to leave. After all, there were zombies everywhere outside, and it was not as simple as saying it to get out of the city. Tang Zheng was not sure that he could take these people away. It was still unknown whether he could get out. For dinner, Tang Zheng took out the remaining half of the mutant mastiff meat and made a pot of broth for everyone. This was mutant beast meat, which could strengthen the body and increase strength after eating, as a return gift to these people. The survivors were not stingy either, and took out the food that was extremely precious to them, and added several dishes for them. Meng Zilliang even found a box of beer, and drank a man drink with Tang Zheng. Everyone was satisfied with the meal. At night, Tang Zheng lay down in the small compartment, arranged by Meng Zilliang to rest. He was thinking about the future of this small group of survivors. During the day, he thought that, if this group continued to develop, it might become a survival base. But now thinking carefully, the risks involved were too great. The main reason was that they had no weapons. With only a few machetes and 2 fire axes, it was impossible to deal with too many zombies. If there was any disturbance, this group of people might be wiped out. If they wanted to develop further, they must have armed forces. After all, this base was in the city, and the danger was still very great. Tang Zheng decided to do something for this group of people. The next morning, the rain that had fallen all night finally stopped. Tang Zheng got up, and the survivors had prepared warm rice porridge. After drinking the porridge, Tang Zheng and Meng Zilliang and others said goodbye. Before leaving, Tang Zheng took out a big bag and handed it to Meng Zilliang. Meng Zilliang opened it and saw that there were 5 rifles, 5 revolvers, and hundreds of bullets in it. Squad leader Tang, you have this. He thought it was carried in the backpacks of those soldiers and did not doubt the source of the weapons. Tang Zheng waved his hand. Keep it for yourself. There are mostly women and children here. We can't do without weapons to protect them. I hope you can make good use of these weapons and build a safe home for everyone. Meng Zilliang's face showed excitement, and he even gave Tang Zheng a crooked military salute. Tang Zheng laughed dumbly and returned the salute to Meng Zilliang. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Squad leader Tang, wait a moment. Meng Zilliang took the bag, ran back, and then quickly brought back a small bag. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, took the bag, and looked at it, and it was full of various gold jewelry. This. Squad leader Tang, your soldiers were on duty yesterday and killed 2 wandering zombies. I saw them rummaging through things, so I asked casually. Your soldiers said you needed some gold jewelry, so I told everyone that the women here are willing to take out their jewelry and give it to you. This can be regarded as a little thought from us ordinary people to you. Holding a heavy bag of jewelry in his hand, Tang Zheng's heart was also mixed. Everyone thought they were soldiers, and Tang Zheng did not take the initiative to explain, but he received the kindness. This bag of jewelry was worth 500 or 600 gold, which was more than the money he exchanged. This can be regarded as good people being rewarded. Tang Zheng said nothing more, and waved to Meng Zilliang and the survivors who were standing at the door and watching them. Goodbye, everyone must live well. People also waved to Tang Zheng. Goodbye, squad leader Tang. Good luck, uncle. Squad leader Tang, if you have the opportunity to come back in the future, remember to come and see us. After all, there are not many people we know in this world. Everyone waved goodbye to each other. Tang Zheng led the soldiers and left the Yida City amusement park and continued on the way home. He had a feeling that he might really come back here in the near future. Chapter 19 Charge. Although the experience in Yida City was not long, it was a spiritual baptism for Tang Zheng and also made him see the future path clearly. In this world, perhaps he was the only one who got such a great opportunity as the war system. The rest of the people were still struggling to survive in the suffering. Tang Zheng didn't want to live alone in this world in the future. He had to do something. Of course, this kind of thing also had a prerequisite. That is, he could ensure the survival of the survivors before he would start doing this thing. Before that, Tang Zheng would not ask for trouble. The most important thing at the moment was that he had to leave Sanjiang City. Carefully avoiding the zombies, Tang Zheng and his party walked out of the back door of Yida City. Walking through this Yida City was equivalent to crossing several streets, saving a lot of distance and taking fewer risks. While walking, Tang Zheng converted all the funds. He got some funds yesterday. Although it cost a few hundred to give Meng Zilliang guns, Meng Zilliang made up for it. Now Tang Zheng has 850 funds in his hands. If he wants to upgrade to platoon leader, He needs 2 soldiers and 1,000 additional funds, which still need to be accumulated. After walking out of Yida City, you can cross another overpass and get on the elevated road. Compared with the streets on the ground, there are undoubtedly fewer zombies on the elevated road, so you can speed up your pace. When crossing the overpass, you encounter some zombies, but they are all easily eliminated. It's just that Tang Zheng didn't go to collect funds. There are too many zombies around, and he can't make trouble. After crossing the overpass, Tang Zheng and his party finally got on the elevated road. Great, this elevated road is about 15 kilometers long. After getting off the elevated road, you can reach Binjiang Road. Binjiang Road is close to Binjiang Park and is a pedestrian street. There are not so many traffic obstacles there. It's about 3 kilometers to Binjiang Park. The route has been planned, and Tang Zheng and his men continue on the road. On the elevated road, the cars are also blocked, but the number of zombies is not that large. About 60% of the zombies are trapped in the car and can't get out. The situation here also made Tang Zheng understand the mutation ratio when the apocalypse breaks out. When the first wave of crisis broke out, 60% to 70% of the people mutated. However, the subsequent secondary infection caused at least 20% of the people to mutate indirectly. Now, the apocalypse has begun for 7 days, and the number of infected people has long exceeded 90%, or even more. Through fighting with zombies, Tang Zheng is also constantly absorbing knowledge about the apocalypse. The accumulation of this knowledge will allow him to survive better in the apocalypse. Tang Zheng and his group fought while walking. Although it was impossible to go too fast, it was not too dangerous. Along the way, Tang Zheng and his team could collect funds, but this road was a full 15 kilometers. Tang Zheng was in a hurry and didn't want to delay too much. Some of the more dangerous or difficult to collect funds were simply not touched. Even so, this road took Tang Zheng a whole day to walk, and he still hadn't finished it. At night, he rested by the bridge and ate a meal of compressed biscuits and canned beef. At night, the howling of zombies became louder, and they behaved more actively. This made Tang Zheng know some differences between zombies and humans. This mutation allows zombies to see things clearly at night, which is an advantage that humans do not have. We must pay special attention to this in the future. Before going to bed, Tang Zheng also called his sister Tang Ni. The phone can still be used now. Tang Zheng carried 2 power banks with him to prevent the phone from running out of power. On the phone, Tang Ni's mood was relatively stable, but she told Tang Zheng a bad news. That is, the water supply in her dormitory has been cut off. Hearing this news, Tang Zheng was also a little worried. It has been a week since the end of the world, and the water supply has finally been cut off. There is no one to maintain the water supply company, so the water supply is inevitable. It was beyond Tang Zheng's expectation that it could last for 8 days. The lack of water is the first step, and what happens next is even more terrible. The power plant's machines are not managed by anyone, and they will stop working in 3 days. However, the power plant has a power storage room with a considerable amount of power reserves. This thing can keep running for a while, but Tang Zheng estimates that it can only last for a month at most. Once the power is cut off, the internet will be disconnected after 3 days, and mobile phone communications will be completely cut off at that time. That's why Tang Zheng was eager to find his sister within a month, otherwise they would be out of touch. After all, his sister Tang Ni said that there was only 1 month's worth of food in her dormitory. There were still 22 days left, and he had to go home to find his parents first. The task was very arduous. After ending the call with Tang Ni, they set out again the next morning. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, they got off the elevated road and came to Binjiang Road. Tang Zheng thought that the situation would be much better after getting off the elevated road. After all, Binjiang Road was a pedestrian street, and there were large stone balls on both sides blocking the vehicles. But after arriving, he realized that his estimate was a bit optimistic. There is a silver-white beach here in Beilang River, and the river water is famous for its gentle flow and clear bottom. It is a well-known tourist attraction in China. Beilang sunset and watching fish across the water are the characteristic landscapes of Beilang River. The mandarin fish here is also very famous, attracting a large number of tourists to taste it every year. so there are more zombies on this pedestrian street than ever before. Standing on the viaduct, you can see the bright color of the Balang River in the distance. But between here and the Balang River, there is an endless tide of zombies. Although it is not as crowded as before, it is not much different. Looking at the dense zombies, Tang Zheng's scalp is numb. The previous slow-moving plan is completely unworkable here. Unless there is another heavy rainstorm, but no one can control the rain, not to mention that there is no weather forecast now. Several soldiers are also a little headache looking at so many zombies. Luo Fei said to Tang Zheng, "General, unless there is a heavy truck right now, we should be able to rush over, but the cars on the road here are all corroded, and we may not be able to find a suitable vehicle." Tang Zheng thought about it, opened the system, and took a look. On the vehicle page of the system, Tang Zheng can buy a vehicle, BMW R75 military sidecar motorcycle. 3 passengers, 20 liters of gasoline, priced at 100 gold. This is the only car he can buy with his squad leader level authority. Aren't our motorcycles good enough? Luo Fei shook his head. "General, I'm afraid not. If we ride on a motorcycle, there is no compartment protection. We are easily caught by zombies. Even a scratch could lead to infection. Unless what? Unless we are not afraid of the zombie virus in a short period of time." "General, what do you mean?" Tang Zheng smiled. "Yes, since we have serum, we will use it at this time." As he said that, Tang Zheng returned to the equipment page and found the antiviral serum. Antiviral serum, small, can resist the zombie virus, effective within 30 minutes after infection, and lasts for 48 hours, priced at 50 gold. Meng, if the antiviral serum is taken in advance, can it resist the zombie virus? Meng replied to Tang Zheng, "General, yes, taking the serum in advance can protect for 48 hours, and the effect of the serum disappears after 48 hours. This road is only 3 kilometers, and 48 hours of protection is enough." Tang Zheng already had a complete plan in mind, and started buying immediately. First, he bought 2 BMW R75 military sidecar motorcycles, spending a total of 200 gold. Soon, 2 motorcycles appeared in front of Tang Zheng. BMW R75 military sidecar motorcycle. 2.4 meters long, 1.73 meters wide, 1.0 meters high, 400 kilograms in weight, maximum speed 92 kilometers per hour, fuel tank capacity 24 liters, maximum range of 360 kilometers with a full tank, 3 passengers. It's actually a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Tang Zheng touched the thick body of the motorcycle. There was also a place to mount a machine gun on the sidecar. Luo Fei took a look and said, "General, 2 cars are not enough." Tang Zheng said, "You 6 soldiers, plus 7 of me, squeeze in. It's really not enough. We have 2 dogs and a lot of supplies. There are 7 backpacks alone. We should need 3 cars." Tang Zheng thought so, and bought a 3rd motorcycle again. After the 3 brand new motorcycles appeared side by side, Tang Zheng bought another 9 serums. The antiviral serum was 50 each, a total of 450, plus the 300 for the motorcycle. The total consumption was 750. After spending almost all the money from yesterday and this morning's battle, Tang Zheng still had 800 funds in his hand. Everyone took a tube of serum and injected it, including Tang Zheng. Finally, he injected the 2 dogs, Dakengming and Xiaopiaoling, and they also cooperated obediently. Then it was the motorcycle driver. Yang Mu and 2 new recruits served as drivers. Luo Fei, Wan Yu, and Li Ji, 3 soldiers with enhanced 2 stars, sat behind the driver, holding guns to cover. After yesterday's battle, Yang Mu and 2 new recruits were also upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and Luo Fei completed half of the progress of upgrading to enhanced 3 stars. To enhance 3 stars, you need to kill 300 zombies, which is more difficult to complete. At this moment, Luo Fei has become the deputy commander of the team. He said to Tang Zheng at this moment, "General, for the sake of safety and to show your identity, I suggest that important people should sit in the sidecar, so that there is a certain degree of protection." Tang Zheng nodded slightly, and he thought so too. Then he saw that Luo Fei arranged Dakengming and Xiaopiaoling in the sidecars of 2 3-wheeled motorcycles. Tang Zheng, Everyone was ready. Tang Zheng had no choice but to get on the sidecar of the first three-wheeled motorcycle. After sitting down, his tired body felt relaxed. In front of the sidecar, there was a place to set up a machine gun. Tang Zheng directly set up his light machine gun on it. "General, it's just right for you to sit here. It's not only relatively safe, but you can also use a machine gun to clear the way. If you see the blind zombies coming, just shoot them directly." Tang Zheng put the butt of the machine gun on his shoulder, closed his eyes and aimed forward. Suddenly, he felt like those bad machine gunners sitting on the co-pilot of some dramas. "Fuck, I can't care so much. I'll rush through this section of the road and reach Bunjiang Park. Go." Tang Zheng waved his hand with great momentum, and 3 motorcycles started at the same time. Rumble, rumble. The 3 vehicles turned the corner one after another, turned off the viaduct, and rushed straight to Binjiang Road. Chapter 20, Bloody Road. 3 cars drove at full speed and rushed into Binjiang Road. The sound of these 3 cars together was still very loud, which immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. In an instant, the intersection was boiling. The zombies staggered and waved their claws to meet the motorcycle. Yang Mu drove the first motorcycle and took the middle line of the road, because here, it is least likely to be surrounded by zombies. Luo Fei held the rifle on the left side of his body to provide protection for the driver. Once a zombie approaches from the side and threatens the driver, he will immediately shoot or block with the bayonet. Tang Zheng's task is to kill the zombies in front and try not to let them get close to the motorcycle. This task is more difficult and the consumption of bullets is also huge. But at this moment, Tang Zheng has money in his hand and the magazine is full of bullets. When he saw the zombies coming, he immediately opened fire. After yesterday's battle on the viaduct, Tang Zheng's use of machine guns has become more mature. This light machine gun can fire single shots or bursts, and you can also hold the trigger and fire 3 or 4 shots at a time. This kind of shooting of 3 or 4 shots at a time is Tang Zheng's preferred method. Even if he cannot shoot the zombie in the head, he can still drive it back. Tang Zheng ignored the zombie on the side. The motorcycle was very fast and the zombie could not keep up at all. So although there seemed to be many zombies, the real obstacle was the front. As long as the motorcycle was not stopped, there would not be much danger. There was a male zombie in front, 10 meters away from the motorcycle. Da da da. The light machine gun opened fire. The first shot was lucky and successfully shot the head. The zombie's body was about to fall down and was directly knocked to the side by the motorcycle. The weight of the vehicle reached 400 kilograms, plus 3 adult men and gun backpacks, etc. The weight was more than 600 kilograms. The speed of running was enough to knock the zombie away. With a bang, the motorcycle shook a bit, but it remained stable. "General, you did a good job," Yang Mu praised. Tang Zheng smiled triumphantly and continued to shoot. The 2 zombies in front blocked him, and Tang Zheng raised his gun and fired continuously. One was shot in the head, and the other was hit in the shoulder, with the body tilted. The motorcycle rushed forward without stopping. At the moment of contact, the zombie waved its claws and passed by the side of Yang Mu's cheek, but missed and was thrown behind. Tang Zheng was a little embarrassed, and Yang Mu said again, "The general is accurate." Tang Zheng gritted his teeth. There were zombies in front, and the machine gun continued to pour fire forward. A zombie became a fish that slipped through the net and waved its claws at Yang Mu. Yang Mu lowered his head and grabbed the bulletproof helmet. With a clang, it actually made a sound similar to metal collision, but Yang Mu was still not injured. Before Yang Mu could speak, Luo Fei behind him took the lead and said, "The helmet equipped by the general is awesome." Tang Zheng couldn't help it. "You two shut up. People who are going to be platoon leaders and company commanders in the future, do you know how to talk?" The 2 soldiers smiled and shut up. The next battle was not so wonderful. The motorcycle was speeding on the road. Tang Zheng faced the wind and the machine gun kept roaring, but he still couldn't stop the increasing number of zombies. He put the butt of the gun on his shoulder and swung the machine gun left and right. He shot when he saw a zombie in front of him. The machine gun kept vibrating, shaking his shoulders numb. There were too many zombies on this road. There were 7 or 8 zombies in front of him, all of which appeared on the motorcycle's route. At this time, the bullets in the machine gun magazine were all used up. Tang Zheng had already installed a spare magazine before, and he needed Luo Fei's cover so that he could replace the magazine. But the situation at this time was obviously not something Luo Fei's rifle could handle. The motorcycle couldn't turn easily because there were two motorcycles behind them. If they turned rashly, they would expose the car behind them. You know, those two cars didn't have the firepower of a machine gun. Slow down 10 yards, I'll throw a grenade. The speed of the car slowed down slightly, and Tang Zheng took out a grenade from his waist and threw it directly. After eating the mutant beast meat, the distance of the grenade throwing increased, and it was thrown right in the center of the zombie group. With a loud bang, smoke rose. The zombies were blown apart, and the motorcycle rushed past. Tang Zheng lowered his head and raised it again. His face was already covered in dust. He didn't care about his image and quickly replaced the magazine. At this time, the motorcycle had already run 1 kilometer. Da-da, da-da-da. The machine gun began to roar again, killing as many zombies as possible. Puff. A zombie passed by Tang Zheng's side, and when the motorcycle rushed past, its claws scratched Tang Zheng's shoulder. A slight stinging sensation came, but Tang Zheng ignored it. The machine gun continued to fire, and the blood of a zombie splattered, and the three people were covered in black blood. Boom boom boom. Exclamation mark. Two zombies were knocked away by the motorcycle in succession, and the car shook violently, and even jumped twice. Tang Zheng only felt that the seat on his side was slightly tilted up, and the car was a little tilted. It's going to flip over. Yang Mu was a little worried. After all, there were two people sitting on this side, and the weight was greater. But what he was worried about did not happen. The car tilted a bit, but still regained its balance. Luo Fei glanced behind Tang Zheng and said with luck. Fortunately, the general carried the door-breaking hammer on his back, which increased the weight. If it was me, it would have flipped over just now. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Why is this door-breaking hammer still behind him? No wonder he feels so tired. But it was thanks to it just now. This is fate. You can't envy it. After going through the difficult hurdle just now, Tang Zheng and his team cooperated more and more tacitly. There are still many dangers around. The zombies kept attacking, and several people gradually began to be injured. But this is still not fatal, and it is not enough to stop the motorcycle from moving forward. The roar of the engine, the roar of the zombies, and the clatter of machine guns kept echoing on this street. In the buildings on both sides of the road, some scattered survivors couldn't help but opened the windows and watched the three-wheeled motorcycles rushing in the middle of the zombies. In their eyes, the people in these three vehicles were doomed. Although they had guns, they also had some marks of being scratched by zombies. Even if they could rush through this section of the road, infection was already a foregone conclusion. But they were also envious of these soldiers who could rush through the zombies so bravely. At the end of their lives, they could have such a passionate experience, which was also a rare experience in life. In their envious and sympathetic eyes, the three motorcycles gradually went away. Facing smoke and splattered blood, risking overturning in the claws of zombies, the three motorcycles gradually approached Benjiang Park. Everyone had wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. If it weren't for the protection of antiviral serum, they would have been enough to die 10 times. But with this body, that was almost invulnerable to all poisons, Tang Zheng and his men forced their way through. General, hiss. After crossing the crosswalk in front, it's Benjiang Park. While Yang Mu was speaking, he moved the corner of his mouth, and his mouth was scratched. Tang Zheng's face was not injured, but his right shoulder had been grabbed by 7 or 8 zombies. He rubbed his shoulder. His hands were covered with blood. Rush over. Our goal is the bank of the Beilang River. There are small boats and bamboo rafts there. We will be safe once we get in the water there. I don't believe zombies can swim. Got it. Yang Mu stepped on the accelerator and rushed over on his motorcycle. He knocked away several zombies in succession, and when he reached the steps at the entrance of the park, the front wheel of the motorcycle suddenly lifted up. Bang, bang, bang. The motorcycle rushed directly up the 5 steps. After climbing these steps, they officially entered the park. The 2 motorcycles behind followed suit and rushed up the steps. Another 200 meters ahead, they will reach the white sand beach by the river. Just when Tang Zheng thought victory was in sight, Luo Fei suddenly reminded him, "General, there is a female zombie rushing over from the side. She is so fast." Tang Zheng looked back to the left, only to see a female zombie, crouching, waving two sharp claws, rushing towards the motorcycle at a running speed. Although it has not reached the speed of a 100-meter athlete, it is comparable to the running speed of an ordinary person. Not good. This zombie has evolved to a certain extent. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ignore her. Keep rushing forward. Pulling the trigger, shooting left and right, wounding and killing several zombies blocking the road in front, and the car rushed past. Even though the female zombie ran fast, it was still no match for the motorcycle. Soon, the motorcycle rushed over the 200 meters and entered the beach area. Jumping from the concrete ground to the beach, the speed of the car suddenly dropped. "General, the sand is too soft, the car is too heavy, and it can't run." Looking at the Beilan River 70 or 80 meters away, Tang Zheng secretly complained in his heart. "I didn't expect that there would be complications at this last step." But at this moment, there was no choice. He resolutely took Luo Fei out of the car. After reducing the weight of two people, the car's speed increased a bit, and it barely made its way in front. The same thing happened to the two motorcycles behind. Two soldiers jumped off the car, and the military dog also got off the car. The car followed, and drove to the riverside. These three cars also cost a lot of money. If you can avoid leaving them behind, try not to leave them behind. And even if you leave the motorcycle behind, it won't be faster than the current speed. The people who got off the car kept shooting, knocking down the approaching zombies one by one, and followed the motorcycle to the riverside. But at this moment, the female zombie who was left behind actually caught up. Chapter 21, Escape. Running on the soft beach, Tang Zheng was able to see the true appearance of the female zombie. Compared with other zombies, the female zombie looked more agile, just like the difference between a bloated ordinary person and an athlete. The muscles were smooth and the black claws were more than 20 centimeters long, like a small sickle. This was obviously not what she should have looked like in her lifetime, but evolved. This is a pedestrian street and a park. There were many people before the end of the world. This zombie must have devoured a lot of flesh and blood to evolve to this level. Next to Tang Zheng, a soldier shot at the zombie. But unexpectedly, the zombie twisted its body at the moment the soldier raised his gun to shoot. The soldier was not a sharpshooter, and the shot almost brushed the zombie's ear and missed. Dodging the shot, the zombie continued to run quickly and swayed slightly from side to side while running. The swing was not large, but in this case, it was difficult to accurately hit her head. The soldier fired two more shots, one of which missed, and one hit her shoulder, but the zombie was obviously not afraid of such damage. This zombie is a bit difficult to deal with. He can barely evade. It will be dangerous if he gets close. Tang Zheng was a little worried. If they were caught up by this zombie, they would definitely be in big trouble. At this time, Da Kungming and Xiao Piaoling, who had been following the team, suddenly rushed out. Da Kungming was unusually brave and rushed head on to the female zombie. Bang! During the collision, Da Kungming's two claws rested on the zombie's shoulders and bit down on the zombie's neck. This zombie really had the sense of evasion. Facing the military dog that pounced on it, it actually blocked it with its claws. Da Kungming bit the zombie's wrist and swung its head violently to bite. The zombie waved its other claw, wanting to give Da Kungming a hard blow. Unexpectedly, Xiao Piaoling suddenly bit one of the zombie's supporting legs from behind, and with a fierce pull, the female zombie lost balance and fell to the ground. The two military dogs immediately began to suppress the zombies and bit them fiercely. The zombies would almost never die unless their necks were bitten off, and they were not afraid of the military dogs' bites, waving their claws to attack the military dogs. The military dogs were also protected by bulletproof vests, and it was difficult for the zombies to hit their vital points. The two dogs and the zombie immediately rolled into a ball. Black blood splashed, dog hair flew, and dust rolled. The battle was extremely fierce. While the military dogs were entangled with the mutant zombie, Tang Zheng's side was relieved a lot of pressure. The soldiers continued to shoot the approaching zombies and quickly approached the bank of the Beilan River. 10 meters ahead was the riverside, where there were many sightseeing boats. There were relatively large cruise ships, small speedboats, and boats such as pleasure boats and bamboo rafts. Among them, the cruise ships and speedboats looked rusty and miserable, and they didn't look like they could be used. Tang Zheng ignored the iron boats and fixed his eyes on a medium-sized pleasure boat. This was a wooden boat with some signs of decay, but it looked better than the iron boats. Get on board this pleasure boat. The pleasure boat was still docked at the pier, locked with iron chains, and the sampan was still on the shore. Yang Mu's motorcycle took the lead and rushed directly to the boat. With a clanging sound, it hit some seats. The two motorcycles behind followed suit and rushed to the boat. There was another round of collision sounds, and the three three-wheeled motorcycles collided with each other, and they were all a little bumpy. The new car, that had just been purchased, was now covered with dust and blood, and there were many scars. It looked like it had been used for more than 3 years. Seeing the motorcycle boarding the boat, Tang Zheng immediately ran to the boat. Big smart. Little pretty. Come back. Seeing that more zombies were surrounding the battlefield over there, Tang Zheng immediately called the two dogs. The two military dogs also quickly left the battlefield, leaving the zombie behind, and heading straight for the boat. At this moment, without the drag of Tang Zheng and other humans, the speed of the military dogs was demonstrated. No zombie, including the female zombie, could catch a hair of the military dogs. Like an arrow shot from a string, the two military dogs quickly ran to the shore and jumped onto the boat. The zombies on the shore gathered around and wanted to rush aboard to eat. Quick. Start. Luo Fei quickly ran to the bow and tried to ignite. He turned the key, but the engine on the boat did not respond. No, General, this machine has rusted and rotted and cannot be used. Tang Zheng hurriedly looked around and locked his eyes on the bamboo rafts. The bamboo poles there can be used to support the boat. I'll go. I can swim. This time Luo Fei volunteered to go into the water. The shore was no longer accessible. At this moment, several soldiers blocked the bow to stop the continuous influx of zombies, while Luo Fei jumped into the water and headed straight for the bamboo rafts. Soon, he took the first bamboo pole and threw it directly onto the pleasure boat. A soldier caught it, but one bamboo pole was definitely not enough, so Luo Fei went to look for the second one. At this time, the female zombie also rushed to the side of the pleasure boat. Unlike other zombies who staggered forward, she actually jumped up and tried to jump onto the pleasure boat. Fuck you. Tang Zheng raised his machine gun and fired a volley of bullets into the air. Blood flowers appeared on the zombie's body. It roared in the air and was knocked into the water. The zombie that entered the water seemed a little embarrassed and jumped back to the shore suddenly, as if it was a little afraid of the water. This also confirmed Tang Zheng's guess that zombies really can't swim. But he couldn't be sure whether water could drown zombies. After all, zombies are already a new species and cannot be measured by human standards. After being hit by machine gun bullets, the zombie did not flinch and was still trying to jump onto the boat from other angles. Tang Zheng could only hold the machine gun and keep sniping to buy time for Luo Fei to collect bamboo poles. Without Tang Zheng's machine gun fire cover, the zombies at the entrance were a bit difficult to deal with. Countless zombies swarmed from the sampan, and the degree of crowding even squeezed many zombies into the river. The firepower of the remaining soldiers was not enough to deal with such a terrifying zombie tide. Once the sampan was breached, the few people might have only one way to escape by jumping into the river. When Tang Zheng boarded the boat, he had already purchased 2 more mobilized soldiers. 8 mobilized soldiers. This is the maximum force he can currently have. 2 recruits appeared in the cabin and almost immediately joined the battle. The addition of new recruits relieved some of the pressure. The zombies could not get on the boat through the sampan for the time being, but the soldiers also had no way to remove the iron chain from the bow. General, there are too many zombies. We can't take down the iron chain hanging on the bow. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth, handed the machine gun in his hand to Yang Mu, and rushed to the bow. He reached behind his back and found that the door-breaking hammer had unknowingly run into his backpack again. He took out the door-breaking hammer and smashed it at the place where the iron chain was hung on the boat. The place where the iron chain was hung was an iron plate embedded on the wooden board. As long as the surrounding wooden boards were smashed, there was no need to remove the iron chain. With a click, the wooden board broke. Come again. Snap, snap. In a few seconds, the wooden board on the bow was smashed through. Tang Zheng kicked one end of the iron chain underwater, and the hull immediately began to loosen. Luo Fei, are you done? Alright. Luo Fei had already taken back the fourth bamboo pole, and was now climbing onto the boat. Machine gun cover. Yang Mu came to the bow with a machine gun, and fired a fierce burst, which stopped the zombies' offensive for a while. But this was not enough. At this moment, hundreds of zombies were crowded on the shore, and bullets could not penetrate the zombies. Fight you. Tang Zheng took out the last grenade from his waist again. He opened the cover, pulled the ring, and threw it into the middle of the zombies. Lie down. With a bang, an explosion sounded at the bow. The zombies fell into the water in the explosion. Whether dead or not, they could not threaten Tang Zheng and his men for the time being. The sampan was also blown into the river in the explosion, and the zombies lost the way to board the boat. Take the bamboo pole, paddle the boat, and go to the deep water area. The 4 recruits each took a bamboo pole and began to paddle the boat. The boat slowly left the shore. It seemed that it was about to be safe, but unexpectedly, the female zombie jumped towards the boat again. Come again. This time, I will let you die here. Tang Zheng skillfully stuffed the door-breaking hammer into the backpack behind him, took the machine gun, and swept a volley of bullets. At this time, the female zombie had already grabbed the upper eaves of the pleasure boat with both hands, and her legs were within Tang Zheng's sight. This burst of bullets broke the female zombie's legs. The female zombie felt no pain, and just as she loosened her claws and fell onto the boat, she could no longer stand up, and fell into the river with a plop. Having lost her legs, she could only crawl to the shore with her claws. Tang Zheng adhered to the principle of taking advantage of your illness, and came to the boat to shoot again. Da. The bullet swept past and finally shot the zombie in the head. With the death of the female zombie, the zombies that were originally roaring at the pleasure boat immediately found a target to eat, rushed over one after another, and began to devour the female zombie's body. Countless black claws stretched out to the head of the female zombie. Tang Zheng stood at the bow with a gun in both hands, watching this scene thoughtfully. But soon, this thought was interrupted. The soldiers supported the bamboo poles with all their strength, and gradually left the shore. Looking at the hellish scene on the shore gradually fading away, looking at the city shrouded in black smoke, Tang Zheng's heart surged. He did it. He really did it. He escaped from this hellish city. Finally, he was leaving. Book Friends Group, 746,860,067. Welcome to chat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Nobles. The pleasure boat floated on the Beilang River, moving slowly along the river. Tang Zheng's original plan was to take a boat on the Beilang River for a while, and then go west along the Hao River. After walking about 3,000 kilometers, he would abandon the boat and land. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible. The Beilang River section is fine, and the speed is okay. But when it comes to the Hao River, the waterway turns, the water flows eastward and he goes west, and it is too difficult to go against the current. What's more, the engine of this boat has been scrapped, and it is undoubtedly unrealistic to move forward in the shallow water by bamboo poles. Time does not allow him to do that. It is now the 9th day of the apocalypse. At the speed of this boat, it will not reach Western Sichuan in a month. So he only has today and one night to take the boat. When he reaches the Hao River section tomorrow morning, he will abandon the boat and land, and move along the road. He picked up a chair, sat on the boat, and looked at the river view on the shore. Tang Zheng couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. The prosperity of the past has gone with the wind, and the city of doomsday makes people feel desperate. The atmosphere of daily life that was once taken for granted now seems to have become the most luxurious thing out of reach. Turning on the phone, there is still a network signal. The internet is not too deserted, because those who are alive now and can access the internet will basically speak on the internet. But all of them are talking about the difficulty of surviving in the end times and messages for help. Especially in the past 2 days, all major cities have stopped water supply. Everyone is talking about the hardship of having no water, and they are constantly tagging the local Royal Security Bureau and local garrison troops, hoping to get rescue. But without exception, they did not get a response, and they don't know what the situation of those troops and the Security Bureau is. Tang Zheng is not very optimistic about this. If it is just the mutation of the zombie virus, maybe the troops will not collapse, but the acid rain before the end of the world is also a culprit. From what Tang Zheng has seen these days, the car is corroded, the tools are corroded, and even the gun equipped by Meng Zilliang in Yida City is just a fake, which can analyze the situation in other places. The troops whose guns are corroded and have lost their weapons are not much stronger than ordinary people. Besides, the first wave of infection was very sudden, and it would definitely cause a large number of casualties. Even if the troops were not completely wiped out, they would definitely be in a state of panic in a short period of time, let alone rescue. The survivors now can only pray for the best. However, he also saw some relatively exciting news. For example, in some places, small groups of survivors began to appear and informed nearby survivors of their locations through the internet, hoping that more people would join in. This is the prototype of the future survival base. Although most of these small groups are difficult to grow and develop, some of them will definitely grow up. As for how much they can grow, it depends on how cruel this doomsday is. The boat reached the center of the river and drifted downstream. Basically, no power was needed. Only the rudder needed to be adjusted occasionally. Without the threat of zombies, the whole person relaxed a little, lying lazily on the seat, looking at the water below. A black shadow swam past the side of the boat. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was dazzled. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully, and this time he saw it clearly. It was a big fish. It was not a rare fish, and it looked like a carp. But this carp is almost 1 meter long, with its fin sticking out of the water, leaving a water line. Such a big carp. Tang Zheng's heart was beating. This fish must have mutated. The Beilan River is not a big river, but what about the Hao River? What about the sea? Are there more mutants? It has to be said that this possibility is very high. It seems that zombies are not the only dangerous thing in the world. There are also more mutants. Thinking that there may be more mutants than zombies, Tang Zheng felt a little thirsty. Don't think too much. Let's see how much money is left. Tang Zheng opened the system and checked it. After buying the motorcycle, there is still nearly 1000 gold. During the battle, 2 new soldiers were purchased, and a lot of bullets were consumed. Currently, there is only 470 gold. However, Tang Zheng's subordinates are full now. He has met 2 of the 3 conditions for upgrading to platoon leader. As long as the funds in his hand reach 1000, he can upgrade. However, Tang Zheng wants to have more money in his hand before upgrading. If there is only 1000 gold, he can't afford any good things after upgrading. On the way home, I have to pay attention to collecting more funds. Now there are still 20 days before the time agreed with my sister. As long as the journey goes smoothly, there should be enough time. Tang Zheng took out the map he had drawn before. Now the early route of this map has been completed, but there was a slight deviation in the last step. The boat can only go until tomorrow morning, and then he will change the route. Take the boat tonight, and tomorrow morning, I will be able to reach the intersection of Beilan River and Hao River. When I get there, it will be the suburbs of Sanjiang City. I have to get on the highway as soon as possible, where I can go to the west at the fastest speed. I hope the highway won't be too congested. In the next period of time, I won't get off the highway and try to hurry to the west. The gator line for the motorcycle can also be collected on the road. If everything goes well, about 10 days should be enough to get home. After sketching a new route for a while, Tang Zheng fell asleep. What Tang Zheng didn't know was that after he left, news about him was still circulating in Sanjiang City. Song Family DC District, Sanjiang City. There is a manor covering an area of 40 acres here. This is the villa manor of the Imperial Baron, Song Yinghao. Imperial law stipulates that nobles have fiefs. As a baron, Song Yinghao has a fief of 500 acres in the surrounding area in addition to this manor. However, Song Yinghao made his fortune by engaging in construction development, building bridges and roads. This is thanks to a group of his men who helped him fight and kill, and do some shady things, to get to this point today. He did not treat his men badly, especially the main figure Zhao Bakshan. Zhao Bakshan is his guard platoon leader, and he even donated a lord status to Zhao Bakshan. The lord is not a formal noble, and the guard platoon leader is not a member of the royal army, but after all, it is higher than the status of civilians. It is now the 9th day since the end of the world. Song Yinghao, dressed in a white suit, returned to his villa. For the past 9 days, he has been hiding in the safe basement, leaving this place to Zhao Bakshan. Now that the manor is completely safe, he has come out. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby of the villa, Song Yinghao slowly wiped a golden eagle ornament placed here. His movements were graceful and calm, which was in line with his noble status. Zhao Bakshan, with a sturdy aura, stood there, waiting for Song Yinghao's questions. Bakshan, how many people are left in our guard team? Boss Song, including me, there are 9 people in the guard team, among which there are only 3 veterans. The remaining few were transferred from other servants. We barely make up a combat squad. Song Yinghao was a little surprised. There are 30 people in my platoon, and there are only 3 veterans left. Boss, there is nothing we can do. When the first wave of infection was born, nearly 20 people mutated. When we fought back, several people were scratched. The most important thing is that the gun is no longer usable. Most of our guns are no longer usable. When we shoot, they either jam or explode, or simply cannot fire. Several brothers died because of the poor performance of the gun. Now everyone only has a few pistols and even crossbows. Song Yinghao asked again, what about our machine guns? The machine guns can still be used, right? The machine gun can be used, thanks to the fact that we usually treat the machine gun as a treasure and keep it in a box and a safe, so it has not rusted too much. This time it is also thanks to this machine gun, otherwise we will definitely not be able to defend this manor. Song Yinghao had a headache. With only 1 machine gun and a few miscellaneous guns, we are definitely not strong enough to get out. Bakshan, it may be difficult to save your father. Zhao Bakshan nodded. Boss, I can understand. I talked to my dad a few days ago. He was still able to hold on. But now you can't get into the city at all, and I won't force it. You should call your father again. People need hope the most at this time. If you make more calls, you should be able to hold on for a few more days. Zhao Bakshan nodded, picked up the phone, and called his father. The call went through the first time, but no one answered. The second time, the call went through again, but still no one answered. This is not right. The call is clearly connected, which proves that someone is charging the phone. But why is no one answering? There are zombies outside, and my dad can't go out. Zhao Bakshan was sweating. Song Yinghao was more experienced. He pondered for a moment and said, your father may have been in trouble, but someone is still using the phone. In this way, you can send a message and promise some benefits. Maybe the person on the other end will see it and answer your call. Zhao Bakshan's face was gloomy. It seems that this is the only way. I hope the person on the other end is greedy. As he said, he edited a message and sent it. The message was very simple and clear. If the other party told him what happened to his father, he would find a chance to rescue the other party and ask Mr. Baron to give him the identity of a guard squad leader. 3 minutes after the message was sent, another message came back. It's a deal. Zhao Bakshan's eyes lit up, and he called again. This time, someone answered. Confucius said, a beautiful day starts with a recommendation vote. Chapter 23 on the highway. Liu Xiaoshan is an office worker who works as a copywriter in a company. His girlfriend is also a clerk, and the two have been in love for 2 years. He always thought that he would marry his girlfriend, and his girlfriend thought so too. But unexpectedly, their breakup would come from the end of the world. In Changxi Hotel, his girlfriend was forcibly occupied by Ma Laozhan and Lao Xiaotao. Facing Ma Laozhan's butcher knife and the vicious dog, Liu Xiaoshan was scared. Although a group of strong men came the next day, the soldiers killed Ma Laozhan, his 2 apprentices, and the vicious dog, and then left here. Liu Xiaoshan's anger finally broke out, and he beat Zhao Laotao to death. But this could not save his relationship with his girlfriend. His girlfriend broke up with him completely, without saying a word to him, and her relationship with another man heated up, and she completely ignored him. Not only did his girlfriend treat him like this, but other people in Chunksy Hotel also began to reject him, thinking that he did not have the responsibility of a man. He was isolated and could not even live on the second floor. He could only go to the first floor of the hotel and live alone. He now has 2 mobile phones, one for himself and one for Old Man Zao. Old Man Zao's phone is better. Pomegranate 18. Liu Xiaoshan was reluctant to throw it away, so he took Old Man Zao's phone to play games to pass the time. But he overlooked one thing, which was to throw away the SIM card. It was not until today that a number showing his son Bakshan called him that he panicked. He was stunned for a long time and did not dare to answer the phone until he saw the message. This message made him excited. He is living a life worse than death now, so he might as well take a bold risk. Maybe there will be a chance. As for the death of Old Man Zao, can he blame those soldiers? When Zao Bakshan came to pick him up, he left the hotel. Anyway, there were not many zombies in this alley, and he would not meet the people in the hotel at that time. In this doomsday, he might never meet these people. Although this matter is very risky and full of loopholes, Liu Xiaoshan can't care so much. He must take a risk. So he answered Zao Bakshan's call. Hello Lord Zao, my name is Liu Xiaoshan. This is what happened. Ma Laozan is dead. His apprentice is dead. Your father is dead. The people who killed them were a group of soldiers. A squad leader led the way, a little over 1.8 meters tall, and looked decent. He had 6 soldiers under him, all using rifles. Oh, and there were 2 dogs. They looked very fierce. They killed someone and left the next day. I don't know where they went, but it looks like they were leaving the city. What's the squad leader's name? Let me think about it. Oh, by the way, he said his name was Tang Zheng. Yes, that's the name. Why is your phone here with me? It's like this. I was worried that this matter would fall into oblivion and no one would tip you off, so I took the initiative to find your phone, but I didn't expect you to call me. I live in Xingfu community now. Yes, that's the name. Call me when you send someone. I'll be waiting for your call at any time. After the phone was hung up, Liu Xiaoshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was not going to stay here anymore. He was going to Xingfu community, where those soldiers were, waiting for the arrival of a new life. At the east suburb villa, Zao Bakshan hung up the phone. Boss, the person who answered the phone is a man named Liu Xiaoshan. He said that my father was killed by a group of soldiers. The squad leader was called Tang Zheng. I don't know whether they were from the royal army or some noble guard. Song Yinghao pondered for a moment. I heard it. This person's words are not credible. Maybe he killed him. What he said about waiting for your call is pure nonsense. I know. If I have a chance to find this person, I will skin him alive and make him tell the truth. Let's leave it at that for now. As for the soldiers he mentioned, there may be real people, but in this world, it is impossible to issue a formal wanted order. Let's do this. Now the phone still has signal. I also know that there are still some people alive in the noble group. I will send a message in the group to wanted this man named Tang Zheng. Zao Bakshan nodded. Although he felt that this was useless, it was better than nothing. Perhaps seeing Zao Bakshan's absent-mindedness, Song Yinghao smiled. Bakshan, don't underestimate the power of the nobles. The Hanyu Empire is supported by the nobles. Tang Zheng has a certain amount of armed forces, so it shouldn't be so easy for him to die at the hands of zombies. But the empire is dominated by nobles after all. I'm sending this message. It may not be of much use in the short term, but he will definitely suffer in the future if the situation stabilizes. As he spoke, Song Yinghao opened a group chat on his phone. The Central and Southern Nobles group of the Empire. He edited a paragraph of Tang Zheng's message and sent it to the group. In the message, he described Tang Zheng and his group as a group of deserters, hoping that the nobles in the central and southern regions of the country who saw them would help intercept them and contact him. Okay, the nobles who are still alive in the 5 provinces of the central and southern regions will see this message. I hope it will be useful. The 10th day, since the end of the world began. The pleasure boat slowly moved along the Beilang River. Along the way, no boat was seen. Tang Zheng stood at the bow, looking at the situation on the shore. They had already left the urban area of Sanjiang. The water in front was wide, and they had reached the intersection of Beilang River and Hao River. Heyo River was the largest river in the territory of Hanyu Empire. The sun-powered pleasure boat could not cross it. If they forced their way through it, they might be washed into the sea by the river water all the way to the east. So they docked here and crossed along the river bridge. Tang Zheng asked the pleasure boat to pull over, and the group abandoned the boat and landed. Their feet stepped on the ground again, and the urban area of Sanjiang was already behind them. After moving the motorcycle off the boat, the group drove, and finally got on the river bridge after several turns. 3 motorcycles, 9 people and 2 dogs were a bit crowded. Tang Zheng bought another motorcycle, one of which was for 2 people, and the sidecar was loaded with supplies. 4 vehicles began to move along the river bridge. There was also some congestion here at the river bridge, but the motorcycle could still move forward. After more than an hour of fighting, they got off the river bridge and got on the highway to the west. The zombies near the toll station were eliminated, and more than 100 funds were collected. The moment they stepped on the highway, Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. Arriving here, we have truly left Sanjiang. There are not many vehicles on the highway, and there are no large-scale zombies. The future is bright. Some scattered zombies can no longer pose any threat to this combat squad. Is there enough gasoline for the car? General, it is enough for now. There must be a lot of abandoned vehicles on this highway. When we are short of oil, we can go down and pump some up. Okay, let's go. 4 motorcycles lined up and began to head west. Tang Zheng sat on the second motorcycle this time. This car was newly purchased. Unlike the other 3, which were scarred and covered with zombies' blood, it was more comfortable to sit on. The motorcycle sped on the highway. Occasionally, there were scattered zombies wandering on the road. The soldiers ignored them and rushed over with 1 foot on the accelerator. Seeing that there was no danger, Tang Zheng was relieved. On both sides of the highway, there were endless farmlands. In mid-July, the wheat seedlings were still green, and it would take another 2 months to mature. But these grains were destined to be harvested by no one. The smell of green grass on the roadside hits you in the face. There is no smell of zombies or the smoke of the city. Even the car horns of the past are gone. It is unusually quiet. Tang Zheng sat on the motorcycle in a daze and slept until the afternoon. Seeing that Tang Zheng fell asleep, the soldiers did not disturb him. On the road, they basically did not contact the zombies or collect supplies. They hurried on their way. When Tang Zheng woke up, the sun was already setting. Tang Zheng signaled to slow down and try to collect some supplies on the road. When he saw abandoned vehicles on the road, the car would stop, collect gasoline, and check if there was any food. Occasionally, there were some zombies in the car, and they could kill them directly and get some money sporadically. On the way, Tang Zheng would not enter the service areas and gas stations with a large number of zombies. At night, he would rest on the highway, and the soldiers would take turns to guard the night. They did not get off the highway along the way. When they were hungry, they would simply eat something. The days of rushing passed quickly. Such days lasted for a whole week. In a week, Tang Zheng and his party crossed 3 provinces. They have traveled nearly 8,000 kilometers out of a 10,000 kilometer journey. There are still 2,200 kilometers left before Tang Zheng can return to his hometown in western Sichuan. It is estimated that it will take about 3 days. After many days of traveling and simple meals, several people have lost some weight. On this day, Tang Zheng finally couldn't stand it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. My stomach is protesting. If I continue to eat vacuum-packed food, I'm afraid I will get a stomach disease. We must find a place to rest. Tang Zheng turned on his mobile phone and checked the electronic map that could still be used temporarily. There is a relatively large service area 30 kilometers ahead. This service area is quite famous. It is called Nanhu Service Area. It is contracted by a nobleman. The scenery there is nice. It is close to a lake. There are many restaurants in the service area. Tourists can also go fishing. It is almost a tourist attraction. Let's go there and take a look. Even if there is a battle, we must try to have a good meal, then take a bath, and have a good sleep. The soldiers were also full of expectations. Although they could endure a little more than Tang Zheng, they were flesh and blood after all. After a week of traveling, everyone was exhausted. The car sped up and headed towards the Nanhu service area. As the car moved forward, Tang Zheng inexplicably felt his heartbeat speed up. It felt like something was going to happen in this service area. Chapter 24 Zhujingshu. Nanhu service area is located at the junction of Sichuan West, Xianan and Qianzhou. This service area is also a large service area that can accommodate 20,000 passengers. In the empire, many industries belong to the nobles, and this service area is one of them. Its owner is a baron. After contracting the service area, he continued to develop and build it, and eventually it became a tourist attraction at the junction of the three provinces. Before the end of the world, there were countless vehicles coming and going here every day, and it was very prosperous. After Tang Zheng arrived here, he found that the first difficulty of this high-speed journey had finally arrived. Even if he didn't plan to come here, he might not be able to bypass this service area. 4 motorcycles stopped at the edge of the service area, looking at this place that looked like a small town, and felt a little worried. There were not too many zombies here, but there was another problem that had to be faced. That is, the road was blocked. No wonder there were few vehicles going in this direction along the way. It turned out that this service area had been blocked. The main reason for the traffic jam is that there are too many buses passing through here. Many buses have overturned on the road, one after another, blocking the entrance of the entire service area. There are dark brown bloodstains and some fragmented bones everywhere on the ground. It can be imagined that a humanitarian tragedy must have happened here. Tang Zheng can even think that, if he walks to the surrounding areas with this place as the center point, he can still find a lot of survivors. After all, this is a wilderness, and it is impossible for everyone to die when the apocalypse breaks out. But Tang Zheng will not do such a thing. The most important thing now is to find a safe place to rest here. Tang Zheng did not rush to find a hotel, but took his mobile phone to check the map here. There are restaurants on both sides of the road, a total of 70 or 80. In the middle is the service hall. Near my direction, there is a security office of the Imperial Security Bureau set up here, and in the other direction, there is a gas station. I should find a hotel to stay and settle down first, and have a good rest for the night before talking about it. Tang Zheng looked around, and after careful analysis, decided that men should go on the left and women on the right to go on the left. First, they parked the motorcycle in a hidden place on the edge of the area, and then walked into the huge service area. This service area can accommodate up to 20,000 passengers, but that is the maximum capacity. Usually, there are not so many. The apocalypse broke out at noon, which is the peak period of traffic. Looking around, there are countless abandoned vehicles piled up in the middle of the 2-kilometer long service area, and a large number of zombies are wandering among them. Tang Zheng was blocked by the abandoned vehicles. Although he could not see the situation on the other side of the service area, from this angle, there were at least 7,000 or 8,000 zombies in the service area. This place is really dangerous. It seems that how to get through is still a problem. Tang Zheng did not want to fight this group of zombies head on. He just wanted to settle down first. There was a row of restaurants on the left. Tang Zheng looked at it and decided to go to the first one on the left. At least there was no need to go deep into the dangerous area. The restaurant has 3 floors and is called Nanhu. This name was chosen. I guess the owner of the restaurant is a girl. General, you are right. General, you are wise. General, you have a plan. The first 2 people who spoke were Yang Mu and Luo Fei. The third person who spoke was actually a new soldier. Tang Zheng looked back at his subordinates, who were fully armed, majestic, and seemingly honest, and was a little speechless. He didn't know when a bad trend appeared in his army. Forget it, wartime is special, let's ignore them for now. It's July now, and we must rectify the trend after the spring festival. Several people walked into the restaurant, and the room was in a mess. Tables and chairs were overturned, and dishes were broken all over the floor. Some leftovers had turned black and spoiled, and there were flies flying around the room. Tang Zheng frowned slightly, glanced upstairs, and decided to go up. If the radar hadn't reminded him that there was a survivor upstairs, he might not have really gone up. Be careful, there is a survivor upstairs. Several soldiers nodded, but they didn't pay much attention. After this journey, except for the 2 new recruits, everyone else in the team has been upgraded to enhanced 2 stars. Luo Fei's kill count is even closer to the level of enhanced 3 stars. Strengthened to 2 stars. They can fight 4 people with bare hands. Tang Zheng's side has 9 people and 2 dogs. No matter who it is, no one can beat them. Luo Fei walked in front. Just after stepping on the first step, his feet slipped. Thanks to his good skills, he held the handrail of the stairs and did not fall. General, be careful, there is oil on the stairs. Tang Zheng nodded and motioned Luo Fei to walk in front. He followed carefully holding the handrail and walked up to the 2nd floor. It's in this bedroom. Tang Zheng instinctively reached behind him, but this time he didn't touch the door-breaking hammer. By the way, there were new recruits in the team, and the door-breaking hammer was given to the new recruits. I don't know why, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Just as he was about to order the new recruits to break the door suddenly opened. A small head appeared. A pair of big black eyes looked at a few people, and then tears flowed out. Woo woo. Finally saved. As he said, the person took the initiative to rush out, ran to Tang Zheng, and hugged him. The 2 dogs, Dakeng Ming and Zhao Piaoliang, who were guarding Tang Zheng, blinked their dog eyes and looked at him, but did not make any attacking moves. They were very spiritual dogs and could sense that the people in front of them had no ill will towards their masters, nor did they have the ability to harm their masters. Tang Zheng was also a little confused. The person who was hugging him in front of him was a young and beautiful girl. She wore a white sweater on the upper body and black yoga pants on the lower body. She was of medium height and her hair was loose. The arms that hugged him were slender, and a faint fragrance came from her, as well as the warm touch, which made him not know how to deal with it for a while. He wanted to push this person away, but Tang Zheng, who had decided to rescue survivors in the future, still had a kind heart. Seeing that the girl was emotional and tearful, she must have been frightened for a long time these days, and her mood was so agitated that she was like this. Well, I just endured it, and it was okay to suffer a little loss. But it was obvious that this girl was not as weak as he thought. After crying a few times, she let go of Tang Zheng a little embarrassedly. Uncle Squad Leader, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Tang Zheng glanced at a mirror on the 2nd floor and saw his current situation. After days of traveling and fighting, his group of people were no different from beggars. The uniforms of several veterans, including him, were torn into many holes by zombies. Blood, dust, rain, and sun exposure, scars, scabs, and peeling. The image was indeed a bit unbearable. So Tang Zheng didn't care about the uncle, but just said to the beautiful woman, "Girl, can you get some food here?" Looking at the mess on the 1st floor, Tang Zheng was a little unsure. The beauty in front of him nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I used to be the chef of this restaurant. I'm good at cooking." "Really? That's great. Cook some food for us." But the 1st floor is a bit dangerous." "It's okay, Luo Fei. Take a few people down, clean up the 1st floor, lock the door, and ensure the safety here." "Understood. I will complete the task." Luo Fei took a few people to work. After a while, the door was locked, and some garbage in the room was piled up in a corner. At this time, Tang Zheng also got to know this beauty. The girl's name is Zhu Jingqiu. She is the owner and chef of this restaurant. She is 22 years old this year. She didn't go to college and has opened a restaurant here for 4 years. She is born with a love for cooking. She has run the restaurant prosperously. Before the end of the world, she was already a wealthy woman with a small fortune. Unfortunately, when the end of the world came, almost everything she had was taken away. It was a great luck to be able to survive. Thanks to her being a restaurant, the food reserves were relatively rich, so she could persist for so long. After the 1st floor was safe, Zhu Jingqiu went downstairs to cook. Before long, the hotel lobby was filled with the aroma of food. Following Tang Zheng's instructions, she cooked a large pot of rice and fried 8 dishes, all in large quantities. Tang Zheng and his group waited for more than 40 minutes with hunger, and the food was served. They found a table for 10 people, and also prepared a portion of food for the 2 dogs. Then Tang Zheng invited Zhu Jingqiu to eat together. Zhu Jingqiu was not reserved. During this period, she did not dare to come to the 1st floor to get food. She really needed to supplement her nutrition. Tang Zheng and his group wolfed down the food, and the speed of eating was so fast that Zhu Jingqiu was also eating faster. Wow. It's too enjoyable. It turns out that even in the end of the world, eating is the most important thing. After eating 7 bowls of rice, Tang Zheng put down the bowl. He hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time. It was not a good thing to eat too much at once. He had to know when to stop. After Zhu Jingqiu finished eating, she followed Tang Zheng's instructions and went to the kitchen to boil water. She not only had tap water, but also a well in the backyard. The water quality was better than tap water, so there was no shortage of water. Several large pots boiled water at the same time, preparing for Tang Zheng and his friends to take a bath. Tang Zheng felt a little embarrassed to have eaten someone's meal and then ask them to boil water for a bath. He decided to talk to the girl and if possible, he was willing to help her. At the same time, he also wanted to understand the situation of this service area and ask her. Maybe there would be some unexpected gains. Call for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 25 People blocking the road. After taking a shower at night, Tang Zheng came to Zhu Jingqiu's room. After seeing Tang Zheng's true face, Zhu Jingqiu was obviously stunned. Brother Tang, I'm sorry, I misunderstood before. Tang Zheng waved his hand and smiled. Nothing, a small matter. Then Brother Tang, please sit down. Zhu Jingqiu moved a chair for Tang Zheng and looked at Tang Zheng with bright eyes. There was some trepidation and hope in his eyes. Tang Zheng knew Zhu Jingqiu's thoughts very well. She was worried that he would take advantage of her, and she also hoped that he could take her away. After all, leaving with Tang Zheng was better than staying in such a hopeless place. However, Tang Zheng did not make a promise immediately, but chatted with Zhu Jingqiu. Can I call you Jingqiu? Sure, Brother Tang, you can call me anything you want. Haha, Jingqiu, your business was pretty good before. At this point, Zhu Jingqiu was a little complacent and looked up proudly. Of course, my skills are among the best in the entire Nanu service area, and my business is also at an upper middle level. It's really good. It's a bit modest to say it's upper middle level. I think it's at least in the top 3. Zhu Jingqiu waved his hand. It's not as exaggerated as Brother Tang said. My position is a bit disadvantageous. It's located on the edge and a bit far from the service hall in the middle. Those buses have designated restaurants, which are all near the middle. They can entertain a bus of guests, which is enough for me to earn in a day. Tang Zheng smiled. That's not bad. We are about the same age. I have nothing now, but you are the boss. Zhu Jingqiu was a little embarrassed. No, Brother Tang is amazing. He is a squad leader at such a young age. Tang Zheng did not explain this problem. Now everyone he saw in the apocalypse would misunderstand that he was from the Imperial Army, and he was too lazy to explain. Zhu Jingqiu asked again, Brother Tang, where are you going? I'm going back to my hometown in Western Sichuan. Oh, going west? Zhu Jingqiu said, with some worry on his face. Is there any problem? Tang Zheng saw something was wrong and asked. If you go west, Brother Tang may have to take a detour because the road to the west is blocked. Tang Zheng was stunned. Not accessible? Is the highway blocked? It doesn't matter. Our car is a motorcycle, and ordinary traffic jams can't stop us. Zhu Jingqiu shook his head, hesitated for a while, and then spoke with some difficulty. It is indeed blocked, but it is not the kind of traffic jam that causes overturning, but it is blocked by human beings. Blocked by human beings? You mean, there are other survivors here? Zhu Jingqiu nodded. Yes, there are indeed survivors here, and there are quite a few of them. They are on the other side of the service area. Tang Zheng heard it, and noticed some problems. Then why didn't you go there? Zhu Jingqiu showed a trace of resentment on his face. The leader over there is a contractor of this service area and an imperial baron named Sun Meng. I don't like this person very much. When he came to my hotel before, he always said dirty things and wanted to touch me. I wished to stay away from him. How could I take the initiative to approach him? And what? After the apocalypse, Sun Meng and his people established a foothold at the toll station west of the service area and began to take in survivors. My neighbor, Ziyang, went to his place, but a few days ago, I sent a message to Ziyang, and she said that Sun Meng didn't treat him as a human being at all. The women there became playthings for Sun Meng and his gang. I would never fall into their trap. Tang Zheng's face was a little solemn. After the apocalypse, such things were not uncommon. As a weak person, women no longer have much dignity and freedom in this world. Such things are unavoidable. Even if Tang Zheng doesn't like it, he can't do anything about it. But Zhu Jingqiu said that the road was blocked, which was a serious problem. If these people blocked the way home, it would be very troublesome. You said the road was blocked. How did it get blocked? It's like this. Sun Meng not only contracted the service area, he also had a toll station in the west. After the end of the world, he led his people to retreat to the toll station, which was a little distance away from the service area. He used nearby construction materials to build a wall around the toll station, leaving only one road to pass through, and intercepted the survivors there, collected supplies, and even robbed people to expand his team. All passing vehicles, if they don't leave something that satisfies him, don't even think about passing through. He even killed several people there. So don't even think about getting through there smoothly, not to mention cars, even your motorcycles. After listening, Tang Zheng said, do they have guns? Yes, not only do they have guns, but the toll station is built very solid, like a bunker, and it's impossible to force your way through. As she spoke, Zhu Jingqiu took out her mobile phone, which contained the photos that Sister Zhang had taken of her. It was originally an ordinary toll station, but the lanes on both sides were blocked by concrete walls, and only one lane was still usable. The road was also covered with speed bumps, and the speed there was simply not fast enough. The most important thing is that above the toll booth, a gate-shaped defensive building was built based on the original structure. There were many shooting holes on it, which looked like a bunker. Tang Zheng couldn't help but frown. It was really a bit tricky to have such a thing lying across the highway. Would he have to accept the exploitation of these people when he returned home? Of course Tang Zheng would not accept this, but he still wanted to talk to that Sun Meng. It was too late today, and he would go over to take a look tomorrow morning. After talking to Zhu Jingqiu for a few more words, Tang Zheng returned to the room Zhu Jingqiu arranged for him. It was obvious that Zhu Jingqiu didn't want to stay here, but Tang Zheng couldn't make a promise now. At least he had to solve the problem of Sun Meng. After a good night's sleep, Tang Zheng woke up at Zhu Jingqiu's call the next morning. It had been a long time since I slept so soundly. Although I only slept on the sofa in the hotel box, it also made Tang Zheng feel refreshed. After eating Zhu Jingqiu's steamed buns and the porridge she cooked, he felt that he had recovered. Tang Zheng looked at the soldiers around him and said, 2 new recruits stay, and the rest of you follow me today, to go to the toll station on the other side of the service area to see if there is any possibility of passing. Okay, General. Several soldiers nodded, and began to organize their equipment. Some of their worn-out military uniforms were cleaned and mended by Zhu Jingqiu last night, and they looked much cleaner and tidier. This also made Tang Zheng fully realize the benefits of having a woman in the team. After finishing the organization, the group left the Nanhu Flower Hotel and started to run to the other side of the service area. The middle area of the service area is almost impossible to pass normally. The dense zombies make people not even think about taking risks. Fortunately, the service areas are built in the wild. If you can't pass here, you can go around from the wilderness outside. The group climbed down the highway and took a detour from the wilderness outside. There is a simple auxiliary road here, which was built by Sun Meng and others at the toll station. It can bypass the service area, but it can't bypass the toll station. The fork in the road is between the service area and the toll station. There were also scattered zombies wandering in the wilderness. These were probably survivors who ran out after being bitten, but they mutated when they got here. When they encountered scattered zombies, they killed them directly. After walking a few kilometers along the auxiliary road, they finally came to the other side of the service area. Tang Zheng saw the bunker-like toll station in the photo that Zhu Jingqiu showed him. The service area was built in the mountainous area. There were high mountains on both sides of the toll station, and it was difficult to pass. When the road was built here, it took a lot of effort to cut through the mountains. There is no need to worry about other cars going around when building a toll station here. There is a door more than 3 meters high at the toll station, which can only accommodate 1 car. Both sides are blocked, and above is the bunker with shooting holes. There are not only shooting holes, but also windows for observation. Looking from a distance, you can even see people walking back and forth inside to observe. This place is about 1 kilometer away from the service area. It is not only far away from the zombies, but also blocked the road. It is indeed a unique geographical environment. In addition, it is located at the junction of 3 provinces and a major transportation route. There will always be survivors who want to pass through here. With his blockade, all those who wanted to pass had no choice but to abandon their cars and walk in the wilderness, except to accept his exploitation. Tang Zheng and his men got on the highway and were thinking about sending someone to negotiate, but they didn't expect to be discovered. The window of the bunker was opened and someone shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Luo Feni took the initiative to stand up and shouted to the other side, "We want to pass. What are the conditions?" The person on the other side replied, "Tell me your name. Which unit are you from?" Luo Feni looked back at Tang Zheng, who thought for a while and gave a few instructions. Luo Feni got the order and said loudly, "Our squad leader is Tang Zheng. We are from the Royal Army, and the unit number is kept secret." "Wait." The person above answered, picked up the phone, and started to report to Sun Meng. Sun Meng's location, in the yard of the toll station next to it, was also heavily guarded at the moment. If it was ordinary people coming and going, the sentry here could make the decision, but Tang Zheng and his men were said to be from the Royal Army after all, and the sentry dared not make a decision privately, so they could only report it. In the hall of the toll station yard, Baron Sun Meng was smoking. After hearing his subordinates' report, he wanted to let them go immediately. After all, they were the royal troops, and the nobles didn't want to provoke them. Just as he was about to give the order, he was suddenly stunned. "What did you say the squad leader's name was?" He said his name was Tang Zheng. Sun Meng thought for a while, and took out his mobile phone. He opened a group chat called the Imperial Central and Southern Nobles Group. There were originally more than 200 people in the group chat, but there were not many people whose avatars were still lit. He scrolled up a few times and found a message. Baron Song Yinghe of Sanjiang wanted a deserter named Tang Zheng. This person is extremely dangerous and his affiliation is unknown. If you find him, please contact him in time. Right square bracket. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.